Hello everyone and welcome to today's video on Amazon Web Services at Intellipaat. Do you know friends that Amazon Web Service is widely used cloud computing platform provided by Amazon? AWS offers a broad set of cloud services and tools including computing power, storage databases, machine learning, analytics, content delivery and many more. These services are designed to help businesses and individuals to build and scale applications, store, manage data, and run various workloads in flexible, cost-effective, and secure manner. Amazon Web Services offers a wide range of job opportunities in the field of cloud computing. Whether you are an experienced professional or just starting out, there's likely a role for you within the AWS ecosystem. Some common AWS job roles include cloud architects, DevOps engineer, data analyst, and solutions architect. And when we talk about salary, AWS professionals are in very high demand, which often translates to competitive compensation like entry-level positions such as AWS Cloud Support Associates can typically start with a salary around $60,000 per year. As you gain experience and expertise, your earning potential increases. For example, solution architects in the AWS space can earn well into six figures with an average salary around $130,000 annually. To further boost your AWS career and potentially increase your salary, consider pursuing your certification in the AWS domain. In summary, if I say, AWS offers a diverse job opportunities with competitive salaries. Whether you are driven by passion for technology or financial rewards, career in AWS can provide both. Before we move on and learn more about AWS, I request you guys that do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon. So guys, let us discuss our agenda for today's session. So we are going to start our session with an introduction to what is AWS. Moving ahead, we will learn about Amazon Machine Image. Then we will discuss Deep Learning AMI, and we will also learn to connect it using EC2 Instance Connect. Then we will learn about what is load balancer and how it works, what is application load balancer, and what is cross-zone load balancer. Moving ahead, we will have a thorough discussion on what is VPC, what is IP address, and how to create security groups. Moving ahead, we will discuss about what is SEO command and how it works. We will have a discussion on what is transfer acceleration. Then we will have a hands-on session, and at the end, we're going to conclude our session with interview questions.
AWS was introduced in 2006, and since then, they have been the largest player in the public cloud market. According to Forbes, AWS grew $4.3 billion revenue just in the second quarter of 2021. The top three companies who offer cloud services in terms of market share are Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud Platform. AWS by itself covers 32% of the public cloud market share. So what exactly is AWS? Amazon Web Services or AWS is a cloud service provider owned by Amazon. It offers cloud services in compute, storage, database, content delivery, networking, and other domains. Most of the offerings from AWS are infrastructure as a service offerings, but it also offers PaaS service such as Elastic Beanstalk and Lambda, which are popular and highly used services. AWS offers you all the necessary tools you would need to set up your IT infrastructure without paying any upfront. For example, Netflix, the world's biggest premium video streaming service, is completely hosted on AWS for its application needs. The world's largest e-commerce company, Amazon, is also hosted on the AWS infrastructure itself. When you see such big players in the respective fields rely on AWS for their infrastructure needs, you as an individual user can trust and be inclined towards AWS for your cloud needs. AWS offers a wide range of services that can be categorized into the following. We have compute and network services, storage and content delivery services, security and identity services, database services, analytics services, application services, and management tools. Now we have few applications of AWS. What are they? Let's look into it. The first one we have is storage and backup. That's Amazon's cloud storage is an easily accessible and useful services for business. Next we have enterprise IT. That's Amazon Cloud Services offer the ideal solution to enterprise IT's time-consuming pace. Mobile, web, and social applications. AWS can launch and scale various applications like mobile applications and SaaS applications. Big data. AWS and big data work well with each other to come up with the power and infrastructure necessary to meet the needs of high-end intelligent software. Websites can be hosted on AWS Cloud. It is also good for hosting CDNs and DNS and domains. In gaming, AWS makes gaming applications easily available to the worldwide gaming network and provides gamers the best experience in online gaming across the globe. Now, how much salary does an AWS engineer earns? In India, it earns on an average basis 7 to 13 lakhs per annum, while in USA on an average basis, he or she can earn $137,000. The reason why Amazon is so huge is because of AWS along with its retail arm. The cloud service has a very high revenue and is growing rapidly. Now, did you know that AWS IaaS Cloud is 10 times greater than the 14 competitors of AWS combined? Now, this speaks volumes about the strong capabilities that this service possesses.
Of AWS services here. Okay, these are all the categories that you can see. There is an analytics category, there is a networking category, there is a storage category, there is a security category. So many such categories are there. Okay, and in each category, you will find number of different AWS services. All right. So if you see, there is a compute category, and in compute category we have EC2. Now, what is compute? This category involves services that is used for computation. Okay, or these are the services that are used for processing. All right, some kind of processing, some kind of computation can be done. It can be processing big data. It can be training machine learning model. It can be doing programming, hosting website, developing your code. Anything can be there. Okay, it's a computation, processing, anything can be there. Now in that we have EC2, Elastic Compute Cloud. This service provides you what? I told you this service provides you server. Okay, this service provides you instance. Instance is nothing but server. Server is equal to instance. Okay, now what is server? Server is just a machine. Okay, you can imagine server is just a machine that have some software, that have some hardware. Okay, that is the server. Now on the screen you can see so many things. Again, if you remember, I told you this last time. Never try to study all of this at once. Okay, you will not understand anything. Okay, so just focus on here. I will go and I will click on launch instance. Okay, so now we will go through EC2 one by one, each step at a time. And here you will see all of this thing. You can see these are all the options that we are going to cover. Okay, one by one, and you will understand EC2 here. So as you can see, the very first thing, launch an instance. Here we need to provide our name. Okay, our name is our EC2 name, what we are going to create. So let's say EC2 demo. This is going to be the name of my server. Okay, this is going to be the name. Now, this is the name. So if you want, you can add additional tags. For example, here I can click on this and I can add more tags. Now, what is tag? Tag is nothing but key value pair, and it can be anything. Okay, that you can use to identify. It can be anything. For example, let's say, what is the purpose? What is the purpose of this EC2? AWS training. Okay, who created this EC2? Who is the owner? Pratik. Okay, on what day it was created? So created at on when we are supposed to delete it, we can add all of that. Okay, it can be anything, any key, any value. This is called as tag. Okay, tags are used for your identification. You can use it to identify, because in a company, when you work on a project, there can be hundreds of EC2 that are running simultaneously, used by multiple departments. So how you will identify your EC2 out of 100? So there you can filter on the basis of tags. Okay, it's just a name. Now next thing, here comes a very important part. Last time I told you a server is made up of two things. One is software and one is hardware. Now software part is made up of, in EC2, software part is made up of operating system plus additional software. Okay. Now for that we have AMI. Let me show you. Let me write here side by side so you guys, will have good idea. See, EC2. Now EC2 is a server. So server has two parts, that is software and hardware. Software part is represented by AMI, that is Amazon Machine Image. Okay, so here you see AMI. Now this AMI represent operating system of your EC2. What kind of operating system you want? Do you want a Linux EC2? Do you want a Windows EC2? Do you want a Mac OS EC2? Whatever you want, you can get that. Okay, operating system and additional tools. Okay, so if I show you here, see Amazon Linux, it's a Linux which is it is not made by Amazon, but it is more of a modified by Amazon. So it's a CentOS. If you guys know, if you guys have heard about CentOS, it's a one type of Linux, right? Here you see Mac OS. If I select this, I will get a Mac OS. If I select this, I will get Ubuntu. Now you guys tell me, you might know this. If I want to do Android app development, is there any specific operating system that I need to use? No, we don't need to. You can use Windows, you can use Mac OS, you can use Linux. Is that correct, everyone? Okay, now if I want to do iOS development, then is there any restriction? In iOS development, there is a restriction. You have to use only Mac. Okay, only Mac you have to use. You cannot use Windows, you cannot use Linux. Now tell me, if I want to do iOS development and let's say I don't have MacBook. So can I say I can just use this Mac OS, this AMI, and in this EC2 I can do development? Now, do I need to go out and buy a MacBook for this? Here comes the benefit of cloud. I hope you are getting the point. Okay. Now, then here you will see, if I go here, you can get more EC2, AMI. Okay, many AMIs are available. Different operating systems are available. So let me show you something. Okay, see the multiple OS are there. Now look at this. If I go with this, I told you this last time, I'm just repeating. If I go with this AMI, what I will get? I will get a simple Ubuntu. Okay, I will get EC2 with simple Ubuntu install. But if I go with this AMI, I will get a Ubuntu with many extra libraries pre-installed. Okay, with this Ubuntu, I will get deep learning software already installed. So I don't need to do, I don't need to add anything additional, right? So AMI is not only operating system, AMI is operating system plus additional software. Okay, it's not just operating system. It is operating system and it can be operating system only, but it can also have additional software. Okay, I think up to this much part we covered last Sunday, Now, whatever I'm going to cover, that is something new for everyone. So everyone, please pay attention. And I think people also joined. Guys, please try to join on time. Otherwise, you will miss out on session because we have a lot of things to cover. So we cannot, wait for a lot of for long. So please try to join on time. Okay, so now I hope everybody is clear till this point. This is your AMI. Now, if you go here, we have AWS Marketplace. Now, what is Marketplace? Marketplace is just like your Google Play Store. Is the hardware also different based on? Don't worry, don't get into hardware. I will get there. Okay, I will go one by one. Hardware we will see in sometimes. Hardware is our next part. Okay, so don't worry, we'll get to the hardware. Now see, here we have AWS Marketplace. Okay, now this AWS Marketplace, let me write here, is just like your Google Play Store and Apple App Store. Just like on Google Play Store and Apple App Store, you can find, you will find that there are some enterprises that sells their software. Okay, you will find some corporation sell their application on Google Play Store and Apple App Store. Similarly, you will find on Marketplace, there are many companies that are selling their software. Now, pay attention. Back in the days, we used to have this, before cloud computing. Also, we used to buy software for our IT projects development, right? We used to buy software. We used to buy the license of the software. For example, I simple example. I want a database, so I will buy Oracle license. Okay, I want Oracle database, so I will buy their license. If I want Cisco products, I will have to buy their license. Okay, and I used to install those software on my data center. Now, tell me, now that we are moving to cloud, how this process will work? How this process will work of buying software? So when you move on cloud, you don't have your data center. Now you have EC2. Now you have AWS data center. So how you will get those software? So what happened? See, I'll give you a very simple example. Let's say there is a company called as Microsoft. Okay, they have a lot of desktop users. They have a lot of desktop users. For desktop user, they created a product called as Word.exe. Okay, they created a product called as Word.exe. Now, this Microsoft, they saw that many people are moving to another platform. Many people are moving to Android. Okay, now tell me how they will provide this Word software on Android. How they will provide this software? Can I say that they will create a Word.apk Android application for their Word software and they will make it available on Google Play Store? Can I say, is it valid approach? Do you think it is a valid approach? All right, that is correct. So can I say when users moves to Mac OS platform, how they will provide it? Can I say they will create equivalent product of Word on Mac OS? Is this approach correct? Similarly, when users or when IT companies or IT world move to cloud, okay, so now though they get the same software through AMI. You will see.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers advanced certification in cloud and DevOps in collaboration with IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you will learn a multitude of tools used in the industry such as Azure, DevOps, and AWS. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights, so visit the course page link given in the description and take a first step towards a career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
Just take that example, just like how a company sells their application on Google Play Store or Apple App Store. Similarly, here you will find name of different company. Okay, so you will see, let me show you. Open VPN server. Here you will find many different name of the company. Let me show you some. Cisco product, everything you will find here. See, Cisco firewall product. Okay, now you can simply see this is paid. You'll have to buy the license here. Okay, but this is how you get software on cloud, third-party software on cloud. Or here you can categorize on the basis of your need. For example, let's say I need, here are the different, I guess, company name, yes, publisher. Here you will find name of different companies that are selling their software. Okay, Zoho application, you can use Zoho. We were using that in our previous company. Okay, so many different, these are all the organization that package their software on AMI and now they are selling it. Here you will find all of that. All right. So this is what you get on cloud. On AWS Marketplace, you can find software sold by corporation. Okay. Now, just like Marketplace, there is also something called as community AMI. Now, if Marketplace is something where people can sell their AMI, community is the open community. Okay. Here, anyone, you, me, anyone, we can publish our own AMI. Okay, for free. Here you will find many AMIs. See, more than 500 AMIs you will find here. Okay, and these are all the operating system that you get. These are all the operating system you can get. Just filter out and you will get all of this different operating system. You want Red Hat, you can get Red Hat as well, right? Every AMI has some different, software. Every AMI has some different tool. Okay, it can be published by anyone. Okay, and mostly they are safe because they go through a security check from AWS. Right? Here you can find AMI of different architecture, 32-bit, 64-bit, all that. Okay, so here you have community AMI. It's an open community where anyone can publish their AMI for free for just giving back to the communities like that. Here you will find Marketplace where corporate sells their AMI, and you can also create your own AMI, right? So community AMI is something where anyone can publish their AMI and it is free. Okay. Now, the last thing, that is my AMI. Now the question is, when there are 500 community AMI, when there are 8,000 marketplace AMI, and many quick start AMI provided by AWS, when you have so many AMIs already available of various different configuration of across different categories, what is the need of creating your own AMI? Anybody can think of the reason? Why, after having so many AMI, why I will create my own AMI? See, I will give you a very simple SSE example. Okay, this will make the concept clear for you. I will give you a SSE example, then I will give you a technical example. Now let's say okay, let's say this is my family. Okay, let's just say, I know it will sound silly, but pay attention. This is my family. I want to draw a painting of my family. And to draw this painting, I want them to stand in same position for 10 hours a day for the next 5 days. Okay. Obviously, this is not feasible. Obviously, this doesn't make sense. Okay. So first of all, they will kick me out of my own home. And then I will, again, the next thing, it's not feasible. Can you guys give me any solution here without making them stand in the same position for 10 hours? No. Okay. Anyone else? It's fine if you don't want to give solution. Okay, take picture. Very good. All right, very good. I'll take a picture. Now I will take this picture, and through this picture, I will, draw the painting. Okay, very good. Similarly, let's say it's a day one of your project. Okay, on day one, your requirements are defined. You know what are the different tools and framework you have to use. So what you will do, the very first thing, you will create a EC2. Let's say you will create a Ubuntu EC2. And it's a pure Ubuntu. There is nothing else here in this EC2. Now, once your EC2 is created, this have only Ubuntu. So next thing you will do, and this will hardly take 1 minute to get created. Next thing that you will do is you will create, you will install, you will download, install, and configure libraries, tools, and frameworks. Okay, and let's say you require 20 different libraries. Although I'm taking a very high number, that you never really require so much. Let's say you require 20 libraries, and this is taking 2 hours. Okay, again, just a high number, but understand the scenario. And by the way, people who have worked on Linux, I don't know how many of you guys from IT are proficient with Linux, but to be honest, in my career, I have always struggled with Linux. Okay, I know a lot of Linux command. I have worked on many projects on Linux, but I always struggle with it. It's a pain to install something on Linux. And specifically, I work in big data. I work in data engineering. In data engineering, if I'm installing one software, try to understand this. If I'm installing one software, that one tool needs to be customized according to another tool. So for example, let's say I have two software. Software one have version 1.1. Then software 2 needs to have a version that is compatible with this one. I cannot take randomly any version for software 2. So in Linux, I always struggle with it. It's a very painful process. At least I don't like it. So I always take a lot of time. So I always prefer cloud. Okay. Then third step, once you are done with this, you will do the work. Okay. So let's say work will take 5 hours. And finally, last step, before you go to home, you will terminate your EC2. Okay, you will shut down your EC2. It's very easy to create EC2. That's not a big deal. You can every day create it. But second step is again it's wasting your time. So my solution is the same solution as you guys have given. Here I have pure Ubuntu operating system. Okay, on the by the end of first step. But by the end of second step, can I say I have Ubuntu operating system plus all tools and libraries installed? Is this valid by the end of second step? Now, if I have this, why don't you take an image of this? Why don't you capture an image of this? Just like the solution you gave me here. And tomorrow, day 2, day 3, day 4, when you create a EC2, instead of selecting pure Ubuntu AMI, select this AMI. Instead of selecting this pure Ubuntu AMI, select this AMI. So you will get EC2, but that EC2 will already have all the tools installed. Plus, you will share this AMI with your entire team. So one person will do the job only once and everyone will take the benefit. Nobody will have to repeat the same thing again and again. Are you understanding the process? This is the reason why we need to create our own AMI. It's not mandatory everywhere. Okay, many times situation can be quite different. But I'm just telling you, in a scenario where you have many things that you need and you need them every day, then we will go with this approach. No, in stop is different. That's why I did not cover it. That we'll see later. But in stop, you don't need to do this again. That only requires during termination. But to explain this example, I took termination. In stop, you don't need to do that. Okay. So this is AMI. One is quick start AMI. All of these AMIs are provided to you by AWS. Okay. These are not. I will get to that. Don't worry. Okay. Not every AMI. Here in marketplace AMI, you will find the AMIs that are sold by corporation, and here free AMIs. Okay. Guys, if you have any question, Rajiv, anyone, please put that in Q&A, not in chat. In chat, many people messages, so I lose the question. Otherwise, your question will get unanswered. So please put that question in Q&A. I will answer. So is everybody clear with AMI concept? We can terminate as well, Puneet. We can stop as well. But to explain the example, I said we are going to terminate. But you can stop the EC2 as well. In stop, you don't need to do that. But to explain the concept, I took terminate example. Stop and terminate, I will explain. See, let me just get done with this and then I will explain. Stop will also charge you the money through. Okay, I will get to that. I'm traveling from Mumbai to Andhra, so I cannot listen. Bharat, I do not have access to your portal. Okay, so I cannot show you that. For that, you'll have to talk to support team. I don't have access to it. Rajiv, tell me which part you did not understood, because we covered a lot of stuff. Tell me specifically which part you did not understood. Community AMI, my AMI, marketplace, which part? Did you not understood this my AMI part? Is this what you're fine? Community AMI. See, community AMI, understand the concept. It's a kind of it's not open source software, but it's a community based approach where you, me, anyone can upload their AMI. For example, here I've created this AMI with this additional software pre-installed. Now I feel like this AMI is a general AMI that anyone can use it, or some other people might use it. All right. So I can upload my AMI into this community. Then once my AMI goes through some security checks or some goes through some checks from AWS side, and if it is valid, so my AMI will be uploaded here. Now any other person in the world with their AWS account, they can use my AMI. Okay, free of cost. This is not for selling. Okay, so it's a community based approach, and you can use any one of this AMI for free. You don't need to pay any extra money. Money you have to pay mostly in that marketplace. Okay, so here we discuss about the software part, right? Now we will get into the hardware part of EC2. And in software part of EC2, it is represented by AMI. Hardware part is represented by instance. Now, what is instance type? Don't worry, we will go one step by step. And by the way, let me select this Amazon Linux AMI. Okay, first one, this one I will go with because this is the most highly used one in the projects. So I will give you tell you this one, and I will show you one more example of Windows. We cannot see each and every Linux example, Red Hat, Ubuntu. We cannot see each and every example, but I will give you the example of two of the most used. One is Windows and one is Linux. Okay, Amazon Linux. So I'll select this one. Now here you see instance type. Okay, so configuration of your EC2. See, one CPU core, 500 MB RAM, 500 MB RAM, and network latency, network performance low to moderate. Okay, you can get a EC2 hardware as small as 500 MB RAM to up to as big as 12,288 GB RAM. Basically, you can get up to 12 terabyte of RAM memory. Imagine how powerful that will be. 12,000 GB RAM. And this is not the only one. You can go even up to 24,000 GB RAM as well. 24 terabyte. But that option is not available as of now, but that option is you can also get. Okay, so instance type define your CPU and RAM hardware. Now you will say, Pratik, here we can see so many instance type and many of them have very similar configuration. So which one to select out of so many? Okay, and you can see there are totals around 600 plus option. So which one to select? Okay, so now which one to select? For that, let me show you something. So first of all, you identify this based on your category, based on your requirement. Okay, so let me show you. First of all, so see how to identify which instance type to select. Okay, so first of all, what you have to do, identify your workload. For example, are you working in big data? Are you processing large amount of data? Oh, okay. Or let's say, are you working on HPC? HPC is high performance computation where you require a lot of computation power. Are you training machine learning model? Are you working on gaming server? Are you working on high IOPS database? What is your workload? Based on your workload, further decision will be taken. But first of all, you need to identify your workload. For example, first of all, identify the workload, whether it's just a normal web application or it's a high performance computation. So see here. If I go here you will see different categories. First of all, general purpose. Okay. So if you are working on a scenario where you don't require anything special, you just require a balance. For example, you require a balance of compute memory and networking. Like for example, you are doing some testing or you are just hosting a web application. So that's a very normal use case where you require a balance of compute memory and networking. Then these are the instance family that are available. So once you identify your workload, based on workload, you need to select instance family. Okay, this is the documentation. I'm showing you the documentation part. Okay, so don't worry. Here, these are the instance family. Mac family, T2 family, T3 family, M4, M5. These are all the families, instance families that you can use. Let's say you are working on gaming server, or you're training a machine learning model, or you are working on a HPC. Then all of this category requires high computation. High computation means high CPU. So you can go for compute optimize, this category. Okay, so compute optimize ideal for high performing processor, media transcoding, high performance web server, HPC, scientific modeling, dedicated gaming server. These are the category that require high computation. So these are the C family. Okay, here C stands for computation. Okay, C stands for CPU. So these are the families. Now here also you will get RAM memory. Here also you will get networking resources. Okay, but the instance that you get here, this instance are optimized for computation. The CPU on this instance are optimized for computation. That's why here you will not get balance. Here you will get high computation power. Okay, these are all the families where CPU is very powerful. And you will see some of these are Intel based, some of these are AMD based. So different hardwares are there. Okay, different types of CPU hardwares are there. Now let's say you are working on big data where you are processing large amount of data. So in big data, you need a lot of RAM memory. So you can go for memory optimize. Memory optimize are those server where you get a lot of RAM memory, and that RAM memory is very highly optimized. So here you see R stand for RAM. Okay, X and I family is also there, but they are also high memory. Okay, so here you can get a server as big as 24 terabytes of RAM memory. This is what I was talking about earlier. 24 terabyte, 24 GB RAM, 24,000 GB RAM. Okay, so these are the server that deliver fast performance for workload that process large data set in memory. Basically big data in which I work. These are the families that provides you large amount of RAM memory. Similarly, if you are working on database, then storage optimize. If you are working on HPC, then these are the new categories dedicated for HPC. So first of all, you will identify your workload. Based on workloads, you will select the family. For example, R family, C family, I family, X family. Okay, these are the different instance family. Okay, so now let's say once you selected family, let's say I want to show you a demo. So for that, let's say I select a T2 family, which is well-balanced family. Okay, and it's also cost effective. Now let me select here. Let me go here. And you will see, I will select, let's say, let me refresh this. One second. Demo my Linux. Let me go here again. Now here you see, these are all the T2 family. Okay, T2, T2, T2. Now you see, okay, so you finalize that you want T2 family. Now what is your CPU and what is your RAM requirement? Now you will discuss that. You never decide CPU RAM in the beginning. In the beginning, the first step is identify workload. Second, identify your family. Now, based on how much CPU and RAM you require, you will select instance type. Okay, for example, let's say I require very minimum CPU and RAM. Let's say I require only one CPU and 500 MB RAM. So I will go with T2 Nano. Let's say I require a very high number of CPU and RAM. I require 8 CPU and 32 GB RAM. I will go with T2 2x large. So what is happening here is that, guys, please let me finish. I can see you guys are asking question. Let me just finish. Your question will get answered. Okay, so here you will see T2 Nano, T2 Micro, T2 Small, T2 Medium, T2 Large, X Large, 2X Large. Okay, X Large 4 CPU core, 16 GB RAM. Multiply that by 2, you get 2X Large, 8 CPU core, 32 GB RAM. So what is happening? Our instance family is divided into types. Okay, nano, micro, small, and every type have some specific number of CPU and RAM. Okay, so let's say I require 4 GB RAM. Okay, so I will go with T2 medium, right? So these are the types. So first of all, select your workload. Then based on workload, select family, instance family. We cannot select our family, fortunately or unfortunately, but at least we can select EC2 family. Then select CPU and RAM based on type. Okay, sorry, based on CPU and RAM, select type. Okay, and don't worry much about this architecture. It's 8-bit, 64-bit. That's fine. Okay, you can select any one of them. Now, is this clear? Is the concept clear? I told you to select software part, you will go to AMI. To select hardware part, you will go to instance type. Is that much part clear, everyone? Okay. I'm going to share this. I'm going to put this link in the notepad. You can, I will share the notes later. So you can go through this, you can read it once. Okay. It's not mandatory, but read it for your knowledge. So what I'm going to do here, I will go with T2 micro. I will select this. What I will get with T2 micro, I will get 1 CPU core, 1 GB RAM. And now see, a very important concept I'm going to cover now. Last Sunday, I showed you AWS free tier. What I told you? You get AWS free account for a year. Does it mean you can do anything that you want on that? No. For example, you can get EC2 for 750 hours of hours free. If I use EC2 for more than 750 hours, what will happen? It will cost me money in a month. Okay, in a month, if I use EC2 for more than 750 hours, then it will cost me money. Not just that, pay attention. Now see, I selected this Amazon Linux AMI. If I go with this AMI, it is free tier eligible. But if I go with, let's say, this deep learning AMI, it is not free tier eligible. If you use this AMI, and even if it's free tier, it will cost you money. Understand the philosophy, understand the concept. AWS is giving you free. It is giving you some feature for free to try. But is it giving you everything for free? The answer is no. Few things it is giving you for free. Okay. So not every AMI is free. Similarly, if you see T2 micro is free tier eligible, but any other instance type, they are not free tier eligible. If you use free tier AMI, but if you use any of this other instance, then it will cost you money. For example, 1.232 USD per hour. It will cost you money. Okay, so only go with this option that are free tier eligible, and it will not cost you even a single cent. Okay, now just to answer few questions. Can we use the data center environment? No. Why you will use your own data center environment, Rajiv? When you select instance type, this is using AWS data center environment, not yours. It will charge you only for what you use. It will not charge you for anything that you do not use. Only what you are using, it will charge you for that. If you use C family instance, then it will charge you only for that, not for anything else. Whether all this instance will be there when creating EC2? Yes, Tharun. Correct. What are all the parameters to consider to identify workload to select instance type? You need to consider the parameter. See, there is as such no parameter there. You see different types of workloads are there. Some workload requires a lot of CPU. Like here you saw the example. These are all the workloads. So if you perform this workload, they will naturally use a lot of CPU power. Okay, when you train a machine learning model, that requires a lot of CPU power, a lot of computation. But if you process a large amount of data, like I'll tell you in big data what happens, we process large amount of data. So CPU is, we do not process the data inside CPU. We process data inside of RAM memory. Okay, so there is as such no parameter there. All right, different workload have different requirement. Some workload require CPU, some workload require your RAM memory. It depends what kind of workload is there. Okay, for example, in big data, tools process data inside of memory. So you also need to identify the tools that we are using, Moneycrop. What is one CPU, 32 CPU core? Number of CPU. They are the number of CPU. You get one CPU, two CPU, three CPU core, four CPU core. Number of CPU. Just like you have GB of RAM, like that you have number of CPU. So hardware is not based on AMI. AMI can be anything different. Hardware can anything be different. No, you don't need to use this tool. I was just telling example from big data. You don't need to use them. You need to buy those license, Neeraj. You need to either you can bring your own license if you already bought it, or you can buy their new license from marketplace. Okay, so these are the two most important part of your EC2, software and hardware part. Now moving forward, my EC2 is there. Now let's talk about security. Security varies according to service. Okay, there is no one single answer. So in EC2, here you see, we have key pair. Okay, so what happens? For your laptop, you have password. Okay, and only the people who knows the password, only they can access your laptop. Right? So what is going to happen now is we can create a key pair. Let me show you. Okay, here I'm going to create a key pair. I will give a key pair name and key pair type. These are the algorithm, RSA algorithm, ED algorithm. You can ignore that and I'll go with default values. Okay, .pem file. Right? So it is going to get installed in my machine. It is going to get downloaded in my machine. See, now this file downloaded in my machine, in my laptop. Now understand the concept. Once my EC2 is ready, okay, I'm going to log inside of my EC2, right? When I log inside of my EC2, it is going to ask me the password. It is going to ask me a key pair. If I have this key pair, then I will be able to get inside of my EC2. But if you guys try to access my EC2, do you think you can get access to it without this key pair? The answer is no. This will work like a password. If you guys want access to EC2, I will have to share this key pair with you. Only the people who have this key pair, only they will be able to access my EC2. So this key pair is an added layer of security. Okay, don't worry. We will, once our EC2 is created, we will see all of this practically. Okay, but I selected a key pair. Okay, if you want, you can proceed without key pair. If you want, you can go with this. Then it will not ask you key pair, but that is not good. So we will select our key pair. And you see, these are my previous key pair, but I will go with this one. Okay, the one that I created in front of you. And it is downloaded in my laptop. Now, if I go down here, you will see network setting. Okay, now here you see network, VPC, and all of this. Now pay attention, this is very important. Okay, today you will understand a very important concept regarding studying AWS or studying cloud computing. See, today we are covering EC2. Okay, we are understanding basics of EC2. We are understanding intermediate of EC2 and then advanced part of EC2. After few sessions, we are going to understand VPC, which is another AWS service. Okay, we are going to understand VPC, which is different AWS service. There also we are going to understand some basics We are going to understand some intermediate, some advanced concept. Okay. Now pay attention. Today, while understanding, let's say, this part of EC2, okay, we require this part of VPC. To understand this part of EC2, we require this part of VPC. But to understand this part, obviously you need to understand this part. Correct? So what I'm telling you, and I need all of your permission here, what I'm telling you, instead of stopping our current training of EC2 and starting from VPC from the beginning, then coming up to here, then again going back to EC2 and finishing this, instead of doing all of that, we will skip. Every service is important. Some of them are more important, but EC2 and VPC, they are dependent. Okay, so right now what we are going to do, we are going to skip this part because anyway this is optional. You don't need to do any changes here. It will not affect. You cannot skip AMI and instance type. Okay, but one thing, pay attention. There is one part called as security group. This is also belong to VPC. But this part is so important that we cannot skip it. So we are going to cover this one part only. So when you create a EC2, you will always get a firewall around your EC2. Okay, you cannot have a EC2 without firewall. You will always have a firewall around your EC2. Now what this firewall will do? Guys, VPC is the AWS service. We will not get into it, what exactly it does, what exactly it is. Otherwise, it will confuse you. Okay, right now we are in the middle of EC2. VPC we will understand later. Just like EC2, VPC is also AWS service. Now pay attention. So what is firewall? This firewall is just like any other firewall. If there is a traffic, if there is a request coming for your EC2, and if this request is not valid, it is not approved by admin, then this request will be rejected right here. Okay, this request will never go to your EC2. Okay, so this, let me write it here. So what is security group? Security group is a firewall around your EC2. Okay, it's a firewall around your EC2 and it is must. Okay, it is must. You cannot have an EC2 without firewall. It is not possible. Okay, and this security group by default blocks everything, blocks all traffic. Okay, if you want to allow some traffic, then you have to define it. I will show you how to do that. But security group is a firewall around your EC2 that blocks everything. Okay, so it basically protects your EC2. So I told you we have key pair. Key pair is like a key pair. Okay, key pair is like password. Okay, it's a file, right? So every time you log into your EC2, it will ask you for key pair. It's a authentication based security, and this is network based security. Are you understanding different ways? Security is not just this is what I was telling you last time. Security is not just one answer. Different ways are there in which security is defined. Okay, so now what we are going to do here, you see, either it will create a new security group or it will go with existing security group. You can select any of your existing security group. What I'm going to do, I will go with create new security group. And here you see allow SSH traffic, allow HTTP traffic, HTTPS, allow HTTP traffic. Okay, so if I don't select this, and by the way, what is SSH? Anyone here who studied basic Linux command? I gave that as a homework. Have you guys came across SSH command? I hope all of you guys did the homework. What is SSH? Correct. SSH is secure shell. We use it to connect with remote server. Okay, to connect with Linux server. If you have a Linux server and you want to connect with it, for that we use SSH protocol. Now you tell me, if I don't select this, it means your security group doesn't have SSH protocol allowed. So will I be able to log into my EC2 even if I have key pair? The answer is no. But let's say I select this and I don't have key pair. Will I be able to log in? Again, answer is no. You need to satisfy both the condition. You need to satisfy both the condition. Then only it will work. But let me not select this. Okay, we will see the error. Okay, let me not select this. We will get the error and we will deal with it. Okay, so now pay attention. Here we define name, we provided name. Here we define software part. Here we define hardware part. Here we define password. And here we define network security. VPC we will see later, but here we define firewall, which also comes under your network. Okay, so software, hardware, password, network. What about storage? Because in instance type, it is about your instance type is about your security. Instance type is about your RAM and CPU. What about storage? So for storage, here we have, okay, we have this. So for example, let's say I want to have, see, by default, you get 8 GB of storage. And this is your root volume. What is root volume? Root volume is the volume where your operating system is installed. So if I'm going with Linux server, where is my Linux server is installed? Your Linux server is installed on this 8 GB of RAM volume. If I want more storage, I will simply increase this. I will increase this. But what if I want more volume? I will add more volume. Now I have a EC2 with 5 volume, 1 root volume and 4 different volume. Okay. But here you can see GP3. Okay, don't worry about it. GP3 we will see later. Later means just after EC2. Because EC2 storage is a very different topic. It's a very important topic. So we'll take it separately. But right now understand, if you want storage for your EC2, you add it like this. Okay. But you see, free tier eligible customer can get up to 30 GB of EBS. EBS is your storage. But this is above 30 GB, so it will cost you money. So make sure you are below 30 GB. Okay, the combination will still go beyond 30 GB. Is this 25, 8? No, it will still go beyond 30 GB. So this is good. Now you will have 2 storage volume. Okay, but let me remove it. We don't require it. So we will go with root volume. So here you define storage. Okay, and then leave everything else to default, number of instances. Now here you can define how many instances you want. So if I define 10, so AWS will create 10 server for me. If I define 1, AWS will create only 1 server for me. Okay, yes, we can add multiple storage to one instance like this. Add new volume, add new volume. Okay, just like this, you can add multiple storage for your one instance. Okay, so that's it. Here we define our storage, but don't storage we are not done. Storage is a very detailed topic. We'll see that. So here we define storage and here number of instances. And I'm going to now pay attention, guys, everyone. So now we are going to launch our instance. Okay. Now you see, this is the instance that is getting launched. Wait for it, and within few seconds, you will see our EC2 will be ready. Virtually, there is no limit on how many instances you can have. Of course, it depends on their hardware, but as I told you, they have biggest data center in the world, Amazon. Now you see, within few seconds, our instance is running. Okay. Now see, if I select this one, okay, if I select this, here you will see all the details. Why is not getting up? Here you will see all the details. The IP address of your EC2, public IP, private IP, DNS of your EC2. Okay, all lot of details you will see here. Okay, but that's not our concern. Now our EC2 is ready. How to connect with it? The question is how to connect with our EC2. So to connect with our EC2, what we are going to do? Here you see this connect button. Now there are multiple approach, multiple options to connect with EC2. Some of them option is, let me write here, connecting with EC2. Multiple options are there. One of them is Instance Connect. Let me show you this first method. So what I'm going to do, please don't do it. Okay, pay attention on what I'm showing. You can do that later. I will select my EC2 and I will click on connect button. Okay, and here you see EC2 Instance Connect. Go down here and you just need to click on this connect button. Click on this and it will open a Windows in your browser. And here you will get access to your EC2. What is the reason we are not able to connect with EC2? So what I'm going to do, how to add that? Select your EC2 and you can go to security tab. Here you see security group. This is your security group. I will open this in another tab. Okay, now security group consists of inbound rule. Okay, inbound rule is basically where it is. Yeah, this incoming rule is called as inbound rule. Okay, what is allowed? So you see, by default, inbound rule have nothing. So by default, security group blocks everything. So edit this. I want to allow SSH rule. So I will add a rule. And here you see different protocol. I want to allow SSH rule. So I will select SSH. Okay. Now SSH from where? Where you want to allow? Let's say I want to allow it from my friend's laptop. And the IP address of my friend's laptop is 192.163.11.22/32. Let's say this is the IP address of my friend's laptop. So I selected this. So can I say my friend will be able to access my EC2 from his laptop? Yes. But can I access this EC2 from my laptop? The answer is no, I cannot. Because it is allowing access from only from my friend's laptop. Okay. So here I will select my IP. What it will do, it will detect the IP address of my laptop. Now, can I say only I can access it and you guys cannot access it? Is that correct? But let's say I want to allow everyone. So here I will select anywhere. Anywhere is this 0.0.0.0/0. 0.0.0.0/0. This represents anywhere. Anywhere means any IP address, all the IP address. So anyone can access it. Say, although of course it is not good from security point of view, but it's just a demo. So save rule. Now if let me show you one more time. Click on connect button. Go here, EC2 Instance Connect. Again, click on connect button. Now see, let's see what happened. And you can see we got access to AWS service. We can access our AWS service. EC2. See, I'll tell you the reason. Connecting with EC2 is EC2 Instance Connect. Okay, this open a tab in your browser and give you access to EC2. Okay, and it doesn't ask for key pair. Why? We'll see in some moment. Another approach is CLI access. Okay, CLI access. This is also another approach. Now, I'll tell you. Okay, see, you know what? Let me tell you the reason right now. Why? Why it doesn't ask for key pair? See, for this option, you require this connect button. Okay, this connect button is available where? This connect button is available in your account. So tell me, if a person wants to use this connect button, don't you think they need to first log into your account? And obviously, if some person is logged into your account, can I say that person is already authenticated person? So if that person is already authenticated, then do you think you need to ask again that person key pair? If someone is accessing from connect button, then it already means that person is already authenticated. Is that understanding correct, guys? That's why it is not asking you key pair. But you tell me now, this I'm accessing from AWS environment. But what if I try to access my EC2 from outside of AWS environment, from my local machine, from CLI? Don't you think here, do you think here it should ask for key pair? All of you guys agree? So yes, here I have to provide key pair because now I'm going to connect with my EC2 from my local machine. I'm outside of AWS right now. Earlier, I was logged into my account from browser, but now it will ask me key pair. Okay, so first of all, what I'm going to do, my key pair is in desktop folder, so I will go in desktop folder. Okay, so I'm going to show you a command to log into EC2. Okay, and don't worry, I'm going to explain you the command, so pay attention. You are already logged into your account. Okay, then CLI from terminal, CLI, terminal, command line, whatever. Here you need key pair. Okay, now what is the command? The command, let me show you. The command is, pay attention, I'm going to show you the template. SSH, command is SSH. Okay, -I. This is the command. SSH-I. This is your SSH command. See, to connect with Linux server, you require SSH protocol. Okay, to connect with Windows server, you require RDP protocol. These are the different protocol. So if you have a Linux server, in security group, you will add SSH rule. If you have Windows server, in security group, you will add RDP rule. Okay, and for Linux server, you need to run SSH command. So command is SSH-I. Okay, but SSH-I what? You need to provide some additional information. Okay, what is that information? First of all, and see, guys, please let me please don't type anything, because other people, you might already know it, but other people might get confused. Okay, I'm sorry. I that's a very good thing that you guys are contributing, and it shows that you guys have good knowledge. I'm very glad. But sometimes if a person is coming from non-IT, it might confuse them. So I'm very glad, but just let me just finish it, then you can put your input as well. This batch is quite nice. I don't want to offend anyone, but let me just do it a little bit. Okay, so now see SSH-I and understand the approach how I'm teaching. See SSH-I, but which server you want to connect to? Which server you want to connect with? Don't you think you need to give the address of that server first? I want to connect with this server. There are millions of servers all over the world. So what I will do, I will give the address of this server, IP address. So I'll give this public IP address. Okay, or let me give a template. I will give public IP address of server. Okay. Now, when you log into any laptop, you provide your details. You provide your username and password. So I'm logging into this server. I need to provide my username. So what I'll do, I will provide username @ this server. I want to SSH I want to log into this server, and this is my username. Pratik @ this IP. Pratik @ this IP. Okay. Now, along with username, you need to provide password. But in AWS, we have key pair, right? Instead of password. So here, I will provide my key pair. Understand English. I want to log into this server. This is my username and this is my password. Did you understood the template? SSH-I key pair username @ public address. If I have taught you in this one linear way, it would have been difficult to understand. But I told you in English format. I want to log into this server. This is the address of server. This is my username and this is my password. And this is the template you have to use. Is it simple now, everyone? Okay. So whatever server you want to log in, just replace this part. For example, for my current server, values will be SSH-I. First of all, you need to provide key pair. Now we will go in sequence. Provide key pair. So I will go here. I'll select my EC2. I'll search for my key pair. Yeah, this is key pair. Copy this. SSH-I key pair .pem. It's a PEM format. Okay. Then username. Default username is EC2-user. This is the default username. Then @ symbol. Then IP address. This is your SSH command. Okay. Now, one more time, I'm repeating again, but this time I will log in. Pay attention. One more time, I'm repeating. SSH-I provide key pair. What is the key pair? EC2-KP 5th August. Okay. So this is my key pair. Okay. And it is in my current folder. Then provide your username. Default username is EC2-user. @ then paste your, sorry. Now we need to provide IP address. Let me copy the IP address. Okay. All right. So here, this is the command that will work. Okay. 100% it will work, but still we will get error. But error I will get. That error will be different error. It's nothing related to AWS. It's a Linux error I will get. And if you guys have done the homework, you guys should be able to answer me the solution for that error. So everyone, Azrat, this is my terminal. This is my terminal. This is my local machine CLI. Okay, this is called as command line. Just like in your Windows, you have command prompt. This is terminal in Mac OS. In Linux also, it is called as terminal. Chmod command is used to give permission. What is happening? It is telling the file that I have. Now ignore AWS, ignore keep here. This is a simple file. This file doesn't have enough permission. And if your file doesn't have enough permission, then you cannot use it. So what chmod command does, it gives permission. And there are different permission. You can study that later. So I will give chmod 400. It's a Linux. It have nothing to do with AWS. It's a basic Linux. So chmod 400, and I will give my file name. Okay, this will give this file permission. So enter. Now it's given permission. So how many of you think this SSH command will work perfectly now? No folder. Let me create a folder. EC2 demo. ls, and you see my folder is there. If I go and if I connect from here, type ls, and you see EC2 demo, mkdir folder from EC2 Instance Connect. ls2 folder here, ls2 folder here. And study the session at the same time. You get the recording, do it when you get the recording. Otherwise, you will miss. I have trained more than 2,000 people all over the world, and this I'm telling you from experience. This time it was asking me key pair. Why? Because why it is asking key pair? Because, and by the way, here I'm creating notes for you side by side. Here you need to provide key pair because you are accessing EC2 from outside of AWS environment. Okay, doesn't ask for key pair because you are already logged into your account. You are within AWS environment. Okay, and your basic T2 macro is the second lowest. Anything above T2 macro is not free tier eligible. T1 macro is the exception. Tharun. Another question by Tharun: instance type doesn't create conflict with number of storage. Not really. That's a different part, but it's not that a big issue. Most of the time, it doesn't cause any problem. Tharun. Question by Nidhi Chauhan: we have not assigned the network. Then how come there is a private IP? Nidhi Chauhan, because by default there is a default network. Okay, so if you remember earlier, I was talking about VPC. So there is a default VPC, and because of that default VPC, it is assigned private IP. So when you don't select any different VPC, the default VPC is used. That's why I said earlier, it is optional. You don't need to select it because it's already default things are there. Username for EC2 instance that I showed here. Click on correct. Here you see username. Okay, or if you want, you can change it, but by default. Now, see. So this was your Linux server. Now I will show you Windows server, then we will see storage. So Windows server we will launch in the same way. So everyone please pay attention. I'm repeating it one more time. First of all, provide the name, let's say Windows EC2. Okay, then select your AMI. Right now I want to launch a Windows server, so I will select here Windows AMI. Okay, I can go with this free tier eligible AMI, or I can go with this other AMI. These are all free tier eligible, but these are not free tier eligible because here you are getting some extra software as well. SQL Server you are getting, Enterprise Standard Edition. Okay, so they will cost you money. So I will go with this Windows AMI, okay, which is free tier eligible. Then T2 macro, or I can go with any other instance, but I'll go with T2 macro. Okay. Or in fact, let me do one thing. Let me go with T2 medium. Okay, so you guys can go with T2 macro. I will go with T2 medium. Don't do practical right now, later. T2 medium I selected because just to show you that it will not cost you that much money if you delete it immediately. But what I want you to understand is Windows Server is very heavy. Windows operating system is very heavy compared to Linux. That's why I selected a little powerful instance. Okay, T2 medium. Then key pair, I can either create a new key pair just like earlier, or it is also possible to go with your existing key pair. If you want, you can select the same key pair for every EC2. That is not a good practice, but it is possible. Okay, or you can create a new one. Ideally, you should create a new one, but I'm showing you that this is also available. So I'll go with this RDP traffic. When I selected Linux, it was showing SSH. Why? Because for Linux AMI, SSH protocol is required. For Windows AMI, RDP protocol is required. Here you see, now it changed to RDP. Okay, so we will allow RDP rule. Now, and you see, for Windows, the storage is 30 GB. For Linux, it was 8 GB because Windows is more heavy than Linux. It consumes more storage. So by default, it is 30 GB by default. Okay, leave everything else to default, number of instance 1, and I will launch this instance. Okay, so my server is launched. Oh, sorry, not launched, it is launching. This EC2 Linux and this is Windows EC2. Let's wait for a minute. And by the time this is going on, okay, by the time this is going on, let me show you few extra features. Okay, for example, now I want to stop this server or I want to delete the server. So you get two options. Okay, first is you get terminate option, and second is you get stop option. These are the two options you have. Now what happens if you terminate a server? It is like permanent delete. If you terminate a server, you will never get it again. That server is deleted forever. But if you stop the server, it is temporary. Okay, so for example, if I select this and if I go to instance state, here I can stop the instance. Reboot is restart. Okay, so that's nothing to worry about. You can stop this instance. Stop. Let's wait for it. Stopping. And whatever I'm doing now, even a basic stuff, even this stopping and start, this you have to do once you get the recording. And I want you to just notice few things that happens with your EC2. And you see your EC2 is stopped. Okay, but I can start it again. Okay, so if you stop the EC2, this stopped EC2, okay. This stopped EC2 can be started again. So here is the example. Start. Okay, but once you terminate it, you will never get it again. I'll show you that also. Pending, wait for it. Okay, so even when your instance is stopped, there is some little bit charging is going on if you use a paid instance. Okay, somewhat little bit costing will be there associated with the stop instance. Okay, since it is stop, it won't be that big, but it will somewhat little bit costing will be there. But if you terminate it, then it will not charge you a single penny, because when you terminate it, it is gone forever. Okay, so I terminated it. Now it is shutting down. Wait for it. And you will see, even after termination, you will see this instance here for some time. That is fine. That is totally fine. No problem with that. Instance will be there for some time. But once it is terminated, after let's say after 15-20 minutes, it will be removed. Wait for it. Yes, see, it is terminated. It means it is deleted forever. You cannot start it again. Okay, you cannot start it. But it is still here. So don't worry. It will not cost you money. It will be removed after 15 minutes, 15-20 minutes. Okay, but you will still see it, but it is useless now. Okay, so that is the difference. When you terminate the server, it is deleted forever. When you stop it, it's a temporary. Okay, and obviously if your server is stopped or deleted, you cannot access it. Now, my Windows EC2 is here. Let me connect with it. So I'll connect with it, and to connect with it, it's a different approach. Okay, now you see here we have RDP client. Okay, here it will ask you to download this file. So let me download this file. Okay, it is RDP file. So this RDP file is downloaded. Okay, now in Windows EC2, we provide username and password. So here is your username. But what is the password? For EC2, we saw there is no password. For EC2, we saw we have key pair. So how to get the password? So what happens is, in Windows EC2, you upload your key pair. And here you click on get password. Here you upload your key pair, and your key pair is converted into a password. Right? See, for Windows EC2, it needs password. Okay, but EC2 supports key pair. So what happens? Your key pair is converted or decrypted into a password. So here I will upload my key pair and I will get the password for it. So let me upload the key pair. I will upload it from my local machine. Oh wait, I uploaded wrong key pair. Now see, I uploaded the key pair. This is the content inside of my key pair. I clicked on here, upload private key file. That's how. Okay, so I uploaded my key pair here, and this is my key pair. Now, when I click on decrypt password, it will convert this text that you can see into a password. So click on it, and this is my password. Okay, so let me copy this. Okay, this is my password. And now what I'm going to do, this file I downloaded, I will open this file and it will ask me for password. Let me show you 1 second. Okay, so I will click on this file. Now, 1 second. I will click on this file. Now everyone pay attention. Can you see this? Enter your user account. Everybody can see this. Username is already selected. Now it is here asking me password. I don't know whether you guys can see this or not. That's why I'm asking. Is everyone able to see this? Okay. And here I'm going to paste my password that I copied. Okay, so this is my password. Continue. Now continue. Now just wait and watch. So can you guys see in my MacBook, without installing any virtualization software, without installing anything else, I got this Windows machine. Okay, like this, you can have any server you want, any machine. This is the benefit of cloud. Here you see host name, instance ID, private IP address, public IP address, instance type, T2 medium that I've selected, everything. You cannot define username and password. Okay, you have to use the one that is provided to you. Now see. So this was your Windows EC2, and what I'm going to do, I will go back here. And so this is my instance, all right? So this is how you can create your instance. Okay, so I will delete this. Okay, so again, and you can see my previous EC2 not removed. Oh, it will take some time. Okay, so is everybody clear till this point? Tejas, while doing SSH, Bhanu, ask me the specific question. Always remember, whatever you don't understand, if you don't understand a topic, there is always a point where you lose the understanding. Try to always ask question on that point, specific to that point. Ask specific question. Then we can understand which part is you're finding difficult. That is the correct way of understanding the problem and clearing the topic. Question by Tejas, while doing SSH to Linux instance, I was not able to create directories. Tejas, please don't do, as I said, guys, don't do practical with me. I created directory in front of you. This is what happens when you do practical at the same time. You will miss on what I already did. So Tejas, please do it once you watch the recording. Because for creating directory, there is no issue that you can get. You might have missed something that I did previously. Are you getting the point, Tejas? Because you only require mkdir command. Nothing special you require for creating directory. There is no other solution. Only that one command is required. Question by Lakshmanan. So with the help of EC2 service, one can work with powerful computer. Even though he has normal, you can work with normal basic computer as well, Lakshmanan. We saw that there were so many instance types. Okay, many of them had 1 GB, 2 GB of drive as well. You don't need to go with directly 100 GB of EC2. You can go with any one of them. For stop instance, charges will be there if AMI is free tier. No, Megnath. If you stop your EC2 and if it is free tier, in free tier, it will not cost you money. If you go with if you go with any other server which is not available under free tier, there it will cost you money. Question by Sai Kishore, add on the above question with common public address, how AWS points to correct system. That happens behind the scenes, Sai Kishore, that we don't know. We don't get that visibility. Okay, I'll tell you but one thing, Sai Kishore, there is something called as EIP. Okay, Elastic Interface. Yeah, sorry, ENI, Elastic Network Interface. So Elastic Network Interface is something that points your EC2 with the host ID of the actual server. But we don't get details to that. That is not shown to user. Sai Kishore. Good question, by the way, Sai Kishore. Question by Mohammed Shamim. Can we access previous Linux machine from Windows? No. Yeah, actually you can do that. In your Windows, see, whatever command I ran today, you guys can do the same thing in your Windows laptop. Just because I'm using MacBook, it doesn't mean it will not work in your laptop. In your Windows laptop, you need to use PowerShell and it will work as it is. Not even a single change is required. Just follow what I did in the recording. It will work as it is. Ashay, to create the password, what you have to do, you need to connect with this. You need to go to RDP client and here you need to click on get password, Ashay. And here when you upload your file, let me upload my file again. See, I uploaded my file. Now when you click on decrypt password, it will convert your uploaded file into a password. Can I say I got the same password again? Why? Because I uploaded the same file again. So obviously you will get the same password. I told you that file gets downloaded in your laptop. That file I'm talking about. When you create your EC2 and you create your key pair, this file will automatically get downloaded in your laptop. Same file you have to upload. Is that clear now? Everybody clear with how to get the password for Windows? Can we do create ID both instance and Linux? Yes, you can do that. Unable to connect instance, I don't know whether some of you people were not available in previous session or not. See, in my previous session, I defined this rule. Please don't do practical in the live class. If anybody have any issue with it, do you guys agree? If you want, I can give you the reason again. In my years of experience where I taught 2000 plus people different across different nation in online training, I don't conduct physical training, I conduct online training. What I have noticed, when you do the practical in the live class, it never works out. So everyone, can we come to the conclusion that please we will not perform any practical in the live class? Okay, please, because it creates a lot of problem. I showed you at the time, you were not looking, you were doing your practical, that's why you're facing error. And please be honest, be frank. If you have any doubt, you can talk to me. If you don't agree with this approach, instead of failing and then changing your approach, get the advice of an experienced person, and you will not waste your time. Everybody agree with this? We will not perform any practical. You will get the recording, and while watching the recording, you can stop it and you can do your practical. Okay, you can trust me on that. How to get redirect RDP information? You don't need to get it. You just need to click on that software that you installed. Bhanu, this file that I installed, downloaded earlier, you get that here. You download this file and then you click on that file. That's it. You don't need to do any redirection by yourself. Download this file, click on this file, provide your password. That's it. Encryption detail you don't need to get. You upload your file and it will automatically convert it for you. You don't need to do it, Bhanu. Location of the file is whatever you choose, Rushabh. By default, in your laptop, it will get downloaded in download folder. Encrypted text. For paid account, why stopping of service will get charged for usage? It should be charged, but stop. Why? It should be chargeable, but stop. Why? You will still charge money because understand the process. The server is still allocated to you. And it's not just EC2 server. There is a storage with it. There is a networking details with it, networking configuration. For example, let's say I rent out a room for you. You want to live in my, you need a place to live. You rented out of a home. Let's say you are not in that home. You are on your vacation for 2 months. But does it mean you don't need to pay money for those 2 months? You are not there in that home. You will still pay the money because that home is assigned to you. Similarly, if you stop the server is still assigned to you. You can again start it whenever you want. And for that reason, it will cost you money. Let me launch a new instance. Okay, I will go with default configurations. This time I will show you something different. I will not select key pair. Okay, proceed without key pair. This also works. Launch instance. Okay, now you see only one instance, or sorry, this instance, sorry, this one. You see this instance? If you go to storage tab, you will see only one drive that is of 8 GB. It is attaching. Okay. Now this storage part that I'm going to cover, you will get many interview question. You can get many exam question on this. Okay. So now let me show you that. Let me explain. I will make it very simple for you. This is my laptop. Okay. Let's say my laptop have a storage drive attached to it. Internal hard disk drive. Let's say there's an internal hard disk drive attached to my laptop. Okay, that comes with my laptop. So let's say this is directly attached to my laptop. And there is an external hard disk drive. And this is attached. to my laptop, external hard disk drive. Now you guys tell me, if I destroy my laptop for whatever reason, let's say my laptop get completely destroyed. Obviously, I will lose data from my internal hard disk drive, correct? But will I lose data from my external hard disk drive? Let's say this is attached over a network. No, right? So here, this internal hard disk drive is called as ephemeral storage. This internal hard disk drive is called as ephemeral storage. Ephemeral storage is that storage which is more of a temporary based. It's a temporary based storage. Okay. Then we have external hard disk drive. This is called as persistent storage. Persistent storage means kind of a permanent, kind of, okay? Beyond the life of your laptop, this storage will still be there, even if your laptop gets destroyed. But this internal hard disk drive will get destroyed as soon as your laptop is also destroyed. Now, I hope everybody is clear. Very simple concept. Now, in case of EC2, we have instance store. In EC2 also we have two kinds of storage. There is for something called as instance store. Instance store is a ephemeral storage. Means what? If my EC2 goes down, my instance store also goes down. Okay. And I have something called as EBS, elastic block storage. EBS is my persistent storage. Means what? If my EC2 goes down, my EBS will still be there beyond the life of EC2. You know, there used to be advertisement in India. There was this LIC. Sorry for those people who are outside of India, you will not understand, but there used to be advertisement. It's a funny thing. Jeevan ke saath bhi, jeevan ke baad bhi. Okay, so EBS is that. It will be there beyond the life of your EC2. It will still be there until or unless you are not deleting it by yourself. EBS will be there. EBS is that LIC policy, insurance policy. Okay, so I'm sorry if those examples irritate you, but I do take such example. Okay, so yeah, this two storage you have. The good news is, okay, let me ask you as a question here. Which of this storage do you think will be more faster? What do you guys think? What is your answer? Okay. Okay, let me tell you, this is not that sometimes here we don't have third answer. So here the faster performance you will get with instance store. Okay. So the faster will be instance store. Why? Because instance store is locally attached. It is physically attached to your server. Sorry for that. Okay, sometimes I play. Instance store is physically attached. So obviously it will give you better performance. You want to copy data from from your drive, from C drive to D drive. Compare that to uploading that same file to Google Drive, which will give you better performance. When you do it from C drive to D drive, because it is happening within, it is physically attached. Here it is attached over network, so it depends on your network speed as well. Instance store is more performant. Okay, but problem with instance store is that it will get terminated. Now the good news is that today instance store is basically not valid anymore. Nowadays, whatever you get, whatever EC2 you get, that comes by default with EBS. Okay, they have kind of removed it. We can still get it, but to be honest, no one really use it. Okay, so you don't need to worry about it. Now you see my EBS have, sorry, my EC2 have this one storage. But does it mean I cannot add more once my EC2 is created? We can add more. Let me show you. I will open this panel, and here you see on the left side, we have this elastic block store. We have this volume. I will click on this. And here I can create a new volume. Okay, these two volume are of my previous session. You can ignore them. Wait a minute. Instance EC2 storage demo 0163. This is the ID. Go here, volume. This is my volume. Okay. So this is my volume 8 GB. Now we can create volume even beyond the EC2 instance. Okay. Even if our EC2 is already created. So click on create volume. Okay. And just 1 second. 1 minute. Okay. I'm checking something. Okay. All right. So we will create volume. Here it is asking me volume type. So these are the different volume type. We will see them. Here it is asking me storage. Let me go with 4 GB. Okay. Here it is asking me AZ availability zone. Let me select this one. Or let me select the first one. Okay. Snapshot. Snapshot is the backup. We will see that as well. Don't worry. We will see all of this thing in detail. Name external EBS. Okay. I will create this volume. So you see, now I have a new volume created, this one. Okay. Can I attach it to my EC2? Yes. Select this, go to action, and here you see, where is it? Attach volume. Click on this, and here you can select your EC2. Okay. See 0177 EC2 storage demo. Okay. So I'll select this one. This will be your device name. And click on attach. Wait a minute. Before that, let me again go to EC2. And you see, your EC2 have only one volume. But as soon as I click on attach volume here, if you refresh, now you see your EC2 have two volume, and you see this is getting attached. So you can attach EBS even after your EC2 is already created. Okay. You can attach your EBS even after your EC2 is already created. Right? That's the first part. Now, second thing, let me show you that one more time. Okay. For those people who want me to repeat, I'm repeating it one more time. So please pay attention. Click on create volume. Okay. Again, go with default volume type. This time I will select, let's say 8 GB. Let me select another EZ. Name EBS external EBS 2. Create volume. Okay. So this is my new EBS. Select this. Again, click on action. Again, click on attach volume. And here you will find your EC2. But as you can see, we did not find our EC2. Why? See, we know that in last session, I told you, these services are region based. EC2 is a region based. And EBS is not a AWS service. EBS is the part of EC2. It's not a AWS service. It's more of a feature of EC2. Now let's assume we have this region. Here we have this AZ, and please pay attention, it's a very important part. We have this another AZ. Let's say AZ1. And here we have AZ2. We have this 2 AZ. In AZ1, we have, let's say 1 EC2. and here we have a EBS. And here we have another EC2. Now, the limitation of EBS is that this EBS can be attached only to the EC2 from this AZ. It cannot be attached to the EC2 in another AZ, even though it is within the same region. It cannot be attached to the EC2 from another AZ. It can be attached only to the EC2 of the same AZ, not to another AZ. If you want EBS here, you need to create another EBS here in this AZ. Okay, let me tell you the proof. Let me show you the proof. If you select this EC2, you will see this EC2 is created in AZ2A. Okay, here it is created in AZ2A. But if I go to this volume, this one is created in 2B. That's why it cannot find the instance here. Is that making sense, everyone? Why it is not finding EC2 here? Because they are in different AZ. Is that understanding clear? This is the limitation of your EBS. Let me write here for you. Okay, I will create the notes for you. Okay, so don't worry. I will still suggest create your own notes, but you can refer to this as well. This will help you. This is temporary storage. Okay, EC2 goes down. Instance store goes down. It's ephemeral storage. While EBS is your elastic block storage, it is persistent storage. Okay, stays beyond life cycle of your EC2. Okay, and here one of its limitation is works only with EC2 from same AZ. It cannot connect with EC2 from different AZ. Guys, I hope, by the way, one more thing, I hope you're liking this approach of whiteboard. I don't teach from PPT. In PPT, everything is already created. So you don't, that's not a good way of teaching, at least my personal belief. I hope this whiteboard approach is something that you're understanding, because this is how we started our education in school. Now, next part. Okay, one more limitation I will tell you. You see, this EC2 currently have 2 server, 2 storage, 2 EBS. So we can say a single EC2 can have multiple storage attached. But if my EBS, this external EBS one, if it is already attached to an EC2, you see this attach volume option is not available. Why? Because it is already attached to a EC2. If it is already attached to a EC2, it cannot be attached to another EC2. Sarfaraz, AZ I already covered in previous session. Guys, those who were not in previous session, AZ region I already covered it. Please watch previous session recording. Region AZ that we already covered. You guys can see we don't have attach volume option. Why? Because this cannot be attached to another EC2. So second limitation is cannot be attached to multiple EC2 at once. And it have its own problem, but we have solution. So don't worry. Solution I will cover, we'll get there. Okay, so that is your instance store and EBS. Now we will go in depth. Okay, so and whatever I'm going to cover now, all of this thing can be asked in interview. You can get question in exam also. So pay attention, everyone. Server. Your server will not get copied. Data that you upload will get copied. Okay. So I was talking about data, not server. Server is an entire machine. Machine cannot be copied. Yes, if you can detach the server, for example, what I can do, I can detach the volume. Once I detach the volume, then I can attach it to any other EC2. But you need to first detach it. And that's a very, that's not a difficult, but it's very hectic. You will detach, attach, again detach, attach. That's not feasible. Okay, you can have shared storage, but that's a different service. I will tell you. Now pay attention, everyone. Create volume. Here you see volume type. General purpose SSD GP2, general purpose SSD GP3, provision IOPS SSD IO1, IO2, cold HDD, throughput optimized magnetic. Okay, this volume type is very important for you to understand. Now pay attention. Okay, first of all, we have general purpose SSD. GP2, GP3 doesn't matter, it's just a version. We have general purpose, we have provisioned IOPS SSD. Okay, let's study these two. These are the two most important. Now, general purpose SSD is, balance of cost and performance. You get a very good performance with general purpose SSD at a very effective, cost effective rate. So cost is not very high and performance is also good enough. That's why it is used in 90% or 80% of use cases. Okay, that's why it is used in 90% of use cases. Okay, so let me show you something practical. Here I selected GP2, general purpose. My storage is 100 GB by default. Now pay attention, we have IOPS. IOPS 300/3000. How many of you guys don't know what is IOPS? Otherwise, I will first explain that. Everybody here knows IOPS. You have a bike. How do you measure the performance of a bike? Different factors are there: speed, mileage, CC, engine. Different factors are there to measure the performance of your bike. How you will measure the performance of a EC2? Can I say, depending upon how much RAM you have, how much CPU you have, that will define the performance of your EC2. Similarly, the performance of your storage, there also you have multiple factors.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers advanced certification in cloud and DevOps in collaboration with IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you will learn a multitude of tools used in the industry such as Azure, DevOps, and AWS. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights, so visit the course page link given in the description and take a first step towards a career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
Practice it as soon as you get the recording. All right, so now I will go here in EBS. So you don't need to memorize the number. Okay, don't get into that loophole of memorizing the number, because every now and then AWS is going to release a new version. Today it's GP3, tomorrow it will be GP4, and new version will have different number. It will have more efficiency. It will be less. It will be more cost effective. It will be more performant, right? So don't get into memorizing the numbers. Understand the use case. Okay, understand that general purpose SSD is used most of the time because it is cost effective. Guys, please pay attention here. Okay, it is cost effective, plus it gives you very good performance. But provision IOPS SSD gives you highest performance because it is it provides you almost unlimited amount of IOPS. Okay, or at least 4 to 5 times more IOPS than your general purpose. But it is also the most expensive one. Cold HDD is it doesn't even have IOPS. It's a throughput based, and it gives you it gives you the worst performance. So cold HDD is used only when there is a, yes, Pramod, it's all dependent. But don't worry, you will still understand a lot of stuff. It's just a new version. It's just a IO1, IO2. IO2 is just a new version with more IOPS. Okay. They will keep launching new versions, and new version will be much more efficient. It will be more cost effective. Okay. Understand the difference between general purpose and provision IOPS. Otherwise, it's just a version. You need to understand the difference between, for example, iPhone and Android. Don't get into the difference between iPhone 14 and iPhone 15. It's just an advanced version. It have more feature. But the main difference is, what is the difference between iPhone and Android? There is the main concept lies. And throughput optimized HDD, I told you we use this in big data. Why? What was the reason? Can anyone tell me? Why I told you we use this in big data? Yes, because it have high amount of throughput, and that high amount of throughput allows you to process large amount of data in a very less period of time. There's a question in Q&A, difference between EBS and S3. See, generally I do not answer such question because see, we have yet to get to S3. Okay, so what happened is, we are covering EBS. So I cannot tell you the difference between EBS and S3 because you guys don't know S3. When we get into S3, there I will tell you what is the difference between S3 and EBS. But just to answer your question right now, Madhuri, the difference is basically, S3 is like a Google Drive, and EBS is like your hard disk drive in your laptop. That is the sole difference. Okay, but to understand more difference, you need to understand what is S3 first. If you don't know what is S3, you cannot understand the difference. So wait for a while. When we reach to S3, there I will cover the difference. Okay, but just to answer your question, the difference is the same difference that you have between Google Drive and your laptop hard disk drive. Okay. Now moving forward from here you can define your storage. Okay, size of your storage. Then here we saw AZ. Yesterday we saw two limitations of EBS. What were those? First limitation is, what was the first limitation? It is your EBS cannot connect with EC2 from different AZ. Okay, if you try to connect the EBS with EC2 from different AZ, it will not work. This part, this EBS cannot work with this EC2, and this EBS cannot work with this EC2. It can work with only from the same EC2 with the same AZ. Plus, a single EBS cannot be attached to multiple EC2. Okay, but that is a problem, right? Because if you take any real world application, many times we require a common storage. You have 10 servers, each server will have their own storage. That is fine. But we also need a common storage. That is a problem, right? So there is a solution for that. There are two solutions. First solution, let me write here for you. One second. First solution is something called as EBS multi-attach. Okay, this is a feature. But this feature is totally useless. Okay, I'll tell you the reason why. This feature is totally useless. Let me show you. So what I'm going to do, I will first of all create provision IOPS SSD. Okay, here I will give, let's say, 100 GB. And now, oh, wait a minute. I think they removed that feature. Yeah, here it is. So what I'm going to do, let me first of all create two EC2. I will go here. So these two EC2s are there. One is in 2A, another is in 2B. Let me create two more EC2. Server EBS multi-attach EC2. Okay, or let me just give simple name server. T2 micro, proceed without key pair. So we saw yesterday you need key pair. Okay, and please do try that. Okay, create a Windows EC2 and create a Linux EC2. Try this once at least. And I will create 2 server launch instance. Now what I want is that I want this 2 server to have a common storage of EBS. So this will be my server 1 and this will be my server 2. But we already know that is not possible. Don't worry. Let me show you something. It is in A availability zone. Now, if you go here, you will see provision IOPS SSD IO2. And here you see a feature called as enable multi-attach. Okay. So now you will say, Pratik, yesterday you were saying that EBS doesn't support multi-attach. Now you're saying it support that. But see, the problem is, if I select, let's say GP2, okay, which is the most popular volume type, do you see multi-attach feature? No. If I select GP3, do you see multi-attach feature? No. If I select throughput optimize HDD, again we cannot see multi-attach. If I select cold HDD, again there is no multi-attach. If I select provision IOPS SSD IO1, again no multi-attach, right? Now look at the problem. What AWS is telling you that it will provide you that feature of multi-attach, but only then when you use their most expensive volume type. Now you tell me, I don't need that much IOPS. Okay, my system is very is not getting that many requests. It's getting very low amount of read and request. Or let's say I'm working in big data where I need throughput optimize HDD. Now you tell me, just for this one single feature, should I go with the most expensive volume type? Does it make any sense? Are you guys understanding why I said this feature is totally useless? Just for this one feature, it is asking me a lot of money. Okay, now let's just say I created this. Okay, and here let me go with 100 IOPS. Okay, just to make sure my costing is not big. Let's just say I select this. Okay, name EBS multi-attach. Okay, when you enable this feature, it will support multi-attach. Okay, when you enable this feature, it will support multi-attach. So let me create the volume. Okay, now let's see whether it's working or not. So this is my EBS multi-attach. Okay, so what I told you, when you enable this multi-attach feature, it will work with it will connect with multiple EC2. So let me attach it. Action, attach volume, and here you see I can see all my server. So let me attach it to server 1. Okay, attach volume, and there you go, we got error. Volume is multi-attach enable and T2 micro does not support multi-attach. Look at the problem. What is happening here? See, I'll tell you the reason. Why this EBS multi-attach feature is useless? Because it has 2 limitations. Okay, first limitation is it needs to be provision IOPS SSD, okay, and that too IO2, which is the most expensive volume type. Okay, for this one version, for this feature, I need to use most expensive volume type. Second limitation is it supports only nitro based instance. Now, what is nitro based instance? Don't worry, I will tell you that in a moment. Okay, but these two are the limitations. Now, first of all, this is very expensive, the most expensive. Then on top of it, multi-attach feature does not support most of the EC2. Okay, if you remember, I showed you that instance type yesterday. Have you guys read about that? Read that documentation? I told you to read about it. Have you guys just gone through this? So see, there are some advanced instance type that are called as nitro based. Nitro based means they have some specialized hardware called as nitro based chip. This is a very powerful hardware, very powerful instance type. Okay, that is used in HPC and higher environment. So EBS multi-attach support only those instance type. So now look at the situation. To use this feature, I need to use most expensive volume type, and I also need to use most expensive instance type. What if I don't have that much need? That is the problem. Everybody clear why this feature is useless? Just for one feature, I need to use the most expensive volume type and most expensive instance type. But this instance type is not the most expensive one. There are even more expensive one, but still it's very expensive. What if I just need T2 micro or T2 medium? It also required same AZ. It cannot work with EC2 from different AZ. Manicrow. Everybody clear with this? Now, there is one more solution. We'll see that solution today. Okay, it's a different service that is also, again, very important. Now, let me just delete this volume because it's a Pro IO 2. It can cost money, so I will delete it. And remember at this point, whenever you create anything, and once you're done with your demo, delete it immediately. Okay, now let's move forward. Here you define volume type, here you define storage, here you define AZ. Now, what is snapshot? Let's try to understand this. So snapshot is basically the backup. Okay, snapshot is basically the backup of your data. See, I'll give you a very simple example. It's not the process of backup. It is the backup. Let me tell you a very simple example. Okay, so let's say this is my old smartphone. Okay, now in this smartphone, I have WhatsApp and I have all the WhatsApp chats. Okay, in this smartphone, I have all the WhatsApp chats. Now, every day at 2 a.m. in the morning, what happens? Every day, your WhatsApp takes a backup into your iCloud or Google Drive. Okay, every day your WhatsApp takes backup into your cloud, right? And tomorrow, when you buy a new smartphone, okay, tomorrow when you buy a new smartphone, what happens? When you download and install WhatsApp, you log in using your number. Your WhatsApp gives you the option that, hey, we found your backup in your drive. Do you want to restore? Okay, so when you restore, what happened? All of these chats are recovered in your new smartphone as it is, right? So this is the process of backup, and this is the process of restoration. Okay, now every day when you take backup into your Google Drive, what happens there? In your Google Drive, the file that you see, those files can be called as backup file. Okay, those files can be called as backup file, and those are called as snapshots. So understand the difference. These are, let me just write here, backup file. Okay, so backup is a process. Backup is the process that happens every day. The end result that you get, the end result is some file, and they are called as backup file. So when you do the restore, you restore from this file. Is this file readable? Have you guys ever tried to read this file? Is it readable? No, it is not. It is encrypted in a way that you cannot read it. but they can be used to restore your message. Once you restore, here you can read everything. Okay, but those are backup files. Now everybody knows this process. Now similarly, we have, let's say, a EBS. I will not draw the EC2, although EC2 is always attached to EBS, but let me not draw it again and again. So we have this EBS. Now in EBS, you can take backup. Okay. Now backup is in two ways. Either it can be manual backup, that I can take backup whenever I want, or it can be automated backup that will happen every day at some point. Okay, it's not just every day, at a schedule basis, every day or on every Monday or every Saturday, like that. So every day or routinely a backup will happen, and backup will be stored in S3. Now what is S3? We haven't seen S3. S3 we'll see after VPC. So S3 right now, everyone understand, it is like your Google Drive. Okay, we will not get into S3 right now, otherwise it will distract us from our ongoing topic. But S3 is like Google Drive. It's a cloud storage. So every day when your EBS takes backup, your data goes to S3. Okay, so this backup process happens. Okay, and on S3, you get backup files. Those backup files are called as snapshot. Okay, the backup files that you get here, those files are called as snapshot. And tomorrow, when you create a new EBS, you can choose to restore from this snapshot. You can choose to restore from this snapshot. So if you compare it with our daily example of WhatsApp, you will understand this concept easily. Okay, that's why I first explained you that WhatsApp concept. Now this is very simple. Okay, the file that you see in your Google Drive, okay, that is snapshot of your basically snapshot in technical terms. Okay, now let me show you this option. If I go here, okay, now here you will see in my account there are multiple snapshots. Okay, and these are some snapshot that many of these snapshot are you will find by default in AWS. Okay, so these are the snapshot. I have some of the snapshot I have taken previously. I can recover from them. Okay, I can restore from them. Or a simple way I'll tell you. Let's say I have this EBS. Okay, I have this EBS. I can take snapshot. So action create snapshot. Don't do practical, please pay attention here. Here I can click on create snapshot. And this is the manual backup. Why? Because I am doing it. It's not automated. I am selecting the volume. I am going to action and I'm clicking on create snapshot. So here I can write manual backup. Okay, create snapshot. Now you see successfully created snapshot, this ID from volume, this ID. So on the left panel here, you will see below volume, you have this snapshot. You can go here and you see this is my snapshot. It is completed. But see, understand, snapshot is a lengthy process. It will take time. Of course, here we have only 4 GB of volume. And on top of it, it is empty. So there is nothing much to back up. That's why it happens so quickly. But this is a manual snapshot. But let me go back here. How to set up automated backup that will happen every day. Okay, how to set up automatic backup, right? Yes, guys, I said that your backup will be stored in S3. Snapshot will be stored in S3. Can you see that? The answer is no. Just like in your laptop, there are some hidden folders. This, this snapshot is not visible directly. Okay, S3, AWS hides it. So to make sure that it is not, it is hidden. Can this be done between two easy? I will get to that. That's a very good concept. I will get to that in a moment. Let's do. Now, you guys see, where I was. Okay, so we have a lot of volume. Let me delete most of them. 1 minute. Otherwise, it will lead to confusion. Okay. Now you see, let me go with any of this different volume. Let me create a new volume with the new name 4 GB, and here I will give a name EBS automated backup. So it's just a name, okay, so that we can identify it. Create volume. Now you guys see this. Here I have this volume. Okay. Now how to take automated backup? I can go to action, and here you will see create snapshot lifecycle policy. Okay. I will go here. So what is happening? We are creating a policy. Policy is something, which is for long term. Okay, which can happen automatically. So I am creating a policy right now. Now here I will select volume, target resource type, basically for what you are creating policy. Either you can create a policy for an instance, or you can create policy directly for volume. So you see my volume is selected here, name EBS automated backup, or you can add more volume. Here you can provide name of your another volume. Select any other volume, and you can now create backup for policy for both of this. Okay, so let me not create all of them at once. Let's go one by one. So I am creating policy for this volume, right? Now here you can define description, anything, let's say automated backup. Okay, here you see some IAM role. IAM role ignored today. Okay, so can we first complete this automated snapshot? Automated snapshot I have yet to cover, Chandan. I'm just covering that. Can we first cover this? Then I will again go back and tell you how to take manual snapshot. Guys, everybody is on the same page. Can we cover automated snapshot right now, first of all? Okay. Now see, here you can see IAM role. So ignore this. IAM is a dedicated AWS service. It's a security service. Okay, that we will see later on. Just like we skip the VPC part, today we are skipping this IAM role part. We have a dedicated, around 4-hour session on this, or 3 to 4 hour session on this. So ignore this as of now. Go with the default value. Now tags, if you want, you can provide. Policy status enable. Now when your policy is enabled, backup will happen every day. When your policy is disabled, backup will not happen. Okay, so keep it enabled. And here comes the main part, most important part. Here you define schedule of your backup. Okay, for example, here I can define a daily schedule in every 12 hours. So let's say every day backup happens at 9 a.m. Okay, 9 o'clock UTC time zone. It is by default UTC time zone. You have to adjust it according to your own time zone. So what happens? Daily backup will happen at 9 o'clock in the morning. Then after 12 hours, again 9 o'clock will backup will happen at 9 p.m. So 9 a.m. in the morning, 9 p.m. in the evening. But what if I take it as a, let's say, 6 hour? Now first backup will happen 9 o'clock in the morning. Next backup will happen when? Next backup will happen at 3 p.m. after 6 hours. Next backup will happen at 9 p.m. Another backup will happen at 3 o'clock. So in a day, 4 backups are happening. What if I select 24 hours in every 24 hours? So it's a 1 backup per day. Today it will happen at 9 o'clock. Tomorrow again it will happen at 9 o'clock. Daily at 9 o'clock a backup will happen. Or it's not just daily, you can also keep it, let's say, weekly. So for example, in some of our projects, we have backup on every Saturday and Wednesday. So every Saturday and Wednesday at 9 o'clock or 3 a.m. in the morning, which is the general time zone, 3 a.m. in the morning, backup will happen. Okay. Generally, it's mostly you will find daily backup, or in some cases, weekly backup. Right. Then here, let's say you can have monthly as well. So on the 1st of every month, or you can have a backup on the, let's say, last day of every month. Either, see, in some months have 28 as the last day, some month have 30 as the last day. So which one to select? Select last. Okay, so whether it's a 28 days month, whether it's a 30-day month, whether it's a 31st day, 31-day one, it will happen on the last day. But generally no one goes with monthly. It's always a daily backup, because you don't want to lose your data. So daily backup is preferred, even though it is after every 24 hours. But this is the part where you define the schedule of your backup. Okay, now are you guys this much is enough, but are you guys interested in understanding in this in depth? If you guys are interested, I will cover one extra topic for you. Great. Now, how does this backup happen? You will not get this in interview, but you guys should know, if I believe. How does this backup happen? See, backup happens in two ways. Okay, two approaches are there. First is full load, another is incremental. Let me tell you. So let's say this is my EBS. Okay, and here I have my backup. Here I have my backup. And this is my EBS. Okay, so let's say it's day one. It's day one. And on day one, we have, let's say, we don't have a lot of data, but let's say we have data, let's say A and B. Okay, A and B. So on day one, when you take backup, okay, the A and B will be copied. A and B will be taken as a backup, right? But on day two, you receive some new data. Okay, on day two, let's say you receive C and D. Now tell me, you already have a backup of A and B. Do you want to take backup of A and B again? No, right? If you're taking backup of A and B, C, D, if you're taking backup of all the four, even though you are replacing it here, of course, you will not keep the multiple copy, then that is called as full load. If you take backup of everything again and again, every day, you're taking backup of everything, that is called as full load. But if you take backup of only C and D, then that is called as incremental backup. I mean, it's very simple, right? Why take the backup of the things that is already backup? So take the backup of only new data, incremental data, right? Then on day three, you don't receive any new data. But on day three, your B got updated. Your B value got updated. So obviously it's a new data, even though it's not a new file, but your existing data got updated. So you want to take backup of that as well, ideally. Okay, you will take backup of your updated data as well. So this data will be taken as a backup. This also comes under incremental backup. And guess what type of backup your EBS performs? It performs incremental. Most of your AWS service perform incremental backup. Okay, so why incremental backup? Because it is more effective. It saves a lot of effort. Why take the backup of the same thing again and again? Okay, and here you see retention type. Okay, retention type, here you can define count, let's say 2. Now what is the meaning of this? See, if you are taking snapshot every day, okay, let's say, so on 30 August, let's say I want to do restore from previous day. Okay, so I need 29th August backup, or let's say I need 28th August backup, or let's say I need 27th. Let's say I need last 1 week of backup. But do you think I should store backup of 1st and 2nd August? Do you think I should store backup from July, June, March, April? Are those necessary for me? I mean, that's already old data. I have latest backup. Why I will refer to older backup? Because see, this backup is not free. Whatever we are covering, none of this is free. You can try this out in your free tier, but in a project level, it is not free. The more snapshot you will have, the more cost it will, the more it will cost you. So why unnecessarily see the problem with the daily backup is that daily snapshot you will have. Why take daily snapshot? Why store older snapshot when your latest 2 snapshot will do the job? So retention type count is 2. It means my latest 2 snapshot will be stored. Tomorrow, if the new snapshot comes up, then my third snapshot will be deleted. You don't want to keep all the everyday backup, entire years of backup. You just want to keep the latest backup, and that will do the job. So this is the part where you can define schedule. And if you want, you can define multiple schedule as well. Okay, one will be your daily backup schedule, another will be your weekly schedule, another will be your monthly schedule. Okay, so like this, you can define multiple schedules. This is automated backup. This backup happens every day. You just need to set it up once and it will happen every day. You don't need to worry about anything. AWS will do the job. All right. Now, here you see cross-region copy. Now, this is a very interesting concept. I will get to it. But let me tell you something. How many retention type you will see here? We have age as well. Okay, but age is not really recommended because here you can see it can be defined in days, week, month. But that is not reliable because it depends on what kind of backup you have taken. Are you taking a daily backup? Are you taking weekly backup? Okay, so it is not reliable. So we generally go with count. Now see, I'll tell you a very interesting concept and this can be asked in interview. So please pay attention. When we take backup of our, that is already done, Rajiv. We don't do that. We don't get access to do that. That is already done by AWS. Now see everyone. Here, when you take backup in your backup of your WhatsApp, okay. So by default, when your smartphone is there, can you move the message from your smartphone to another smartphone? Is there any way to do that in WhatsApp? I don't think so. I have WhatsApp chat of 100 people. Can I move the exact same chat in someone else's phone? I don't think that is possible. But you tell me, when we take backup, don't you think we are doing the same stuff? EBS cannot connect with EC2 from another EC. This is still valid. But the concept that I want to explain you right now is EBS cannot move. But what if I take a backup? What if I take a snapshot? Okay. What if I take a snapshot? What if I take a snapshot and I cannot move EBS, but snapshot can be moved? Okay. Snapshot can be moved to another AZ. Snapshot can be copied. So I will copy the snapshot. And the restoration that I can do from this AZ, the same restoration I can do in this AZ. So here I will restore a new EBS from this snapshot. So if I restore a new EBS from this snapshot, don't you think it will also have the same data as this EBS? So I still cannot move my EBS. My EBS will still belong to the same AZ. But can I say I did the job of copying my data from one AZ to another AZ in EBS? The same approach of your WhatsApp. That's why I always take the example of WhatsApp. And when I ask such a question in interview, I don't understand why people are not able to answer. This is something that you see technology uses in everyday life. Okay, and let me tell you, snapshot have one more capability. See, here you will see cross-region copy. You can select this, and here you can select another region as well. Okay, here I can select another region. Now what happens every day when my backup happens, every day when snapshot created, it is also copied to another region. It will not just stay in one region. It is also copied in another region. Additional charges apply, obviously. And remember this thing, in AWS, whenever you do anything that goes from one region to another region, it will charge you more money, because you are literally moving something from one part of the world to another part of world. Obviously it will cost you money. Okay, and I can see a lot of questions where people are asking, does it cost money? Does it cost money? Everything costs money. What doesn't cost money, I will tell you that. Okay, but assume that everything costs money, right? And especially when you move something from one region to another, that costs more money. So you see what is happening here. We are working in Ohio region. So every day a backup is stored in your Ohio region, but here I will select AP South 1, which is Mumbai region. So every day my backup is moved to Mumbai region as well. So tomorrow, let's say some disaster happen, God forbid some disaster happen, and Ohio region is not available. So my system will go down, but no problem. I can restore backup from my Mumbai region. Are you understanding how the planning is done at a global scale? How it gives you high availability at a global level? These are the features that AWS provide. Right? And of course, this expire in 1 day. So after 1 day, this data will be expired, but you can increase it, obviously. So can I say, if I restore my EBS from another EZ, is it valid for a region as well? In Mumbai region, can I also get the same data as this EBS? Where you get product-based company, or where you have a good pay packages. There they will ask you question on such internal topic. Of course, if you're a fresher, they will not ask you this. Nobody expects this from you. But I'm asking to IT people. For you guys, this is important. Okay. So this is how. And always remember, there is no sync. Okay, you cannot have sync between two EBS in different EZ. You cannot have sync between two EBS in different region. That is not possible. But this is a workaround. This is a workaround of copying your snapshot. Okay, now you will say, Pratik, here we copy snapshot across region. Fine. But how to copy snapshot across AZ, that I will also show you. Okay, but you get the point. This is how daily backup works. Now see, another, here you can add tags. Okay, copy tags from source. All right, so your snapshot will also get the tag as your EBS. Here you see snapshot archiving. So for example, here your snapshots are archived. Okay, basically archiving your data. All of the snapshots are put together at one place. That is archiving. Another very important concept is fast snapshot restore. This is also asked in interview, but again, when I say this is asked in interview, those are rare companies. Okay, product based or companies or like startup, where you get good packages, but they are also very technically challenges. Now, what is fast snapshot restore? This concept, very extremely important. See, I'll tell you. Let's say, where is that diagram? Okay. Let's say this is my backup. Okay. This is my backup. From this backup, I restore a EBS volume. This is my restored volume. Right? Now this restoration will happen lazily. By the way, right now I'm going beyond our course content. This is not the part of your course content, but I'm explaining just for knowledge. This is not required for you. Okay, so when you restore the data, restore happen lazily. Okay, slowly restoration will happen. But your EBS will become available. Even before entire restoration happens, your EBS will become available. Can you tell me what should be the error here? If this restore happen, if this EBS becomes available even before restoration happens completely, anything, do you think any kind of error we can face? What do you guys think? Think about it. Missing data, under process, system won't boot. No, system will boot. If it is available, system will boot. Data is not available, correct. Missing data, correct. Okay, so let's say slowly data is restoring. And up until now, only A is restored. B, C, D, they are not restored. And I connected this volume with the EC2. I connected this volume with the EC2. Now, if I try to access A, will I get it? Yes or no? Guys, why no? I told you, A has been restored. A is there. How can you say no? A is there. No, it's not until all data restored. I asked you about A, not B, C, D. I asked for A, so A is restored, so I will get A. But what if I'm asking for C? Will I get it? No. But wait, here is the problem. You tell me, if I'm not getting that data, then ideally don't make it available. If you cannot give me all the data, then don't make it available. That should be the ideal approach. So what happens when you try to access C? Everything else will stop and it will restore C immediately. Of course, you will get some little bit lag, but C will be made available for you. The simple example I will give you. Let's say my boss has given me some target. My boss has given me 3 tasks. And I know I have entire month to do that task. So I will do them lazily. I will think, let me do some time pass. And towards the end, and this is our day-to-day reality. Okay, this happens. And I'll be honest, I'm very efficient in doing such stuff. How do you think I take out time for my business and my content creation in my office job? So I do a lot of time pass. Towards the end of the month, I will do my remaining 3 tasks. But if my boss tells me, Pratik, you have to give presentation on upcoming Monday. So what I will do? I will immediately get on the task for which I need to do presentation. Let's say my boss tells me, Pratik, on second task, I need to do immediate presentation. So I will immediately do my second task. I will stop everything. I will stop my training. I will stop my business work. I will stop everything. And I will immediately do my second task because there is a demand for it. So when there is a demand for the data which is not restored, that data is restored immediately to serve that data. So you will get C as well, but with little bit of lag. Okay, so if my boss tell me, Pratik, you have a presentation tomorrow, and I haven't done my work, so I will stay all up night and I will do my work. So, but obviously that work might have some problem. It might not be as efficient. But I will make sure I give my boss some data, some presentation. Do you get the point? This is lazily restored. Now, if you simply select this option, if you don't select this option, then this will happen. But if you select this option, that's it. Everything will be restored at once. Then it's a fast restore. As soon as you restore, everything will be restored immediately. So will I get any lag? No, everything is restored immediately. That's the basic concept of fast restore. Will it cost extra money? Obviously, AWS is giving you something premium. It will obviously cost money, extra money. Okay, but you will not get any lag. You will get, and see, this is important when you are working in such scenario where you have high amount of requests. Okay, you are working with a client at a global scale, and there you are using lazy restoration. Then of course you will have it will lead to a lot of disaster at a long run, right? So here it is fast restoration if you just select this one option. Okay, so that is your daily backup, automated backup. Everybody clear with this part? Automated backup. Did you guys love the session? Because most of this part is not the part of your course content. If I just stop here explaining this much part, that is more than enough for you. But extra part I explain for people with experience background, because when you go for interview and you have a lot of years of experience, then you are expected to know such stuff. And for fresher, this is gold. And if you guys don't mind, I will tell you one more thing, something beyond our course content. How to restore? Yes, I'll get to that. Now, let's say my snapshot is there. Okay, this snapshot I had taken earlier, manual. Let me tell you one more time how to take manual snapshot. Select your volume, and please don't do practical. Pay attention on what I'm showing. Action, create snapshot. That's it. Select your volume, action, create snapshot. Create policy is a automated. Create snapshot is a manual. Provide some description and create snapshot. All those people who said they did not understood, is this clear now? Yeah, obviously fast snapshot restore obviously require additional resource. That's why they are costing, they will charge you extra money. Okay, so let's say whether it's a manual backup or whether it's a automated backup, whatever it is, but you got one snapshot. Okay, you have some snapshot. How to do restore? Very simple. Select snapshot, go to action and create volume from snapshot. So again, I'm creating volume, but I'm creating volume from this snapshot. So look at the ID 647A. So action, create volume from snapshot. Okay, so here you see, now I'm restoring volume. It will feel like I'm creating a new volume, but no, it's not a new empty volume. It's a new restored volume. Why? Because we are recovering from a snapshot. And this new volume will also have same configuration as your snapshot. But if you want, you can increase it. If you want, you can change volume type. Totally fine, no problem. Okay. And here you can create volume. Yeah, actually, see, I don't want to offend anyone because sometimes people get offended. But this is why I had told you on the first day, like, do not interrupt the trainer. Okay, when someone is explaining and you interrupt their flow, you miss out on a lot of stuff. Okay, because anyone can teach you this, any technical person who is working in industry. But when a person is coming from a good experience background, he have a lot of knowledge. I'm not boosting myself, but I'm telling you about any other person who is from experience background. He can showcase his experience that can help you in many parts. Okay, that's why I always recommend, do not let me finish the topic and then I can answer your question. Okay, I can see a lot of question in Q&A and I already answered those questions. So it happens, but it's your choice, whatever you guys think. I'm fine with everything. Okay, so this is how you can do restore. Just create a volume from snapshot and you can modify this value. It is not mandatory that your previous volume was general purpose, so your restored volume cannot be provision apps. No, your previous volume can be general purpose and your restored volume can be provision apps, because this volume have nothing to do with this volume. Is this volume interacting with this volume? Is this volume interacting with this volume? No, this volume is interacting with this snapshot. Okay, so when you restore from snapshot, you can create anything. It can be general purpose, it can be provision, but always remember, it is not possible that, let's see, this EBS was 4 GB. Okay, so snapshot is also 4 GB. Now your restored EBS volume can be 4 GB or more than 4 GB. It can be greater or equal to 4 GB, but can it be less than 4 GB? The basic logic, no. Okay, the basic logic, no, it cannot be smaller than that. Simple. Right? It cannot be smaller than that, but it can be of different volume type. Although it is always recommended, if you have general purpose, from general purpose, go to provision apps. Never go from provision apps to general purpose. But again, that is possible, but it is not recommended. So this can be GP2, this can be provision apps, totally fine. Because these two volumes have nothing to do with one another. This volume is interacting with this snapshot. That's it. Okay, so that is about snapshot. And now one last topic here, you will see encryption. Okay, always remember, whenever we are talking about storage, whenever we are talking about database, backup is the most important thing, and the second most important thing is the encryption. Now remember yesterday's session and remember first session, I told you on first day I did not explain anything about security, because I told you security is always differ according to service. In EC2, security was provided by what features? Key pair and security group, firewall. And VPC is also there, but we skipped the VPC. But yesterday we saw key pair and security group. In EBS, do we have key pair? Do we have password? The answer is no. In EBS, do we have firewall? The answer is no. In EBS, we have backup. Okay. In EBS, we have encryption. Although EBS also belongs to your VPC. Okay. So it also has similar security as your EC2, but let's not get into that. That we will see in VPC. Right. So first is backup. Second is encryption. So if you just select this, and here there is something called as KMS. Now what is KMS? KMS is another AWS service. Stand for Key Management Service. Now, do you guys know that in encryption, there is a key that is involved? Everybody knows this fact. To encrypt anything in any encryption algorithm, you will always have a key, a private key that you should not share with anyone. That key is going to do the encryption. KMS is the service that will manage all the key. Today we are covering EBS. Tomorrow, after this, we are going to cover EFS. After a few days, we are going to cover S3. Then we are going to cover RDS, which is database. Then we will cover DynamoDB, which is also a database. All of these are storage and database service. Encryption of all of these services is possible. But tell me, where is the encryption key of all of these services stored? In KMS. KMS is the dedicated service. KMS is the dedicated service that will store encryption key of all AWS service. Because think about it, you encrypted your storage, but your encryption key is public. Then anyone can use your key and they can decrypt your data and they can read your data, right? So along with encrypting your data, your key needs to be stored somewhere safely as well. And that job is done by KMS. That job is done by KMS. So here, KMS will store the key of EBS, KMS will store the key of EFS, KMS will store the key of S3, RDS, DynamoDB. It's a centralized service that will store all the key. Secret Manager is totally different. All right, now here you see default AWS/EBS. This is the key. Now who created this key? AWS. Who manages this key? AWS. Who will use this key? AWS. Can I delete this key? No. So when you select this one option, your data will be automatically encrypted. As soon as you upload your data is automatically encrypted. Okay. Do I need to do encryption? No. And this is the benefit of, guys, question in Q&A, please. Okay, because in chat it distracts. Data in your EBS is automatically encrypted, and that is the benefit of going with cloud. Remember our first day topic. I told you a lot of benefit comes. I told you at that time there are more benefits, but we limited to 5 or 6. One more benefit I'm telling you, AWS have a concept of managed services. What is the meaning of managed service? See, I just need to select this one option, and every day all of my data will be encrypted automatically. Whenever I want that data back, AWS will automatically do the decryption, this automated backup. Okay, I just need to set it up once according to my requirement, and every day who will take the backup? AWS. That is the concept of managed service. Everything is managed for me from AWS. Tell me, when you created a Linux EC2, did you install that operating system? No. That operating system was already installed, downloaded, installed, and configured for you. Try installing Linux operating system at once. You will understand the pain. Installing it, configuring the Wi-Fi, configuring the network. So many things are there. But in EC2, you get everything already ready-made for you. That is the concept of managed service. Okay, so now we will stop here. That's all about your EBS. Okay, main concept that you need to understand is automated backup. In automated backup, you need to understand it. But for experienced people, fast snapshot restore and that copy across region and volume type. Understand those points. For fast snapshot, I already added Kalpesh. Let me add here. For fast snapshot restore, I earlier added already. Let me write here for you guys a point. You cannot move. And by the way, for this also I added here. You see, I added the entire diagram. See this one. Let me add here for your convenience. Let's say this is another region. And this is Mumbai region. Okay, so snapshot can also be copied to another region as well. Okay, Azrat Ali, all of them are paid in real world, but for your free tier account, you can practice them for free. And once you are done with them, delete them. It will not cost you money. Once you do the practical, delete it. Okay, don't make this this part of pricing, don't let it confuse you. Do the practice and delete it. Okay, so now I'm going to answer all the questions from Q&A. There are total 24 questions. Let me answer them. Right, and after this, I think then we'll go for a break, and after that I will cover EFS. Now in EFS, we will solve the problem of EBS. In which scenario we use EBS multi-attach and why it is required. It is required in a scenario where you need shared storage, Ujjwal. Okay, you have 10 server, all those 10 server will have their own storage. But there has to be some common storage from where they will take the data. Let's say there is some media files that this 10 servers share with one another. So for that shared storage, you need multi-attach, Ujjwal Prakash. Question by Rajiv: if the system is getting slow, how we can tackle the situation as large data high requirement by client? There are multiple approach. Either you can go with, when it comes to EBS, Rajiv, you can go with IOPS, provision IOPS. And there are multiple approach such as load balancer and auto scaling group. That will be our next session. Today is Sunday, right? Next weekend, or yes, next Saturday we will see that how to do auto scaling. When you do auto scaling, you can handle more and more requests. Question by Ashutosh: can we delete security group? If yes, how to delete? See, now security group does not cost you money. Whether it's a free tier account, whether it's a paid account, security group does not cost you money. Okay, so it's okay if you don't delete it, but how to delete it? You can go here. Here on the left side, you will see, wait a minute, security group here. Go here, select it, click on action. Here you will, wait a minute, sorry. Where is that option? Yeah, delete security group. Try to explore some option on your own as well. Okay, you just need to select it, go to action, and here you will find delete security group. Is that clear, Ashutosh? And it's okay if you don't delete security group. Security group doesn't cost extra money, if whether it's free tier account or whether it's a paid account. That's why I said don't worry much about it. Question by Neeraj. So EBS takes snapshot and S3 store them. Yes. Snapshot is chargeable in free tier. In free tier, yes, I think it is chargeable. Please delete it. Okay. See, it's very simple. Select your snapshot, go to action. Wait a minute. Select your snapshot, go to action, and delete snapshot. And by the way, how to copy your snapshot? Select snapshot, action, and here you see copy snapshot. Click on this, and you can select another region. Okay. And how to do backup? How to restore across AZ? Select your snapshot, create volume from snapshot, and here you can select another AZ. Okay, so by default 2A was selected. Why? Because the EBS from which the snapshot was taken was from 2A, but I can select 2C. Now this EBS will be created in 2C, AZ2C, but it will have the data from 2A. Is this clear for everyone? How to recover your EBS in different AZ? So this is a workaround. Question by Lester, can we delete a volume if it is attached to EC2 instance directly? No, you first need to detach it, then only you can delete it. Question by Ashay, since the data is already backup at the other AZ, what the need to create snapshot? Backup in other AZ. It is to restore the device to previously known working. Ashay, backup, you are saying that since the data is already backup at other AZ, okay, what is the need to create snapshot? See, that is the same thing. When you take backup, Ashay, you get the snapshot. So it is the same process. If you already have backup, it means you already have a snapshot. You will not take other new snapshot. Is that clear, Ashay? If you don't have backup, then you take the backup and you get the snapshot. Those two are not the same, different process. Backup and snapshot is the same process. Backup is the process, snapshot is the output that you get. Snapshot is the byproduct that you get. Ashay, I hope that is clear. Question by Manik Rao, what is the difference between volume and instance in terms of automated snapshot? No, that is not, that have nothing to do with snapshot, Manik Rao. Volume is directly referred to EBS. Instance is directly referred to EC2. Okay, so if you select instance, Manik Rao, and that instance have 3 volume, then backup for all the 3 volume will be taken. But if you select only 1 volume, then backup for only that volume is taken. Instance is your EC2, volume is your EBS. It's a technical word. Question by Sai Kishore, is backup full backup or any different? Okay, Sai Kishore, I think you asked this question very early. It's the incremental. I explained that here, somewhere here. Okay, it's incremental, not full. Question by Neeraj, more the frequency, more the cost. Yes, obviously. More the frequency, more the snapshot, more resource consumed, more the cost. Question by Tejas, once new version is backup, is synced, does the previous snapshot get deleted? No. Why previous snapshot will get deleted? Tejas. Even if you take even if you do the restore, Tejas, Who knows, tomorrow you want to do restore again. So just because you do the restore, your previous snapshot will not be deleted. RPO, amount of data you lose. Okay. RTO is permissible data till which data can be restored. Okay. Your main scenario should be to have good disaster recovery. So and it also depends on how quickly you're getting the data. For example, currently the project in which I am working, there it's a streaming data. Streaming data means we are continuously getting data throughout the day. So there is no, the system is totally different. But let's say your data frequency is multiple times in a day. So your backup should be aligned to that. But if you have a system where you have only historical data, where you are dealing with client historical data, their backup can be, you can give it some loose. There you don't need to take very frequent backup. Okay, but if your data ingestion speed is very high in your system, then you have to take a lot of frequent backup. Okay, plus it also depends on on how quickly, like for example, I'm not able to recall the name of that term. Like whenever disaster happens, how quickly your business wants that data to be recovered and how much data loss they can afford. Based on those factors also you decide frequency. And some business factors are also there. For example, when you work on a banking project or finance project, so there it is extremely important. For my current project is based on one of the bank. Okay, here if your backup is complete, here in the Mumbai region snapshot you will see the backup. Okay, based on whatever region you select. If you see the snapshot here, it means your backup is done. Question by Manikra, what is the difference between volume and instance? I explained that earlier. Instance is your EC2, volume is your EBS. If we select instance, what snapshot contains only that? No, I explained that earlier. Custom key is the encryption key created by us, Nidhi. Okay, there are two types of key. One key is provided by AWS that I shown you earlier, that /EBS. Those keys are provided by AWS. You cannot delete them. But if you want, you can create your own key. That is called as custom key. Question by Lakshmanan, when we terminate EC2, the EBS also get terminated automatically, right? The root volumes get terminated. The external EBS that you attach, that will not be terminated. Retention type count. Okay, so 2 snapshot. Okay, so latest 2 snapshots are preserved. Okay, so it is retaining your data based on number of snapshot, Tirthraj. And here you see retention type age. So now it will retain your data on the based on how many days. So if you provide here 2, so last 2 days of data or last 2 days of backup is preserved. That is retention type, Tirthraj. Guys, is everybody clear with retention type? It's a very masculine topic. I don't want you guys to waste your time on it. Tirthraj and everyone, is this clear? Storage class, basically there are 3 types of storage class in EFS. First is standard, second is standard IA, and third is one zone. Okay, these are the 3 storage class of your EFS. Now let me tell you what happens. Let's say I have this availability zone, or let's say I have this region. In this region, I have 3 AZ, AZ1, AZ2, AZ3. Okay. Now let's say when you upload your data to EFS, and we will see how to do that. When you upload data to your EFS, your data will be uploaded in any one of the AZ, right? Then EFS, what it will do is that it will copy your data into multiple AZ. It will copy your data into other AZ, right? This copy, this replication is done automatically, and it provides you high availability. So if one of the AZ goes down, I can still get my data from other 2 AZ. All right. Now let's say you have a data that you are accessing frequently. Okay, let's say there is some data. Let's say you are storing. Let's say you have a website of news channel. Okay, you have news related website. So ideally, can I say, generally news is a newsroom is the industry where the, what is the word, where the relevance of the news is, is not very long. What happened today in politics is, it might be, very valid for the next few weeks or few days. After that, there is a new hot news, right? So it doesn't have very big life. But let's say there is some other industry, for example, some education related industry. There that data is valid forever, okay, or at least have big lifetime. Okay, so if you have a data that is older and you are not going to use frequently, let's say our news data, last year news data, do we read what happened last year in August? What happened last year on 1st of January? No. We care about what happened today on 5th or 6th of August. Okay, so we care about today's news more. So can I say today's data is going to be frequently accessed by our user, and last year data is not going to frequently accessed by our user? Is that correct? What do you guys think? In standard, you keep the data that you are going to access frequently. And in standard IA, you are going to keep the data that is infrequently accessible. Okay, that you rarely access. Now, what is the benefit? Let's say you have 100 GB of data in standard and you have 100 GB of data in standard IA. Standard IA will give you more discount. Okay, so when you design the architecture, and now I'm talking to people from experience background or at an architect level. If you have anywhere between, if you have lesser than 8 years of experience, you guys don't need to worry about it. But people with more than 8 years of IT experience, when you design a solution for any client, okay, after you design that solution, you need to make sure before you submit the solution, you need to make sure the solution is cost effective. Okay, so you need to go through your architecture, you need to find the nooks in your architecture where you can optimize the cost. Now, if I'm storing all the data, last year data, this year data, 10 years ago data, if I'm storing all the data in the default standard storage class, don't you think that is not cost effective? Optimize. How can I save charges here? How can I optimize this cost? Move last year or invalid data into standard IE. Right? See, default storage class is standard. And here you see transition into I. So if there is a data that is not accessed since last 30 days, that will transition into IE, infrequent access. So if you have a data, and see, this is automated. If you have a data that you are going to, the concept is by default data is by default standard storage class is stored. Okay, selected. So if I upload data, where that data will go? It will go by default in standard storage class. Okay, frequently accessed data is something that you access frequently, like every day, multiple time in a day, or in few days, in every few days. Okay, standard IA is the data this is the data you haven't accessed at least from 1 month. Okay, so if there is a data that I haven't accessed from 30 days, it will move to IE. Or I can select last 60 days, I can select last 90 days. So if I'm working in an industry where a data is valid, where data changes every day, So I can select such a short notice. After 7 days, today's data, after 7 days will be moved to standard I. So
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers advanced certification in cloud and DevOps in collaboration with IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you will learn a multitude of tools used in the industry such as Azure, DevOps and AWS. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights, so visit the course page link given in the description and take a first step towards a career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
Error is in security group. If you are trying to connect with your EC2 and you get connection timeout error, it means your security group of EC2 doesn't have SSH rule. Okay, so then you will get connection timeout error. If you are connecting with NFS, or let's say you are connecting with EFS from your EC2 and you are getting connection timeout error, what is the meaning of that? That the security group of your EC2 or EFS doesn't have rule. Which rule? NFS rule. Okay, you are going to connect with a database. Okay, MySQL database, and there you are getting connection timeout error. What is the reason? Reason again is security group, but that time the rule will be MySQL. So whenever you get connection timeout error, always go for security group. Okay, only the rule will change, but the concept is different. For EFS, rule is NFS. For Linux EC2, the rule is SSH. For Windows EC2, the rule is RDP. Okay, for MySQL database, rule is MySQL. For PostgreSQL database, the rule is Postgres. Okay, rule will change, but the concept connection timeout error is equal to problem with security group. For running the command to connect the instance, what is the util we need to install? NFS utils, Sandhya. If you remember, when I was trying to install NFS util with the command sudo yum install nfs-utils, what happened? That utils is already installed in your EC2. Okay, so you don't need to install it, but I just gave you a precautionary step that you need this tool. If you don't have it, then it will not work. But by default, your EC2 comes with that tool. EBS is a different, guys, question in Q&A, not in chat. EBS is a different tool. EBS is a different storage. EFS is a different storage. Just because you attach a pen drive to your laptop, it doesn't mean you cannot use the internal hard disk of your laptop, Tharun. So both of them can be used at the same time. I said this specifically. EBS is your personal storage for a EC2. EFS is a common storage. So if there is a data in your website, which is a shared data, okay, if there is a data which is shared data, that data will be stored in EFS. So all the server will use EFS, but every server will have its own local data. For local data, EBS is always required. So both of them will be used at the same time. Just imagine you have an internal hard disk drive and you have a pen drive attached. That file we couldn't see because I changed that folder, Tharun. If you have a file in some other folder, that file will still be there. This was my EC2. In this EC2, there was a folder I created. Name of this folder, let's say ABC. Originally, this folder belonged to EBS. Is that correct, everyone? Originally, this folder belonged to EBS. But then what I did, I created a EFS and I ran a mount command. In mount command, I attached this EFS to this folder. Now this folder is not pointing to this EBS. This folder is pointing to this EFS. So obviously you will not see that file. But let's say there is some 100 other folders. Okay, there are hundreds of other folders. Those folders are still pointing to your EFS. So your data will still be there. But this folder is not pointing to EBS anymore. That's why. See, let me write here clearly. EFS cannot work with Windows. It It can only work with Linux. Also, I gave a little assignment. How many of you guys find out the reason? Anybody found the technical reason? Windows cannot be used with EFS. Windows EFS doesn't support Windows. It supports only Linux. GP3 is not. It can cost money. And GP3 don't get into it. It's the same thing, guys. EFS uses something called as POSIX permission. This was the reason. If you read more about it, you will find out that this is the reason. And POSIX permission is not supported with Windows. It is supported only with Linux. That's why. Why EFS don't work with Windows instance? This is the reason, Tejas. Use that. I said that use all of this Linux command in PowerShell. PowerShell is the is the Windows CLI which is compatible with Linux. Whatever command that you do, don't try that in CMD. Your normal Windows CMD is not good enough. Always try that with PowerShell. Look into security group. And if you get permission denied error, it means your password is not correct or your key is not correct. Now think about the fact that when you have multiple servers, then what? Okay, we saw one server, we saw storage of that server. But what about now when you have multiple servers? How do you handle all of that? So let's say you have server 1 and you have server 2. Okay. Initially, you have 100 users. We know that 100 users can easily be handled by this 2 server, correct? It's not a big deal. It can easily be handled by your 2 server. Right? Now, guys, please pay attention here. Otherwise, you will miss out on what I'm telling in the moment. Now, see, 100 users can easily be handled by 2 server. Even 1000 users can also be handled easily. But think about it. Let's say your website becomes popular. The number of users of your website are increasing more and more. Now this 100 user increase to 100,000 user. Now what? Now see, when you have 100,000 user, obviously these 2 server are going to fail. Okay, you will get server crashed because this is way too much load for 2 server. Now what? Now to deal with this, you obviously need to add more server. Okay, you need to add more extra server, right? So what we are going to do here in AWS, there is something called as auto scaling group. Okay, there is a feature, there is a tool. There is a tool called as auto scaling group. And what auto scaling group will do is that it will automatically scale your resources based on requirement. What I mean is that if the number of user increases, then auto scaling group will add more and more server to deal with that load. Auto scaling group will add more and more server to handle incoming load. But let's say your number of resource goes down. If number of resource goes down, number of users goes down, right? Guys, please pay attention. Full form doesn't matter. Okay, we are going to get into it. Okay, don't worry. Right now, just pay attention on what I'm saying. Well, don't trust me. You don't need to worry about anything else. Okay. For full form, I'm not going to create here notes for you. I'm already creating a lot of notes. I'm not going to give you each and everything. It's your job to do that. Okay. Auto scaling group, I will say it so many times that you don't need to, I don't need to write it. And anyway, I'm going to show you practical as well. So please don't worry about it. Give your 100% attention here. All right, now see, when your number of user goes down, because we are only talking about good things, but what if your users are going down? Then what? Then auto scaling group will also remove extra server. This is called as auto scaling. Scaling is basically what? Scaling is increasing and decreasing your resources based on your requirement. If your requirement increases, your number of resources also increase. If your requirement decreases, your number of resources decreases. Because think about it. Amazon Big Billion Day, whatever that is, it is. Every year during festive season, your Amazon launches big sales, right? During those season, the the traffic on your website increases way too much on Amazon website. Okay, at that time, what happens is, at that time, what happens is, if your Amazon is getting huge amount of traffic, if your Amazon is down at that time, let's say your Amazon receives millions of requests per second, and if your Amazon server fail, now don't you think it's a huge loss for Amazon? Do you guys agree with it? Now see, here I'm talking to experienced people at architect level. High traffic or anything, traffic can be anything, not just number of users, high demand. Okay. If your infra fails, infra doesn't increase, doesn't scale, then infra fails, and it means loss of revenue or business. And as a tech architect, your sole purpose, see, many people just assume that tech architect is all about technical. No, you need to understand business requirement. Okay, different businesses have different IT infra, they have different requirement, and they have different pain point. Some of the businesses are more towards into database side. Database is always a critical part, but some of the businesses are more into that side. Some of the businesses have their front end in their servers. So if you handle the server, then that is good enough. But if you don't handle the incoming load, you will have loss of business. But let's say you handle the incoming load, or let's say you begin with huge amount of server. So even if you are getting millions of requests, your servers are able to handle it because you already started with millions of server. But what if your number of user goes down? You still have millions of server. Now what? Again, it's a loss of revenue, because for 100 user, you have 1000 server, which is totally unnecessary, and you are wasting your money for it. For example, I'll tell you, in my current project, we are working with one of the biggest client in banking domain. Okay, so for that we are defined. They have multiple departments. Okay, for different various countries, they have multiple departments. Right now, we are almost done with one of the department. We are done with their data pipeline. Okay, no, I cannot tell you the name. We are not allowed to. I cannot share all those details. We are not allowed. So we are just almost done with their one of the data pipeline for one of their big department. Now we are done with it. We have done our testing in all the QA stage environment. We are done with our testing. Right now, we are focusing on how we can save further more cost. We already did a lot of cost. We implemented cost-effective strategy in architecture design last year. But now we are doing additional stuff. How we can save our cost more. Now we are dealing with the fact, if some AZ failure happened, then how to deal with it. Now we are thinking about failure scenario and how our pipeline can can handle those scenario. Okay, so that's a different part of designing your architecture. This is towards the end after your project. Once your development is done, this is something that we do towards the end. Okay, it is something that you do in the beginning and also do in the end, right? So you need to handle such stuff. So in simple word, auto scaling group is something that add extra server when your number of user increases, and it decreases extra server when your number of user decreases. That is auto scaling. Now, scaling. I told you what is scaling. Scaling comes in two types. There is horizontal scaling and there is vertical scaling. Now, what are these different type of scaling? Let's try to understand. Because if you are fresher, you might get this question in interview. Okay, might, I'm not sure. Now, what is vertical scaling? Let's say you have a server and this server has 4 GB RAM and it has, let's say 2 CPU core. Okay, 2 CPU core. And I gave you 10 GB of data for processing. This server, 4 GB RAM server, can easily process 10 GB of data. Correct? But what if I give you 100 terabytes of data? Now, obviously, this server cannot process it. This server cannot process 100 terabyte of data. So what we will do? We will also increase, we will do the scaling. But scaling, how we will do? We will increase the capacity of this server. We will make it 4 terabyte and let's say 200 CPU core, or let's say 2000 CPU core. Okay, let's just say what we did, we increased the capacity of this server. 4 terabyte of RAM, 2000 CPU core. Now this server can handle 100 terabytes of data. Correct? Right? Now, this is called as vertical scaling. Okay, this is called as vertical scaling. What is horizontal scaling? Let me tell you. Horizontal scaling simply means, again, this server can handle this much data. But in horizontal scaling, what is happening? You are not going to increase the configuration. Rather, what you will do, you will keep this server as it is, but you will add 1,000 such server, and all those 1,000 server will work together to process 100 terabyte of data. Each server is of 4 GB, but there are 1,000 such server. Okay, each server is still 4 GB, but there are 1,000 such server and all of them are working together. This is called as horizontal scaling. And if you still did not understood, I'll give you a SSE example. See, let's say you go to gym and you can lift only 10 kg of bicep curl, or let's say whatever, shoulder press. You can lift only 10 kg of data, right? 10 kg of weight, sorry. Now, if I ask you to lift 100 kg of weight from 10 kg to 100 kg, what you will do? You will do vertical scaling. Vertical scaling means what? You will increase your muscle mass. Okay, you will do training, you will eat protein, right? And over a period of time, your body will be capable of lifting 100 kg of weight. So here you increase your own, you can 9 more people like you who can lift 10 kg, and all 10 of you, all 10 people like you, all of you together, you are now lifting 100 kg of weight. So there is a teamwork, right? Now you guys tell me, I hope up until this point everybody's understood. Which one of this do you think is better in most of the situation? Vertical scaling or horizontal scaling? And I'm talking about IT, not a real world. Now let me tell you the answer. Now see, horizontal scaling is always better, or in most of the cases, 99% of the cases, horizontal scaling is better. Why? Because see, first of all, the biggest problem with vertical scaling is that it has SPOF, single point of failure. You have one server that is handling 100 terabyte of data. This one server is very powerful, but it is only one server. If this server goes down, then your entire system goes down. This is called a single point of failure. While here you have 1,000 server. Out of 1,000 server, 200 server goes down. Now you have 800 server. Yes, the load on your 800 server will increase, but that is fine. At least your system is not going down completely. Your system, let's say, might become slow, but at least it is not going down completely. So in horizontal scaling, We don't have single point of failure. That's why it is better. One more reason. With vertical scaling, there is obviously some limit. You cannot infinitely add RAM memory or increase CPU. If you remember in EC2, in our session, what is the highest limit that we saw? One limit we already saw in our session, and one I told you. See, that's the storage. 16 terabyte is the storage. See, if you remember in EC2, I told you, you can get up to 24 terabyte of RAM memory. That is the highest amount of RAM memory you can get. Can you go beyond that? No. So there is a limitation. But in horizontal scaling, there is no limitation. You can add more and more and more and more and more server, no problem at all. In fact, let me tell you, you guys know this, right? I work in big data. I work in data engineering. Data engineering is completely based on distributed system, which is basically horizontal scaling. Our big data engineering is completely based on this. There is a reason why we don't go with a very powerful server. We go with a lot of server working together, right? And okay, and one last point I will tell you. With horizontal scaling, you also get a benefit of parallel processing. There are hundreds of servers working together. All of those 100 servers are working together. Okay, so you get parallel processing. And your vertical scaling there is only one server. So you don't get that parallel processing. In fact, I will tell you to all the IT people at a architect level, you guys, as we are, now if you notice the market, and please tell me in the chat if you guys agree with me, people with more than 7 years of experience. Right now, if you go out in the market, and in product-based companies, it is common, but now even service-based company are asking more and more interview on system design. Okay, see, asking question on project and architecture has been common since last 10 years. That is common. If you come to my company and if I'm taking your interview, and if you have 10 years of experience, I will give you a problem that I'm currently facing in my project, and I will ask you a solution on it. Okay, there is no right and wrong answer. There is optimized and unoptimized answer. People who are experienced, they will be able to relate with this. Others can ignore. Okay, so but right now, if you go out in the market, people are asking you about system design, and those questions will be more towards designing system that can handle huge amount of load, even if you are not from data engineering still. And I have many contacts across different domains, so I can tell you that with guarantee. Okay, so nowadays, all of your tools and framework, whether it's open source or whether it's proprietary, all of those are based on horizontal scaling or distributed system, most of the tools. Okay, so that's why horizontal scaling is useful in 99% of the use cases, right? So auto scaling group is doing what kind of scaling? It is doing horizontal scaling because it is adding more and more server. So it is horizontal scaling. Your AWS follows horizontal scaling, right? Now, there is a problem here. So let's say you added more and more server. Okay. But now, after you added more and more server, if only these two servers are getting all the traffic, or let's say only this one server is getting all the traffic, then what is the use? It is still useless because you added many servers, but only one server is getting all the traffic. So that is useless. So what we do to deal with this, we have another system design. To deal with this, we have load balancer. Okay. What load balancer will do? It will take all the incoming load. Okay, it will take all the incoming load, whether it's 100 or 100,000 user, and it will distribute the load among all the server. It will distribute the load among all the server. Whenever auto scaling group adds a new server, load balancer will get that server and it will send incoming load to that server. Whenever auto scaling group removes the server, load balancer will stop sending requests to that server. So load balancer will distribute your incoming load equally among all the server. Okay. So these are the two things that we are going to study. These are the two concepts. Now we are going to study those concepts in AWS. And if you are still not clear with this concept, again, I will give you a SSE example. See, and you guys will love this example. SSE example are the example I created throughout my career to make sure even a non-IT person can understand IT concept. Now see, initially in the beginning of your project, okay, your work is less. Okay, in the beginning of a project, your work is less. So your project manager is going to take the work from client, and your project manager is going to give that work to, let's say, 2 software engineers. You are in the beginning, you have only 2 software engineers, and in the beginning your work is less. So only 2 software engineers can handle it, right? For 8 hours a day. Okay. And then what happens? When your work increases, this 2 software engineer cannot handle that much. Okay, the load on your 2 software engineers is increasing day by day. So you have technical recruiter in your company. Technical recruiter, what he will do? He will hire more and more software engineers, okay, for the project. And when new software engineers are hired in the project manager will give the work to these new engineers. So can I say, when the work is distributed among new engineers, the load on your first 2 engineers have decreased. Now the work is equally distributed among all the software engineers. So technical recruiter is the auto scaling group. It's like an auto scaling group, okay, that will hire more and more software engineer. Project manager is like your load balancer that will distribute the incoming workload among all the software engineers. I'm 100% sure everybody understood now. Now see, now let's move on, because we have done a lot of theory. TR is technical recruiter, PM is project manager. Coming back to topic, okay, enough of theory. Now we will see some practical. And just to answer you, auto scaling group is a feature of AWS. In AWS, how do we get load balancing? How do we get load balancer? In AWS, we have ELB. ELB stands for Elastic Load Balancer. Okay. So first of all, we will study Elastic Load Balancer. And once we're done with ELB, then we will get into auto scaling group. So before I get into ELB, I need some server. So let me create 2 new server. Launch instance, server. I will go with Amazon Linux 2 AMI. And now instance type T2 micro. And here, let me go with Amazon Linux 2 AMI. Okay, let me go with this one. Okay. Now, here I selected my AMI, I selected T2 micro, and key pair I will not select, proceed without key pair, and I will leave everything else to default. Okay. Now I have a question for all of you. Okay, now see, what I was saying is, let's say we are creating server. We are creating 2 server. Okay, so here I will give number 2. Okay, or let's say I give 100 server. Now in each server, I want 10 software. Okay, 10 tools. But you guys can understand it is not possible to log into each and every server. Okay, and run the run 10 commands to get that server, to get all the software. What is the solution for it? Custom AMI. Very good. I will show you one more method. Okay, and this method is called as user data. See what is happening. If you remember last weekend when we covered EFS, what I did, I created two servers. Then I log inside of each and every server and I ran some command. Okay, but what if there are 200 servers? You're not going to do that thing again and again for 200 server. So what I'm going to do here, you will see in advanced detail. If you go here you see user data. So what I'm telling you, instead of writing the same command for each and every server, when you log into it, instead of writing the same command for each and every server by logging into it, provide your command here. Okay, this is called as user data. Provide your command here. What AWS will do, when AWS launch your 202 server or 200 server, it is going to run all of your command here automatically on all the 200 server. It is going to run all of your command here on all the 200 server by itself. So you don't need to manually log into each and every server and run this command. So can I say, instead of AMI, this is going to do my job? Can I say now I don't need to use AMI? Last time I told you AMI. This will also work. You guys might know this, when you start your laptop, Windows, Mac OS, whatever, there is something called a startup process. This is nothing but that startup process. Sorry, this is a part of that startup process, right? So here I'm going to write a bash script, right? So let me write it. I hope now we are 2 weeks into the course. I hope you guys are comfortable with Linux command now. Okay, so I'm going to write a bash script. So this is the command. Let me write it. It's important to write this. Okay, this signifies that this is a bash script. Now, first of all, I want to install a web server. Okay, I want to install a Apache web server, or before that, let me update the system. Whenever you create a EC2, you first should update it. So what is the command? Yum update -y. Okay, y means yes. Once one system is updated, then what? Now I will install Apache web server. So for that, command is yum install -y, give the name of the tool, and the name of the tool is httpd. This is Apache web server. Okay, so this command updated the system. This command install web server. But let's say here, whenever you install a tool, okay, whenever you install a tool, make sure you start and enable it. So there are two commands: systemctl start, give the name of the tool; systemctl enable, give the name of the tool. Always make sure whenever you install something, run these two commands: systemctl start, systemctl enable. Okay, again, this is Linux command. This command, make sure anybody knows the significance of this command here, IT people. Why do we use this command? Can you tell me the reason? Yes, enable at boot. So that tomorrow, if your server, let's say, gets restarted, okay, this tool will be effective there even after multiple reboot. Okay, so it's not like that every time your system reboot again you have to do the same thing. No. So make sure you run this two command every time. Now, why I installed this web server? Because to show you the demo, I need to see some output. But let's say I go to server 1, I see one output. I go to server 2, I again see same output. I won't be able to distinguish. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to write. Okay, don't worry, this might be a little confusing, but when I show you the practical, it will become easier. So what I'm going to do here, echo, I'm going to show something. Okay, H1 is the heading tag. This is AWS server, AWS EC2 server. Okay, 1 H2 tag, H1 tag. Okay, tag finish, and this is a EC2 server 1, or let's say only EC2 server. Now what happens when this server gets started? Okay, when 2 server gets started, or 200 server, can I say every server will show this message when I go to that server, URL of that server? But this is not what I want. I want to see different message. So how to see different message? How to distinguish? Now pay attention. And by the way, this message will be printed where? When you install web server, you get a var folder. In that var folder, you have www folder. In that www folder, you have HTML folder. In that folder, you have index.html file. Index.html file is the web page, is the main home page. So whatever I'm writing here, this arrow symbol is going to print that here on this file. Okay, but I want to see different message. So what I'm going to do, I will give dollar, and in round bracket, I will give hostname -f. So this is called as string interpolation, right? This is going to, hostname is what? Hostname is the private IP address of your server. Last time we saw, whenever you create a EC2, every server will have a unique IP address. Every server will have a unique public IP address. Every server will have a unique private IP address. Hostname is the private IP address. So this dollar symbol will get the private IP address of your server at runtime. So when you go to server, you will see this is AWS EC2 server with its private IP address. Can I say now I will get unique message for each server? Is that correct? Okay, so this will display a unique message for each server. And don't worry, if you're finding it difficult to imagine, I will show you practical in a moment. But I hope everybody is clear with command till this point. Okay, updated the system, install web server, started server, enable server. Okay, and finally displaying some message. So let me launch this. Okay, so now we have two servers, server 1, server 2. Okay, and here last time what I did, I SSH into the server. I will go to the address of the server. So let me open this. Let's wait, because behind the scene right now it is installing. Okay, of course it will take a little bit time. Right now it might be installing web server, then it is enabling it. So it will take some time, but let's wait and watch. URL is correct. So can you guys see it is taking too much time? So obviously it is going to go timeout and we will get connection timeout error. Whenever we get connection timeout error, where you should go? Security group. But which rule? See, connection timeout error. Which rule? What rule we access in here? Here we access HTTP or HTTPS rule. But we need HTTP because for HTTPS, we don't have SSL certificate. So what I will do, I will simply go to security group of this server. I will go to security group of this server. Here I'm going to simply add HTTP traffic. Okay, from anywhere. And see, for EFS, NFS rule was already added. Okay, so I will add HTTP anywhere. Save rule. Now, do you think this will work? Let's check. See, it is working. Why no? It is working. Bharat, Ujjwal. Why it work? Because you added HTTP rule in your security group. As soon as you added that rule, security group is now allowing that traffic. I told you last time, security group will by default blocks everything. But when you allow a rule, when you add an inbound rule, then it will allow that traffic to flow. As soon as I added HTTP rule, now HTTP traffic is flowing. That's why it worked immediately. Can I say the same thing about another server? As soon as I make it HTTP and enter, see, it is working. Okay, this is how you solve problem. Okay, don't just solve it, also understand the reason behind it. Now what we are getting, this is AWS EC2 server, and we are getting IP 172.31.3.232 US East 2 compute internal. What is this? What is this? This is your host name. Okay, so now let's move forward. Coming back to our ongoing topic, let me show you load balancer. Okay, so load balancer or ELB is not a AWS service. Load balancer or ELB is not a AWS service. Load balancer is not a AWS service. Now see, load balancer is not a AWS service. Okay, it's a part of your EC2. It's a feature of your EC2. So that's why on the left side where you find EBS, okay, where you find security group, there itself you will also find load balancer. So let me go here. And here you will see we are going to create a load balancer. And if you look at it, you will see there are total 4 load balancer. Okay, but we are going to cover 3 because gateway load balancer is not the part of your course content. But in case you want it, I would recommend please study on your own once. If you do not understood, let me know. I can cover it separately, but it is not the part of your course content. Okay, and anyway, it is not required. Right. So for those people who ask how many types of load balancer are there are total 4 types. Okay, but now let me tell you, we are going to distribute, we are going to, you know, divide load balancer in 2 types. Okay, there is old generation load balancer. I'm going to explain all the type. I'm going to explain its uses. I'm going to show you the practical. Okay, so now see, there is an old generation and there is a new generation. There's a new generation load balancer. In old generation load balancer, we had classic load balancer. Okay, and in new generation, we had application load balancer and we have network load balancer. These are the two new load balancer we have, right? So in classic load balancer, what happened is that classic load balancer supported only, not only, but it supported HTTP protocol, it supported HTTPS protocol, it supported TCP protocol, it supported UDP protocol. Okay, but in new generation, what AWS did, they distributed or they divided load balancer according to protocol. Okay, because there is something called as OSI model. Okay, I want all the people from non-IT to read about this today. Okay, do read about it. In OSI model, HTTP and HTTPS is called as application layer protocol and TCP UDP is called as network layer protocol. Now what they did, they divided this. So they created application load balancer that supported only application layer protocol, that is HTTP and HTTPS. And they created network load balancer that supported TCP and UDP protocol. That's it. They did this division. Now, is it the only thing? No, it has many more features, but this is the primary distinction. And your new generation load balancer are much more cost effective and they are much more performant than your previous one. Okay. In fact, AWS do not recommend to use previous one, right? When you work on a project, nowhere you will find, today at least, nowhere you will find people are using CLB. But still, CLB you need to understand. And there is a very interesting reason behind it. Why? Okay. And here it's not the fault of AWS, it's the fault of a software engineer or people. Right now, let's say when you go for an interview, you will see many people, and I'm talking about people who are working in cloud from past 5 years. Many people still ask question on CLB or ALB. ALB, it's fine. ALB is the most common one, so it's fine to ask question on it. But still people ask question on CLB. Why? Because that person may not be up to date. Or that person, when he started his career, at that time CLB was used. Like when I started my career, at that time we only had CLB. But those people are still stuck on those topic and they still ask question on it. But when you go for AWS certification, you will never get question on CLB. AWS always asks question on latest stuff. In fact, they recommend, where is it? I think they removed that warning. They a few months back, there used to be warning here. Please migrate your CLB to ALB or NLB. Don't use CLB anymore. So AWS will never ask question. But most of the company, people who are outdated, but unfortunately they are taking interviews, they will ask you question on it. So you need to be prepared for it. So first of all, we will see CLB. Let me create a classic load balancer. And now we will go step by step. Now see, here load balancer name. I'm going to give a simple name, let's say demo CLB. Now it is asking me scheme, internet facing or internal. Now again, a topic you need to understand. Now what is internet facing load balancer and what is internal or private load balancer? See, I'll tell you here. I hope you guys know tiered architecture. There is a database tier, DB tier. There is a application tier. And if you don't know about it, especially people from non-IT, do read about this. This will improve your knowledge, increase your knowledge in IT stuff. And there is a web tier. Okay, database tier, application tier, web tier. All right. And then let's say here you have your users. Okay. So in web tier, you have your few servers. Okay, which will be the front end. In application tier, you have few server which will do the processing, okay, which will implement the business logic, right? In application tier, you have few server that will implement the business logic. In database tier, you have some database, okay, that will store the data, right? Now you have a load balancer here. Okay, and think about it. Here you have two server or let's say 10 server. Are you going to share the IP address of your server with your user? Now there are 10 server. Are you going to share all the 10 IP of your server with all the users? Obviously not. So what we need is that we need a single point of contact. Okay, we need a single point of contact. Your load balancer is that single point of contact. Okay, so you will share only IP of your, let's say, load balancer, and this load balancer is going to distribute traffic among this server. Okay, but then again you have another load balancer here. Sorry, you have another load balancer here. This load balancer, let's say, gets traffic from this server, and this is going to send traffic to, let's say, all these three servers. So both of them are load balancer, but what is the difference? One of the load balancer is outside of your architecture, or let's say outside of your tiers, right? This outside load balancer is your internet facing or public load balancer. Why? Because it is getting traffic from internet. But this inner load balancer, this is your internal load balancer. This is within your architecture. Why? Because this is taking traffic from your server and it is giving traffic to your server. It is within your private network. It is called as internal load balancer. Is there any difference between them? The answer is no. Both of them are load balancer. Both of have same concept. Both of them are going to do the same job. But it differs where they are placed. If they are placed outside getting internet traffic, it's an internet facing load balancer. If it is inside getting internal traffic, then it is private load balancer or internal load balancer. Let me write here for your convenience. This internet facing load balancer. And this is your internal load balancer. Okay, then let me select internet facing and going below VPC, leave it as it is. I told you VPC we will see later. Now here you see mapping. Select at least one AZ. Okay, so I can select this AZ. I can select this AZ. Now what is the meaning? If you remember, in EFS also we had same option. In EFS also we had mapping. Okay, so the concept is same. If I select all these three AZ, now what is the meaning? It simply means if I have server in all these three AZ, my load balancer will support those server. My load balancer will send traffic to the server in this AZ. It will send traffic to server in this AZ. It will send traffic to server in this AZ. But let's say I don't select this AZ. Now, will my load balancer support server in this AZ? The answer is no. Okay. So here you need to select the AZ. Let's say, for example, take this one. Let's say this two server belong to one AZ. This three server belong to one AZ, and this one last server belong to C AZ. Now, if I select only B and A AZ, now what is the meaning? My load balancer will send traffic to only this 5 server. Will it send traffic to this server? No. Okay, so you need to select this AZ accordingly. I will select all the AZ right now because I don't know in which AZ I will get my server. Okay, so I'm going to select all the AZ, right? But if I absolutely know in which AZ my server belongs to, let's say I see, okay, my server belongs to this AZ. Can I say it is fine that if I skip this 2 AZ now? Yes, it is fine. But still I will select all the AZ. Okay, moving on. Here you see security group. I'll keep it to default. Okay. And here you see listener. Listener is the protocol I was talking about. Okay. Here you see HTTP, HTTPS, TCP, SSL. These are the protocol. On this protocol, your traffic comes. Okay. So you can imagine this is your load balancer. And this load balancer is listening to user traffic on this protocol. That's why it is called as listener. This is the part where you get the traffic. If you select TCP and you are getting HTTP traffic, it will not work. Okay, so I will select HTTP, right? So this is my listener. On this listener, I will get traffic. Okay, so in classic load balancer, all of this, you have listener for all of this protocol. In ALB, you have listener for HTTP and HTTPS. In NLB, you have listener for TCP, SSL, UDP. Okay. Going down, health checks. This is the most important part. Let's understand. See, a simple question. Pratik, what if this EC2 goes down? Or let's say this EC2 is still there, but it is not working. It is not working correctly. Do you still want to send traffic to this server? Obviously not. Why you will send traffic to the server which is not working? So what we will do, or we don't do anything actually. What we want is load balancer should not send traffic to this server. It should stop sending traffic to that server. In that case, how does it happen? It happens. It happens automatically. You don't need to do anything. But how it works out? How AWS is able to, or load balancer is able to handle it? See, load balancer is able to handle it because load balancer is constantly performing a health check on this server. Load balancer is constantly sending message to this server, and as long as it is getting reply from this server, as long as this server is replying back to load balancer, it means server is healthy. But if load balancer doesn't get reply from server for a long period, it means server is not healthy. It means something goes wrong. In that case, load balancer will stop sending traffic to the server. That is the simple concept of health check. Okay. People who are married or guys who are married, who have wife, they will understand this concept quite well. Okay. So, sorry for stupid jokes. Okay. Coming back to topic here. Now you will see how does it happen. Let's understand few more parameters. See, interval. Okay, 5 seconds. So your load balancer is sending traffic to load balancer will send message to your server for check, but it will check it. It will send message all the time. But you don't want to send message in every 1 second. You send message now, again in another second you send message. No, there should be an interval. Okay, so I told you load balancer will send message all the time, but at some interval. So here interval is 5. It means in every 5 seconds, load balancer will send a message. Okay, in every 5 seconds, it will send message. Then there is a response timeout. So how long load balancer should wait? Load balancer will wait for, let's say, let me increase it to 5 seconds. So within 5 seconds, if the load balancer gets the response, it is fine, good. If within 5 seconds load balancer gets the response, it is fine. If it doesn't get response, then it will assume that it is failure. Okay, so 5 seconds is the timeout. Right? For example, you saw when we were not getting this EC2, it waited for some time. It was loading for some time. But after some time, it gave the error that it is connection timeout. So there is a timeout. There is a period. This is that period, response timeout. But just because you get a failure at once, you don't want to discard that server, right? It might be that some other issue is there, right? So you want to try multiple times. And if you're not getting response every time, then you want to say that server is not healthy. So we have unhealthy threshold. Okay, let's say unhealthy threshold is 3 times. Now, if my load balancer doesn't get response in first time, does it mean it will assume the server is not healthy? No. My load balancer doesn't get response 2 times consecutively. Does it mean it will assume that server is not healthy? No. But for the third time, consecutively, for the third time, my load balancer doesn't get response from the server. Will it assume the server is unhealthy now? Yes, because you set the limit to 3. Right? In a sprint, another member in your team is asking you, hey, Pratik, can you please do this task? I have some personal work. Okay, fine. It happens. We are team. I will do his task. Okay. And we will not reveal that to our manager or to team lead, but I will do his task. One task I will do. In another sprint, again, I will do some tasks. In another sprint, again, I will do some tasks. Let's say there's some emergency. But for entire 2 or 3 months, someone is asking me, Pratik, can you please do this task for me? No, there is a threshold. There is a limit. Same limit goes here. Similarly, healthy threshold. Healthy threshold is, let's say, 10. So if consecutively you get response for 10 times, consecutively your server responds back 10 times to your load balancer consecutively, okay, then load balancer will assume, okay, this server is actually healthy. I get consecutive 10 response, it means server is healthy. This health check goes behind the scene all the time. Do I need to worry about it? The answer is no. Do I need to do it? The answer is no. Okay, this is the health check that goes on behind the scene. Okay, so here everything about your load balancer is done. Now you need to add instance for your load balancer. Okay, so I'm going to add it. Click on add instance. Here I'm going to simply select both of my server, confirm, and server got added. Okay, and then here we have enable cross zone load balancing and connection draining. Okay, now let's understand what is this, or in fact, let me do one thing. I will explain this topic in few minutes. First of all, I will show you practical. Then I will answer some Q&A. Otherwise, your Q&A will get piled up. And then we will get into this topic because these topics we can understand in sometimes as well. Okay. So right now I'm going to skip this. I'm not going to explain it. Although I will select this, I'm not going to explain it. I will explain them in few minutes. Okay. Now here, if you want, you can add some tags, key value pair, and that's it. Okay. So a quick revision. First of all, what we did, we provided name. Then we selected scheme. I told you there is a internet facing and there is an internal load balancer. Internet facing gets traffic from internet, and internal load balancer is the load balancer within your architecture. So we selected internet facing. Both of them work same. Both of them are same. It's just where they are placed. Okay. Then we selected AZ mapping. It's very, very important. Okay. If you select only one AZ, load balancer will support server from that AZ. If you select all the AZ, load balancer will support server from all the AZ. Okay. Security group, just like you have security group for your EC2, EFS, we have security group for your load balancer. Now tell me, here we selected listener HTTP, but this security group doesn't have HTTP traffic. Will it work? Obviously no. You will get connection timeout error. Okay, so security group is not only valid for EC2, it is valid for number of AWS services. And tomorrow when we get into VPC, in VPC we will actually understand what is security group in depth. Right? It's a very popular topic for interviews and exam. Then listener, I told you the protocol that we were talking about. Your different load balancers support different protocol. Listener is nothing but this protocol. On this protocol, it listens to traffic. On this protocol, it gets traffic. So here I selected HTTP. Then health check. Health check is the reason why if some server is not working, load balancer will not send traffic to that server. All of this thing happen automatically. Okay. And on this HTML page, it send message. Simple meaning, refresh, I'm getting response. It means server is healthy. Refresh, I'm getting response. It means server is healthy. Refresh, enter, I'm not getting response. It means server is not healthy. As simple as that. Okay. So same thing happens in your load balancer. And finally, we added our server. Okay. And these two concepts, or in fact, let me explain this concept. Enable connection draining. See, applicable to instances that are deregistering, this feature allows existing connection to complete before reporting the instance as deregistered. Okay, so what happens here? Enable connection draining. See, let's say some server is getting removed. Okay, you have 10 server, load balancer is connected to 10 server, and let's say you are removing few server. Okay, you are deregistering. The technical word is deregister. When you remove a server, that technical word is deregister. So what happened here in connection draining is that it allows existing connection to complete. It's not like that one of my user is using that server and I suddenly cut those server. This connection, this feature allow existing connection to complete. Once that connection is complete, once that particular work is complete, then the server is deregistered. Okay, so it will allow you to finish the job, then it will be deregistered, then it will be removed. Okay, and there will be some timeout for it. If it happens within this timeout, that is fine. If it doesn't, then it will be cut. Okay, so I'm going to create this load balancer and we will wait for it. I will show you the practical and then I will go through all the Q&A out of service. My instances are not connected as of now. As soon as they go in service, we will see the result. And here is the DNS of your load balancer. This is the DNS that you will share. So if I go here, of course, right now we will not see anything, but let's wait for it. DNS is the URL of your load balancer. DNS is the URL of your server. See, HTTP and HTTPS you will use in 95% of use cases. 95% of the time, your application load balancer is used. When to use network load balancer, Priyanka Bhosle, I will tell you that. Okay. HTTP and HTTPS you will use 95% of the time, but network load balancer, there is specific use case. I will tell you. Now pay attention. This is my load balancer. Okay, I got response from 172, 31, 13, 47. Refresh, same. Refresh, now see. Every time I refresh, can you see I'm getting response from different server? Can you see your incoming load is equally getting distributed among both the server? Every time you refresh, you are getting response from different server. But if I go to this server, every time I refresh, of course, I will get response from same server. But in load balancer, one time I will get response from server 1, another time I will getting response from server 2. So behind the scene, there is a round robin algorithm. In a round robin fashion, your incoming load is equally getting distributed among both the server. See, this is called as load balancing. Okay, it makes sure your one server is not getting overwhelmed. It makes sure your one server is not getting overwhelmed by your incoming load. Okay, all of the servers are getting data, getting traffic equally. Is this clear for everyone? Classic load balancer. And now we will see ALB. Okay, application load balancer. Now application load balancer and network load balancer are same, right? They are exactly same and in terms of practical. Okay, but the difference that you need to understand, let me show you that. Okay, let me write here for you. Now see, application load balancer is something that you will use 95% of the time. You will see this load balancer. Okay, this is more than enough for your most of the use cases. Okay, but network load balancer have a specific use case. Now let's say you have a website that is getting millions of requests per second. Okay, so that's a very, very extremely high demand. Okay, extremely high demand. So what happened here in network load balancer, you get whenever you have extremely high demand of traffic, like millions of requests per second, then only you should go for network load balancer. Okay, you should not go for ALB because ALB cannot handle that amount of load. ALB can handle most of the can be used in most of the use cases, but when you have extremely high demand, like handling millions of requests per second, during such time network load balancer is used. And the simple reason, because it works on network layer protocol. In network layer protocol, you get better performance than application layer protocol. So it supports network layer protocol such as TCP and UDP. They are always more performant than your application layer protocol, when you go for OSI model, when you read about it, you will understand. That is HTTP or HTTPS. Okay, network layer is more have more performance than application layer protocol, right? So your use case for network load balancer only when there is an extreme demand for performance. Otherwise, ALB you will find everywhere. Okay, so practically both of them are same. Okay, the way you create ALB is the exactly how you create NLB. But now let me show you. Let me go here, create a new load balancer. Okay, here you see we are going to create a ALB, NLB, both of them will be same. You need to understand how it is different from classic load balancer. Okay, that we will see step by step. Now see, let's now see. So we are going to create application load balancer, and here you see load balancer name, again give a name, demo ALB. Here you see scheme internet facing or internal, again the same thing. But here you see IP address type. Now this is something which is different from your classic load balancer. Okay, in classic load balancer, we did not had this part. Okay, why? Because classic load balancer supports only IPv4 address. But ALB and NLB, they support both IPv4 as well as IPv6. Okay, either you can just go with this. So if your server have only IPv4 address, it will work. But in case your server have IPv6 address, even that is supported. But your previous generation load balancer classic, that doesn't support IPv6 address. Okay, that is why it is not used anymore. Okay, that's the first difference between your new generation and old generation. Then here again, we will do the mapping, select the AZ. Okay, now server from this AZ will work with your load balancer. Again, security group, and here again listener. But this time you see we have only HTTP and HTTPS. Okay, and this time you will see we don't have option of adding instance. If you look at it here, we cannot see any option where we can add EC2. Why? Because in load balancer or in new generation load balancer, we have a concept of target group. Now, what is this concept? Let me explain. This is my ALB, okay, or let's say CLB. So in CLB, what happens? Servers are directly attached to your load balancer, classic load balancer. Okay, servers are attached directly to your load balancer. Okay, like this. But in ALB or NLB, what happens in your new generation load balancer? These servers are grouped together. Okay, let's say these two servers will be grouped together and this server will be grouped together. Okay, these servers will be grouped together and this group is called as target group. This is called as target group. This is called as target group. Okay. Now, why we have this option? What is the use of this option? See, simple. Target group will be used to group together similar server. For example, let's say you are developing a portal for a IT company. Okay. Now, in that company, let's say there are two types of employee. Majority 80% are software engineer. Then there are 20% are HRs or finance team, whatever. Right? So what happens when your users, when these employees, they visit to, let's say, example.com. Okay. When they go for /software engineer, okay, there are some pages only for software engineers. When your user goes for this URL, they are redirected to these servers. Okay, these servers are hosting the page for software engineers. These two servers are hosting the page for software engineers. Okay, so load balancer will redirect your user request to this server, right? But if HR people, HR employees, they goes for this URL, then load balancer will redirect them to this target group, because this target group contains server hosting HR website or HR pages. This server are hosting website for software engineer or pages for software engineer. Okay, so target groups group together similar server. Okay, and this is same for network load balancer and application load balancer. Okay, so let me show you. If I now here you need a target group, so click on create target group. When you click on this, here we are going to make a target group. Okay, now target group can be of different types. Basically, what is contained in this target group, is called as target. So this target can be of different type. It can be an instance, it can be IP address, it can be Lambda function. Now ignore what is Lambda function. It's a AWS service, very important service, but we do have this in our course, so we'll see that later. But it can also contain ALB as well. Yes, application load balancer can have a target group that can contain application load balancer. Some earlier somebody was asking, can we have load balancer for load balancer? This is your answer, yes. But is it possible for your older load balancer, older generation? The answer is no. But in your new generation, these features are supported. Okay, so it kind of become a nested load balancer. Okay, but right now we will see, we will select our instance here. Okay, because we already created our EC2, that will be instance. And then target group name. So target group name, let's say ALB target group. Okay, and here comes protocol. So now protocol applies to your target group. So you are creating a target group for ALB, so you will select HTTP, HTTPS. If you select NLB, then you can select TCP, TLS, or UDP. Other signal, they are for other gateway. Okay, so I will select HTTP because I am creating target group for application load balancer. If I create target group for NLB, then I might select, let's say, UDP or TCP. Okay, so I'll select HTTP. Again, here go with HTTP 1, that's good enough. And now here health check. So health check is happening on target group side now. Okay, next. And here you see, here you add your server. Okay, now we are adding server at target group side. Okay, now we are adding server at target group side. So I'll select this server. Okay, click on include as pending below. Okay, so the servers are added to your target group. Create target group. Okay, so this is my previous one, you can ignore it. So this is our target group. Now simply go here, refresh and select your target group. Okay, that's it. Okay, here you added your instance. And the last thing here you see global accelerator. Now this is something which is not valid for NLB. Otherwise, if you go for network load balancer, you will see all the same option. Nothing is different. But in ALB, we have this extra option. Okay, AWS Global Accelerator. Now, Global Accelerator, that is also, we will see later, it's a part of your course content. But Global Accelerator, I'll tell you right now, it improves it used for improving the performance. Okay, especially if you have a traffic coming from all over the world, coming from multiple locations, then selecting this will improve the overall performance of your load balancer. Okay, why we don't have this option in NLB? Because NLB is already very highly performant. There you don't need this. But in ALB we have this add-on. Now, what is this add-on? We will study that later. It's a part of your course content. So we will understand it in depth later. But right now, let's go with it and create load balancer. Okay, so this will take some time to get created. It's a ALB. It takes time. Till then, let me show you here NLB as well. If you see, NLB is also exactly same. Again, you see load balancer name, scheme, address type IPv4 or IPv4 and IPv6, mapping, select AZ, security group, listener, target group, and that's it. Exactly same. The only difference here, you will select TCP UDP target group. Okay, and you don't have global accelerator. Okay, now while ALB is getting created, I will cover that very important topic which is asked in interviews. Okay, what is cross-zone load balancing? Very, very important topic. Generally, it is asked in interviews, so I'll tell you here. Now see, you have, let's say, two AZ. This is AZ1 and this is AZ2. In this AZ, you have, let's say, one server, and in this AZ, let's say you have two servers. Here you have one more server, two servers. Okay, here you have your load balancer. Now, what load balancer will do? It will distribute the traffic equally among both the AZ. So 50% traffic will go to this AZ and 50% traffic will go to this AZ. This is the original concept. Okay. But here you can understand it's not 50-50%. Server 1 will get 50% of the traffic, but server 2 and server 3 will get 25% each. So at AZ level, it is equal distribution. But at server level, it is not an equal distribution. Okay, so this is the problem. Now, by default, your load balancer behave like this. Okay, at least your classic load balancer. In your new load balancer, this cross-zone load balancing is already integrated. What cross-zone load balancing will do? If you have scenario like this, where your one server is getting 50 and another server is getting very less traffic, then the load from this server will be distributed. The load from the server will be distributed among these two server as well. Okay, so in the end, it will be 33.33 among all three servers. Okay, cross-zone load balancing simply means the extra load that was coming on this server, that extra load will be pushed to the another AZ where you have additional server. So pushing this traffic from this AZ to another AZ where you have capacity is called as cross-zone load balancing. Very common question in interviews. Is this clear for everyone? Cross-zone load balancing simply means here in the original case, load balancer did the equal distribution. This AZ is getting 50% traffic. This AZ is getting 50% traffic. But here we have two servers, here we have only one server. So this server is getting 50% of traffic, but this two server, here we have two servers, so here it is 25% of traffic. So at a AZ level, it's an equal distribution, but at a server level, it's an unequal distribution. Unequal, inequal, whatever. Okay. But cross-zone load balancing handles this. What it does is that it diverts the incoming load from one AZ to another AZ where you have extra capacity. Okay. So here earlier it was 25%, but now load coming from this AZ. Okay, so this will increase. let's say this will increase to 33%. Okay, because load from this AZ is coming to this AZ, and load from this AZ is going to this AZ, so this will decrease to 33%. Okay, so now at a server level, you now have equal distribution. Okay, this feature is called as cross-zone load balancing. Okay, it is asked in interview, so make sure you understand it correctly. I hope it is clear now for everyone. Okay, so now moving forward, okay, let me just show you this one as well. You see, it is still provisioning. Let me refresh. It is active. Copy this DNS. Of course, CLB will not work because we deleted it. But ALB, let's see. And here is your ALB. Again, is it going to work in some different way? The answer is no. As a developer or as a user, you will not see any difference. It's the same load balancer, but the protocol it is using is different. Okay, earlier also it was HTTP protocol, but that also supported network layer. But now it's only HTTP, and same goes with your NLB. So that is load balancer. Okay, so now let me cover auto scaling group. If you use only load balancer, it is useless because you will have only 3 server. You will never improve from it, increase server from it. It will be useless. But if you have only auto scaling group, again it is useless because you can have hundreds of servers, but only one server is getting all the traffic. So you need to understand both of them. Both of them work together, right? Now see, auto scaling group, let me show you the practical directly. Here I will go to, on the left side, I will go to auto scaling group. Okay. But before we get into auto scaling group, the question is, and this question was asked by no one. A question that comes to my mind, auto scaling group, I told you it is going to add extra server. Okay, see, it is also going to remove server. Removing server is not a big deal. Okay, you just need to delete a server. But if it is going to add extra server, then what kind of server it is going to add? That is the question. Okay, if it is going to add extra server, then what kind of server it is going to add? And that is based on something called as launch template. Okay, that is based on something called as launch template. Launch template is basically, I'll tell you, it's a recipe. Okay, so auto scaling group is your cook, is a chef. Okay, that cook or that chef is going to make the dish as you provide it based on your recipe. So launch template is the recipe that you provide to your auto scaling group. Let me show you how it looks like. One second. See. Here I'm going to create launch template. Click on this. And now you will see Amazon machine image, instance type, key pair, network setting, storage, EBS. Can you see we have all the option of EC2 only? User data. So what happens here? Here I provide a recipe of what kind of EC2 I want. Here I provide a blueprint. Okay, so is it going to create a EC2 when I create launch template? No. But it is going to create a blueprint of what kind of EC2 I want. Okay, so let's do that. Here I'll provide the launch template name. Let's say demo LT, right? Description not required, but let me just copy paste the same thing. Auto scaling guidance, yes, provide me guidance. I'll select this option. Now see, here we will select AMI. So if I select Amazon Linux to AMI, then whatever server my load balancer will launch, all of them will have Amazon Linux to AMI. If I select Ubuntu, then whatever server my auto scaling group will launch, it will have Ubuntu. Okay, so I'll select this instance type. Here I will select, let's say T2 micro. Okay, so all the server will have only T2 micro. Okay, key pair don't include in launch template, so we'll provide it later. Network setting, let's keep everything to default. Here I'll select default security group. So all the server will have default security group. Okay, and EBS, a basic EBS will be created, root volume. But if I add one extra EBS, now what is the meaning? Every server that is launched, it will be launched with two server. One server will be 8 GB, another server will be, let's say, 12 GB. Every server will now have two volume, because in the blueprint you are defining it that two volume should be there. Okay, and then finally resource tag, let me add here name ASG EC2. Okay, so that we can identify it. Okay, and finally launch template. So if you go to your EC2, do you see any new instance? The answer is no. No new server. Why? Because we did not create any server. We just created a blueprint. Okay, but this blueprint is going to be used by your auto scaling group. Now let's see auto scaling group. Here I'll go to auto scaling group, create auto scaling group, and it is asking for name. Let me give a name, demo ASG. Now you see it is asking for launch template. Okay, provide that. But now see, here there is an option of switch to launch configuration. Now what is this launch configuration? It is the same thing. Launch configuration is the older recipe. Launch template is the new way, new recipe. Launch configuration, lacks few feature. Launch template is the new way. Okay, so don't get into launch configuration. Use only launch template. Launch template have few features extra. How? See. Let's say, let me go back to my template, launch template. Let's say tomorrow I think that I don't need T2 micro anymore. Okay, this template is going to give T2 micro. Tomorrow I think that I don't want T2 micro. I need some extra. I need another instance. So what I can do, instead of creating new template, I can modify this template. And when I modify this template, a new version is created. So if I click on this, here you will see version 2. Okay, I will keep everything else to default. Here I will select, let's say, T2 small. Okay, and create template version. Now you have only one template, but this template comes with two versions. Okay, with version 1, which is the default one, you get T2 micro, but with version 2, you get T2 small. Okay, so what I'll do here, now here if I refresh, here you'll see, if I wait a minute, refresh, if I select the second version, I will get T2 small, but if I select first version, I'll get T2 micro. Okay, that's it. I'll select go with version 1 next. Now here again comes very important part. If you remember in load balancer, we selected map, we had a mapping part. What I told you at that time, I told you I will select all the three AZ. Why? Because I don't know in which AZ I will have my server. Is everybody clear with that concept? I will select all the AZ. So my load balancer support all the AZ, all the server. But here you can select, let's say here also you select AZ. Let's say I select this 2 AZ. Now what is the meaning of this? It simply means auto scaling group is going to launch server only in this 2 AZ. Is it going to launch server in any other AZ, third AZ, C AZ? No. It will launch server only in this 2 AZ. It will never go beyond your first AZ. That is the benefit of auto scaling group mapping. Now, if I know that I will always get new server only in this 2 AZ, Can I say if I go to load balancer now, I can confidently select AZ A and B without worrying about AZC? Do you get my point? Great. So let me select all the AZ here. So it can launch server in all the 3 AZ. And always remember, it will always launch server equally. It's not like that in one of the AZ you will have way too many server, in another AZ you have less server. No. It will launch server equally in all the 3 AZ. Right? Then here you can again modify your instance, okay, override your template, but that's not required. Next, here you can select load balancer. Okay, if you already have a load balancer, you can select that here. Okay, so you select this target group. Now through this target group, your auto scaling group is attached to your load balancer. Why? But why target group? Because why your auto scaling group is attached to target group? Because your auto scaling group will add server in this target group. Okay, that's why here you see, choose your load balancer target group or choose classic load balancer. In classic load balancer, we don't have target group. So auto scaling group will attach server directly to load balancer. But in ALB or NLB, we have target group. So here it asks you to select target group. Okay, so auto scaling group is not attached to load balancer. At least to your new generation, it is attached to target group, right? But and also here you can select attach to a new load balancer. So totally new load balancer can be created, ALB, NLB, right? Same option. But let me not select this right now. We will see only auto scaling group. Health checks, auto scaling group also performs your health check in the same fashion. Okay, and here comes most important part. Okay, so what I told you, when the load on your server increases, auto scaling group will add server. But the question is, how many server it will add? What is the limit of adding server? Is it going to add unlimited amount of server? Is it going to add only few server? What is the limit? So that limit is defined here. Here you see, let's say minimum capacity, let's say 2 server. Desired capacity, let's say 4 server. Maximum capacity, let's say 7 server. So it will add up to 7 server only, maximum. Beyond that, it will fail. That is fine. Beyond that, your server will fail if it still get huge traffic. But auto scaling group will not cross this boundary. Auto scaling group will not add more server than this.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers advanced certification in cloud and DevOps in collaboration with IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you will learn a multitude of tools used in the industry such as Azure, DevOps and AWS. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights, so visit the course page link given in the description and take a first step towards a career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
Before creating auto scaling group, we created a launch template, right? And I told you, launch template is the recipe. Okay, so what kind of server auto scaling group is going to create? Whatever you define in launch template. Okay, so launch template is the blueprint that your auto scaling group follows. Now let me show you auto scaling group again. Don't worry, I will repeat everything. Here we will create auto scaling group. Okay, so here give a name demo ASD. Here select the launch template. I told you we can also select launch configuration, but that's not recommended. That's the older approach. And launch configuration doesn't have a lot of feature. For example, here you can select versions, version 1, version 2. That you cannot do in launch configuration. Okay, so launch template is the new way and launch configuration is the older way. Okay, always say launch template. Then next, here I told you, we select our AZ. Okay, if you remember, in load balancer also we saw the same option, right? In load balancer, I told you I'm going to select all the AZ because I don't know from which AZ I will get my server. So here, if I select this one AZ, it means that all the server that auto scaling group is going to launch will be in this one AZ. If I select this two AZ, then auto scaling group is going to launch server in this two AZ. If I select all three, then auto scaling group will launch server in all these three AZ. Okay, and always remember it's a equal distribution. Okay, it will equally launch server in all three AZ. It's not like that one of the AZ will have more server and another will be less. No. Then you see here, you can override your template. Or if you want to change some value, you can do that as well. Then here you can select load balancer. If you already have a load balancer, then you can attach an existing one. Okay, target or classic. In target, we need to, in ALB and NLB, we need to select target group. Okay, obviously, because when it's classic load balancer, what is the difference? In classic load balancer, servers are attached directly to the classic load balancer. But in ALB and NLB, servers are created in target group, and target group is attached to the load balancer. So that's why here you need to select target group. If you want, you can create a new one as well. Okay, but we are going to see this dedicated for our auto scaling group. And here comes the boundaries or limitations. In a way, if I define minimum capacity 2, then even if I don't get any load, one second. If I define minimum capacity 2 and I do not get any load, I do not get any traffic, still at minimum 2 server will be there always running in my system. Okay, so auto scaling group will remove server when it is not required, but at minimum it will keep 2 server. Then you see maximum, whatever limit you define, that many server you will get. Okay, that many server you will get. So if I define 7, then whenever load increases, auto scaling group will add server up to 7. Beyond that, it will not add. Okay, beyond that, even if your system fail, it will not add. It will never cross this boundary. And desired capacity is your initial capacity. So when I will create this auto scaling group, you will see it is going to launch with 4 server. To begin with, you are launching 4 server. Later on, it can increase or decrease based on requirement. Okay, so this is very important, group size. Okay, desired capacity, again, I'm repeating, it's the initial capacity. Minimum capacity is the minimum capacity when you are getting no traffic. Maximum capacity is the maximum number of server auto scaling group will launch. Then your scaling policy. So ignore this right now. I can show you this, but this part is dependent upon CloudWatch. Okay, CloudWatch is the AWS service which is it is a monitoring service. Okay, you can set up auto scaling group from here, or you can set it up from CloudWatch. Okay, but since you guys don't know CloudWatch, let's skip it right now. We will go with this none option. And when we are done with CloudWatch, there you will see target tracking scaling policy. Okay. Then if I go down here, next, here you can add notification. This is again a AWS service that we are going to see later on. It's not a very big service, but it's something called as SNS, simple notification service. And the simple use of this service, I will tell you, it is used for notification. Okay, let's say today morning 3 o'clock, new server got added. Okay, today morning 3 o'clock, new server got added. Auto scaling group added new server. Now what? Now you and your team wants a notification for it. Okay, your team wants a notification for when was the new server got added, why it got added, what was the load at that time. So SNS is going to send email, right? You and your team, entire team will get an email that, hey, today morning this 2 server was launched, today evening this 2 server was deleted. So it will work for notification, right? So that's what happened here. And SNS, we are going to see it's a part of our course content. So leave it right now. Here, if you want, you can provide some tag. And next. Okay, so now we are going to launch this auto scaling group. But meanwhile, here I will check my EC2. So you see, currently we have only two EC2. And if I launch this here, create auto scaling group. Okay, so you see status updating capacity, right? Here you will see activity. So if I go here, you will see it is going to launch 4 server. Now see, it is launching ASG EC2, auto scaling group EC2. Why it is giving this tag ASG EC2? Where is this tag coming from, guys? Now in auto scaling group, I provided different tag. ASG demo I provided. Whatever you will see here, whatever configuration you will see, that will come from launch template. Auto scaling group doesn't define any configuration. Auto scaling group simply take configuration from launch template and launch your server. Okay, so whatever configuration you see here, they are coming from launch template. All right, so these are the servers that you get. Now look at this. Okay, so we saw this demo of auto scaling group. Anybody of you can think might notice something wrong here. Yeah, there are only 4 servers. Launch desired capacity was 4, so 4 servers are there only. 1, 2, 3, 4. These 2 servers are my yesterday's server. Ignore them. Everybody clear with this? Desired capacity was 4. That's why 4 servers are there. Server 1, server 2 is not our concern. They are from our yesterday's session. I'm talking about auto scaling group. Do you think there's something wrong here? You don't necessarily have to forcefully say yes. If you think something is missing or not something is not wrong, tell me, do you think something is missing? Key, I know, key we did not provide it, but we can provide key. That's not a problem. I skipped the key part, but we can provide it. Okay, correct. If there is no load, it should decrease to 2 server, right? Exactly. We have not defined any criteria for load. So if you remember, I told you we are going to skip that part of CloudWatch. That is the part where you define criteria. That is the part where you make your auto scaling group dynamic. Right now, my auto scaling group is, is static. It's not evolving based on load. Okay, so there has to be some criteria. Criteria like, let's say, if my CPU utilization, and CPU utilization is the one of the biggest metric that we follow. It's one of the biggest parameter that we follow. So here you see CPU utilization, if it is above, let's say 70%, then add server. Okay, if CPU utilization is below 40%, then remove server. You see, we need such type of criteria. Okay, see, we need such type of criteria, correct? We need CPU utilization in all the EC2. Every EC2 has CPU, so in every CPU you will get this utilization. So such criteria can be set in CloudWatch. Okay, so what I'm doing is that I divided your auto scaling group demo in 2 parts. One part we saw today, static part. Another part which is dynamic, we will see that in CloudWatch session. Okay, so there you will understand how you can make your auto scaling group dynamic. That will behave based on incoming load. Is that clear, everyone? Great. So now we will get into VPC. I hope everybody studied IP address and CIDR, because that will be the most important thing today. All right. And also I will tell you, VPC is, I'll be very honest, VPC is the toughest service of your entire curriculum, right? It is also very important from exam point of view. In interview, not that much until unless you are a network engineer. Until or unless you are a network engineer, it will not be asked to you. No, we did not attach load balancer. Let me write here VPC. Now see, until or unless you are not a network engineer, it will not be asked to you in interview, right? But VPC you need to know, because many times there are a lot of error that arises from VPC. And in exam also, certification also, VPC is one of their favorite service. Now it is the most difficult service, but I can give you guys a guarantee, for you guys it will be easiest service. Okay, but let me just tell you, this service is very big. Okay, there are multiple components. For example, in EC2 there was EBS. In EBS there were 4 volume type. There was a security group, there was an auto scaling group, there was a load balancer. In load balancer there were 2 or 3 types. Okay, like that, VPC is a very big service. Okay, so pay attention. Now first of all, let's understand what is VPC. VPC stands for virtual private cloud, right? Now in VPC what happens? See, this is your AWS cloud. This is your AWS cloud. Here is my account. Here is your account. Okay, all of us account are in AWS cloud. Now in my account, I created database. Okay, in your account, you create a EC2. In your account, you create a EC2. Now we are working on a public cloud. If you remember our first session, there I told you there is a public cloud, there is a private cloud. But with private cloud, you get more security, because only your company is working in that cloud. Nobody else is working. Nobody else outside is working. But here, multiple companies are working together. So don't you think there is a chance that someone else EC2 might access your database? Because behind the scene, hardware can be the same. Behind the scene, they are also using North Virginia. You are also using North Virginia. Possibly your AZ might also be the same. Possibly the server might also be the same. So there is a chance that your data security might get compromised. There's a chance that your overall security might get compromised. Okay. Now see, such thing doesn't happen on AWS cloud, because there is a reason. Of course, they have implemented something to avoid all of this stuff. What they have done is, let me show you. Your AWS cloud, whenever you create your account comes with a private network. Okay, whenever you create account, your account comes with a private network, a network boundary, right? And you cannot go beyond this network boundary, and nobody else can enter this network boundary. This network boundary is called as VPC. So in a public cloud, you get a private cloud. So when you create account, all of us get a private cloud, all of us get a private network. And within this private cloud, within this private network, you operate. Okay, so if somebody else, whether they are from other account or whether they are outside of AWS, if they try to access your database, they will be blocked here itself. Nobody can enter inside this VPC if you don't allow. Right? So how security is maintained in AWS cloud? Because even though it's a public cloud, but all of us get a private cloud within that. Right? A simple example I will give you, SSC example. I live in apartment building, so I'm telling you one such example. Apartment building is kind of a public place for all the people living there. right? A apartment building is a public place for the people living there. Anybody can go to parking, anybody can go to terrace. But tell me, can these people randomly go inside each other's house? If I'm living here, can anybody randomly come at my house? No, right? Because this flat belongs to me. This is my boundary. Nobody can enter in here. Same goes here. This is a public cloud. All of these people who created their account here, it's like all of these people who bought their flat here. Okay, for these people, this apartment building is a public area. For this accounts, AWS is a public cloud. But when you create account, you get VPC and nobody can enter inside there. Right? So VPC is required for the security of your account, for the network security of your account, because in the end, it's all network. Right? Everything, the entire cloud is nothing but a network. So you need network layer security, and that is provided by VPC. Right? Now I will tell you why people find VPC so difficult. Let me show you something. This is the reason why people find VPC so difficult. Look at this architecture. Now, what happens many times I have noticed few people directly, few trainer, few people directly jump into such architecture. No, you shouldn't jump directly into such architecture. Okay, what we are going to do, we will create such architecture one by one and you will understand. So I will give you overview. Now VPC is a regional service. So let's say this is my VPC. Let's say in Ohio region. This is my VPC. Now you guys know we have region. What do we have within region? We have availability zone. So region is a bigger geographical area. And within that bigger geographical area, we have smaller area. That is AZ. So region is a bigger geographical area within which we have smaller area called as availability zone. Similarly, we have VPC, which is a bigger network, and within this we have a smaller network called as subnet. Try to correlate. You will never forget this concept. Try to correlate. So within Ohio, we have 3 AZ. In VPC, let's say we have 2 subnet. Here we have 2. You can have more subnet as well, but I'm just taking example of 2. Okay, this is subnet 1. This is subnet 2. 2 subnet. Okay, within VPC, we have 2 subnet. And subnets are of 2 types. Okay, there can be public subnet. There can be a public subnet and there can be a private subnet. Subnets are of 2 types, public subnet and private subnet. Public subnet and private subnet. Subnet are of 2 types, public and private subnet. Okay. So if you remember, when we covered EC2, I skipped the VPC part, right? Your EC2 is launched within VPC. And in fact, not just within VPC. See, we know that EC2 is a regional service. It is launched in a region, in Ohio region. But we know it's not true. It's not complete. Within Ohio, there is a AZ where your server is launched, correct? Similarly, it's not VPC. Within VPC, there are subnet, and within subnet, your server is launched. Okay. So just like you have region, within region you have AZ, and within AZ you have your resource. Just like that, within VPC you have subnet, and within subnet you have resource. Okay. So the server that you launch in public subnet will be a public server. It will be a public server. The server that you launch in public subnet will be a public server. The server that you launch in private subnet will be, it's very difficult to guess, but it's a private server. Okay, this will be your private server. Public server, private server. Now you guys can easily guess, if I have two servers within same subnet, here they can talk to each other easily. Okay, of course they are in same network, they can talk to each other, they can communicate with one another easily. But what if there are server in different subnet, this server is in this subnet, this server is in this subnet? Now how they can communicate? Of course they will have some difficulty. A simple example I will give you. You and your wife are in same home. So of course you don't need any telephone, you don't need any mobile for communication. But let's say you and your spouse is in some different buildings. They are in their office, you are in your office. Right? Now until unless you don't have some majestic power, you need a telephone. Okay, you need a mobile phone for communication. Similarly, these two servers are in different network. So they need something extra. And here comes implicit router. Here comes implicit router. Implicit router is something that you will use for communication. Okay, so this server wants to communicate with this server across subnet. They will use implicit router. Now, what is implicit router? It's a router. That's it. Do we need to create it? The answer is no. Implicit router simply means, from the name itself, you can understand implicit, right? It is already created for you. Nobody else need to create. AWS will already create it for you. You don't need to create this. You cannot delete this. You don't need to create implicit router. It is already there, created for you. And public server, private server will communicate with one another using this implicit router. Okay. Now, you guys tell me, do you think, let's say my public server, you are creating a web application. Now, next thing, let's say you are creating a web application. Okay. You are creating a web application. So your front end code will be written in public server. Your backend code will be written in private server. Or let's say your database is in private server. Now you guys tell me, sometimes you might need internet. Let's say your database is there and you want to update your database in private server. Okay, you want to update your database to latest version. You need internet for that. For your public server also you need internet. Let's say you want to download some new library. So you need internet. How you will get that? Do you think this server by default have internet here? Yes or no? What do you think? What is your assumption? No, right? Because if you get public internet here, it will defeat the entire purpose of your VPC. It's a private network. You shouldn't get public internet there, right? But the reality is we want internet. Without internet, you will not be able to download new libraries. Without internet, you will not be able to update your database. So we need internet, but we don't have it because of VPC. So how to get internet? To securely get internet, we have something called as internet gateway. Okay, to get internet securely, we have internet gateway. Internet gateway is something which is used to securely provide internet. So in your private network, your server will securely get public internet so that they can update, download libraries and all that. Okay, so they will get internet through internet gateway. All right. So internet gateway provides internet in your VPC. Now, and the sole purpose of internet gateway is to only provide internet and nothing else. Now, next thing. Now see, public server wants internet, but what happened actually is that public server have no idea about internet. Public server have no idea about the presence of internet gateway. So how does your public server knows that it needs to go to internet gateway? So for this, I will give you again a SSE example. Let's say I'm moving to London for some project work, right? Now, for this project, let's say I'm moving for, I moved to London for some project work and I need to drink some coffee. Okay, but I don't know any cafe there. I don't know anything. So what I will do, I will just type coffee near me in Google Maps. And what Google Maps will do, it will give me list of all the cafe near me where I can get coffee, right? So understand the concept. I am new to that place. I don't know where those cafe exists, and those cafe provides coffee. So Google Map will tell me. Google Map will give me list of all the cafe near me. This is one example. Another example, I'm not sure how many of you guys remember. Many of you I know are quite younger folks. But back in the days, around 10-15 years ago, we used to have this, big books in which we used to have name and phone number of people from our city. Anybody remember the name of that? Yeah, yellow pages, correct. Telephone directory, correct. Right. So in that you used to find name of the people and their phone number. This is from the days when mobile phones were not there. It was all landlines. Right. So now what happens? I know a person. I know that there is a person I want to contact. Right. But I don't know their number. So I will use that book, and in that book, I will find their name and I will get their number. Okay. So I hope both the example are clear, Google Map and telephone directory. So here, how does your public server knows about internet gateway? So there is something called as a route table. There is something called as route table. In this route table, we have something called as, just like in telephone directory, we have name and phone. Here we have destination and we have target. We have destination and we have target. Okay. So here we will have, if you want internet, go for internet gateway. We will have a route table where we will have this entry. If you want internet, go for internet gateway. If your destination is internet, then your target is internet gateway. So public server that doesn't know about existence of internet gateway, public server will go to this route table. Public server will go to route table. And route table will redirect my public server to internet gateway. So route table is like your Google Map. Public server is me. Okay, and this is cafe that provides coffee. Internet gateway provides internet. This is like your Google Map. This is like your telephone directory. I hope these examples are helping you. Otherwise, these concepts are very tough to understand. Okay, everyone. Is everybody clear till this point? Great. And don't worry, we will see all of this in detail and we will see practical of each and everything. Now, here I am only talking about public server. But what about your private server? Your private server also needs internet. How does your private server get internet? See, private server cannot connect with internet gateway directly. What is the reason? We'll see that later. Technical reason I'll give you later. Right now, just understand, just because it's private, it cannot get internet directly. Just assume that. Real reason we will see later. But just because it's private, it cannot get internet directly. Now, how it will get internet? See. Okay, I will give you one more SSE example. Okay, Some of you people might find it silly, but it will help other people. Let's say let's say I got infected by COVID. Now, what is the very first thing I should do? I should isolate myself, correct? Right? So let's say this is my bedroom. Okay. Now I will isolate myself. I'm here. And my other family members will be here. Okay. My other family members will be here. And I can say in this home, these other rooms are kind of public room because this is my private room right now where I'm isolated. So for that scenario, other rooms are public room. I know it sounds silly, but please pay attention. So other rooms are public room and this is my private room. But public room for the people in this house, not for outside. Right? So near my home, there is a restaurant or hotel. And the sole purpose of this hotel is to provide pizza. Now here is my brother who is not infected by COVID. So can I say this person can go out and get the pizza whenever he wants? But can I go out and get the pizza? Obviously not. I'm isolated. Now, is there any solution you guys have for for me to get the pizza? I'm infected by COVID. I'm isolated. Okay. So correct. This person can go out and get the pizza and bring it for me. And we all have did this in COVID. Now see, we can say this home is like a VPC. And if this home is like a VPC, this bedroom where person is isolated, we can say it's like a private subnet. And other rooms, which are kind of public, they are public subnet. Correct? The person who is isolated in private bedroom is called as private server in private subnet. And the other people in public subnets are public server. Okay. Now, who is this person who is bringing, and this pizza hotel whose sole purpose is to provide pizza is like internet gateway, whose sole purpose is to provide internet. Now, what is the name of this brother or person who is bringing that to me? Because I cannot go out. Private server cannot go out. I told you it just because it's private. So this person who is going out and bringing the pizza is called as NAT gateway. This is called as NAT gateway. So NAT gateway is that special server in your public subnet that will go out, and since it's a public, it is in public subnet, it can also go out. It can also go out and get the internet, but it will bring the internet for your private server. It will bring the internet for your private server. Okay. So this brother who go out and bring the pizza for you is NAT gateway. I hope this example, this is one of my favorite example of whatever I created, but I hope this help you understanding what is NAT gateway. So NAT gateway is that gateway or special server that goes out and bring the internet for you. Private server cannot get that directly. NAT gateway will have to bring for it. Is the internet coming from NAT gateway? The answer is no. Source of internet is still the internet gateway. Okay, source of internet is still the internet gateway. NAT gateway is the bridge that is bringing the internet. Okay. Full form is network address translation. Is everybody clear till this point? This is the overview I wanted you guys to understand. Okay, so now we will see VPC. Now we will jump into practical. So let me go there. Now, by the way, here I will delete my auto scaling group. I will delete my auto scaling group. And you will see as soon as you delete your auto scaling group, the server created by that auto scaling group will also be deleted. Wait for it. Okay, server created by that auto scaling group will also be deleted. Now let's go to VPC. And now we will create our own VPC. So this is my, see, here you see we already have a VPC. Okay. Now, for services like EC2, EFS, we require VPC. But if you remember, when we created server, we did not create any VPC. Still, it got created. Why? Because it used this default VPC. When you create your AWS account, you get a default VPC in every region. Whatever region you select, in every region you will have a default VPC. Okay, and all those VPC will have the same CIDR. Okay, 172.31.00/16. This is a CIDR in every region. Okay, in your account as well, you will have the same VPC. Now, please don't go and check. You can trust me on that. I'm not lying. Okay, so in every region, you will have a VPC with the same CIDR. This is the default VPC. If you don't provide your VPC, AWS will select this VPC. Okay, but obviously for project we cannot select this VPC. For projects we create our own VPC. All right, now let me show you. Here we will create our own custom VPC. Okay, so click on create VPC, and now you will see name tag. I will provide a name, let's say demo VPC. Okay, now it is asking me to select CIDR. Now see, this is the word. Okay, and let's assume every person in this world can be identified uniquely by their name. Okay, we know it's DNA, we know it's fingerprint, but let's say every person in the name have unique identity, and that identity is their name. Okay, just assume. Similarly, in the network world, every server, every system, every computer, every device can be uniquely identified using what? It can be uniquely identified using IP address. This name, you see, this name is divided, it can be divided into two parts. There is first name, okay, and then there is a last name. First name, last name. Okay. Similarly, your IP address can be divided into two parts. There is a network ID and there is a host ID. All right, network ID and host ID. Now, first name, let's say an example I will give. Standard being, this is the example. First name, last name. Here I will give you example. Let's say 192.163.11.22 slash, let's say 32. This is the example. Right? Now pay attention. Here in the first name, okay, every character C, H, A, and every character belongs to a range. What is that range? That range is A to Z. This is the range. Similarly, every ID here, you see there are 4 blocks. First of all, here it can be infinite character. There is no limitation. You can have a name with 1 character. You can have a name with 100 characters. No limitation. But here you will always have 4 blocks. Block 1, block 2, block 3, block 4, separated by dot. You will always have this 4 block. Okay. So these blocks belong to a range. What is that range? 0 to 255. Right? Then last name. Here also it belongs to a range and it can be of any character, but here it will be only 1 number. Here we had 4 block, but here we have only 1 block or 1 number. And this belongs to a range. Here last name also belongs to a range A to Z. Here host ID belongs to a range from 0 to 32. Okay, 0 to 32. Okay. Now see, I hope everybody is clear till this point. Can I say last name represent multiple people? Last name is a family name. Can I say it represent multiple people? Multiple people in a family. Similarly, here host ID represent multiple network ID. Okay, and based on this comes your CIDR concept, classless inter-domain routing. But if I just tell you it's classless inter-domain routing, you will understand nothing. So ignore the full form. Right. So you see, let me give you example. Let's say 192.168.11.22/32. Okay. We have this CIDR. Here it represents no range. Now I know I just told you that host ID represent multiple IP, host ID represent range, but 32 represent no range. Here you get only one IP. Here you get only one IP. But what if we have, now pay attention, okay, everyone. I will not repeat this. This is your basics. You need to cover this on your own, but pay attention. I am covering it now. 192.168.11.22. What if host ID is, let's say, 24? Then what? 24 represent range. 24 represent change in last one number. 24 represent change in last one number. So you get a range from 192.168.11.0 up to 192.168.11.255. What is the maximum range? 0 to 255. So how many IP address you get here? 0 plus 255, 256 host or IP you get. Okay, one more example. 192.168.11.22/16. 16 represent the change in last two numbers. So what is the range you get now? 192.168.0.0 up to 192.168.255.255. This is the range you get. So how many IP you get here? Multiply 256 by 256, whatever 36,000 IP you get, that is what you get here. One more example. 192.168.11.22/ this time 8. 8 represent change in last three block. So what is the range you get? 192.0.0.0 up to 192.255.255.255. Multiply all these three, all the permutation combination, you will get that many IP. Can you guys notice a pattern here? 32, 24, 16, 18. Can you guys notice a pattern here? Octet, power of 2, correct? Now let me show you something. 1 minute. Here let's say this IP 10.0.0 32. 32 represent no range. 32 represent only one IP. Calculate. You see, starting IP is this, and last IP is also that. So you get only one host, right? If I get 24, calculate. Look at the starting ID 10.0.0.0, but the last ID is 10.0.255. Okay. Now, what if I select 16? See, first ID 10.0.0.0, last ID is 10.0.255.255. 65,000, sorry, not 32, it's 65,000. Okay. What if I provide 8? You see, last three blocks are changing, and this many host or IP you get. But Does it mean we can only provide this number 32, 24, 16, 8? What if I provide 15? What if I provide 23? See, that also you can provide. When you provide 24, let me just give here 192.163.11.22. When you provide 24, we know last block is changing. Okay, so you get 256 hosts. But if I provide 23, see, 24, 16, 8, they represent absolute change. That this block will change completely from 0 to 255. But if I provide 23, second last block will begin to change. It will not change completely. It will begin to change. See, if I provide 23, look at the last block, second last block, okay? One second, yes, 11.22. Can you see second last block is beginning to change now? 1 second. 1 minute. Something is wrong here. Let me see. 16. Okay. Or let me take, simple number 10.0.0.0/24. Okay, because there's so many numbers are there, it is confusing. See, 24 last block is changing. But if I give 23, can you see second block is beginning to change? Is it changed completely from up to 255? No. But second block is 1 now. Now 22. Can you see second block is increasing? And so your total number of hosts is also increasing. Right? 21. See, it is now increasing to 7. So your other values, other host ID also works. For 20, it changed to 15. And see, your hosts are increasing more and more. 19. Now it is 31. 18. Now it's 63. 17. Now it's 127. And 16. Now it's completely 255. Okay. If I reduce it even more, 15. See, third block is beginning to change. So this is CIDR. Okay, this is what you need to know. Now, when you create VPC, okay, it is also asking you for CIDR. Can you guys think about it? Can you guys guess why it is asking you CIDR? To assign IP to the EC2. The bigger the CIDR, the more resource you can have in your EC2, in your VPC. The smaller the CIDR, less number of server you can or resources you can have in your VPC. So here I will give a CIDR 10.0.0.0/16. Guys, CIDR, IP address, all of these are quite complicated topics. Okay, to be honest, when I was a student, we were never, no teacher explained this topic well. Okay, so throughout my career, actually, in the beginning, not today, I studied multiple sources. And when I started teaching, I knew that very few people will understand it. Okay, so what I did, I made it, I find out some way to make it simple. I hope it is clear for all of you now. Can you randomly give any CIDR? No. There is a limitation. You can give from 16 to up to 24. This is the range. Within this range, you can give anything. I will give, let's say, 16. The lower the host ID, bigger will be the CIDR. So I will give this IPv4 CIDR. You can also give IPv6. Okay, but no, I will not give it. If you want, you can select this Amazon provided IPv6. Then AWS will provide their own IPv6 CIDR block. Okay, and this can be used, when you have IPv6 in your project. Okay, then you can use it. Okay, so I will not select this. We will cover IPv4 as of now. And here tags. And see, that's how simple it is to create a VPC. Provide the name, provide CIDR, And see, tenancy I forgot. Now, what is tenancy? There are two options, default and dedicated. Now, I told you, whenever you create any resource, whenever you create any server, your server is created on shared hardware. Correct? If I create a EC2 right now, that EC2 is created on a hardware which is also shared with other people. Multiple people virtual machine is getting created from the same hardware. So if you go with dedicated, you will get everything as dedicated hardware. So if I go with dedicated tenancy, and tomorrow I create a EC2 server in this VPC, then I will get that server on a dedicated hardware. That hardware will not be shared with anyone else. Okay. But if I select default, then I will still have both options. Either it can be shared, by default it will be shared, but I can make it dedicated as well. But if you go with dedicated, it will be dedicated only. And obviously, if you go with dedicated hardware, it will cost you more money. Okay, but if you go with default, you will get, it will not be that costly because it will be on shared hardware. But you can still upgrade to dedicated. Right? So that is tenancy, and that's how simple it is. Provide name, provide CIDR, provide tenancy, provide name. That's it. But to provide CIDR, you need to understand all of this concept. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create VPC. And with that, your VPC is created. Okay. Now, once your VPC is created, what is the next thing we need to get into? What we need to create next? After VPC comes what? After VPC, we need subnet. Okay. Remember the sequence in which I covered. Now we need subnet. Okay. So let me show you that also. Here I will go to subnet. Just a minute. Now I will create subnet. So you see, by default, there are 3 subnets here. Now I did not create this subnet. So just like you have default VPC, you also get default subnet within that default VPC. But why 3? If I go to North Virginia, here you see there are total 6 subnet. So this subnet is according to number of AZ. In North Virginia, there are total 6 AZ. So there are total 6 subnet. In Ohio, there are 3 AZ. So there are 3 subnet. So region, VPC is correspond to region and subnet corresponds to AZ. But are we limited by this? The answer is no. Does it mean we can have only 3 subnet in Ohio in our VPC? The answer is no. You can have as many subnet as you want, up to 200. Not, I don't think beyond 200 you cannot go. You can create more subnet. It's just that for their default VPC, they selected subnet according to number of AZ. But if you want, you can create less subnet. If you want, you can create more subnet. Now, how to create subnet? Let me show you. Please don't do any practical. Pay attention here. Click on create subnet. And first of all, you need to select your VPC. Now you see in my account, there are 2 VPC. Okay, there is a default VPC and there is a demo VPC. So I'll select my demo VPC. And default VPC option is there. See, it means you can add more subnet. Okay, so there are 3 subnet, but you can still add more subnet. So I will select here demo VPC. Okay, in subnet name, I will select, let's say, I want to create public subnet. So I will provide public subnet. Okay, it is asking me AZ availability zone. I will select, let's say, 2A. So I'm creating public subnet in 2A availability zone. Let me add 2A here. And now it is asking me CIDR block. Okay. So for VPC, we provided CIDR block. For subnet, how to provide CIDR block? I will take easy number. Okay. Instead of writing entire CIDR, I will take easy number. Let's say the CIDR of your VPC is 1 to 1000. Okay. Easy number. Now the rule is that subnet that you create, they should be subset of this CIDR. Let's say subnet 1 will have CIDR from 1 to 200. Subnet 2 will have a CIDR from 250 to 399. Subnet 3 will have CIDR from 500 to 700. But can they go beyond this range? The answer is no. Subnet needs to be subset, subnet CIDR needs to be subset of VPC CIDR. Okay, but how to do this? I know 10.0.0.0/60 is my bigger subnet, bigger CIDR. How to divide that? How to deconstruct that? So for this, you will never do it manually. There are tools. There are online tools that we will use. Let me show you. Okay, so pay attention, everyone. Okay, so this is one such tool. Now here, what I'm going to do, this network address block, here I will provide my VPC CIDR. Okay, here I provide my VPC CIDR, network address block. Okay, and here it is showing you how many hosts you get in this block. So we get 65,536. Okay, this we saw earlier. Here also you can check. For 10.0.0.016, you get 65,536 IP. So that many IP you are getting here. Okay. And if you want only one subnet, obviously in that subnet also you will get this many hosts. But if I want two subnet, now this will be divided by 2. And 65,536 divided by 2, in each subnet, you will get 32,768 subnet host. Sorry. Now you have two subnet. So one subnet is getting 32,000, another subnet is getting 32. And this is your subnet. Okay. What if I want 3 subnet, or sorry, not odd numbers like that are not possible. 4 subnet. Now you see your VPC CIDR is getting divided by 4. In each subnet, you are getting 16,000 host. Okay. In each host, in each subnet, you are getting 16,000 hosts. What if I divide it by 8? Estimation. How many hosts I will get in one subnet? 88,000. If I divide it by 16, in one subnet, I will get 4,000 hosts. Okay. So you can use this tool. Just provide your VPC CIDR here and provide number of subnet. And this is the CIDR range you want. Now see, everyone. There is one rule that you need to understand. When you create VPC and the CIDR you provide, that CIDR should not overlap with any other VPC. So in a Ohio region, if you are creating two VPC, then the CIDR of those two VPC should not overlap. There is VPC 1 with the CIDR 1 to 1000. Then there is VPC 2 with the CIDR let's say 900 to 2000. This should never happen. There is an overlap. Anybody can think of the reason why this overlap should not be there? Guys, pay attention here. Yes, if the overlap happen, there is a chance that multiple your IP might repeat. And we know that that is not possible. That should not happen. Two servers should not get the same IP. So this overlap should never be there. 1100 to 2000. Okay. So this overlap should never be there. Similarly, overlap between your subnet should also never be there. Okay. So if this subnet is finishing at 200, this should not start at 200 or below 200. It should start after 200. Okay, so overlap should not be there. Now you see, when you use this tool, it is dividing your subnet with 16. Now there is no overlap. Look at this. This subnet is starting from 10.0.0.1 and it is finishing at 10.0.15.254. And the next subnet is starting from 16.1. Okay. See, it is finishing at 15.254. This is starting at 16.1. This CIDR is finishing at 31.254 and this one is starting at 32.1. This one is finishing at 47.254. This one is starting at 48.1. So is there any overlap? No. So what I'm going to do, I will use this CIDR and I will provide it here. Okay. Now what should be the host ID? Host ID you will get here. This is your host ID, 20. If I select 8, your host ID is 19. If I select 4, your host ID is 18. If I select 16, your host ID is 20. Okay, so I'll select this 20. Okay, so this is how you create subnet. Provide subnet name, provide AZ, and here I provide my CIDR. So this is how you create subnet. I created public subnet. Now, how to create private subnet? Again, I'm repeating, so pay attention. Select your VPC. Provide private subnet. Okay. Then provide, select AZ. Let's say 2A. Here I'll provide 2A for identification. Now, what should be the CIDR? Let me take this. What should be host ID? Look at it here. It's 20. So take 20. How many hosts I will get in this subnet? I will get 4096 IP or host. So your subnet is created. One more time, I'm showing. Pay attention. Select your VPC, demo VPC. Provide the name. Public subnet. Select the AZ this time. Let's say 2B. 2B. Okay. Provide the CIDR. Now, does it mean I need to go in sequence? No, any of the CIDR will work. Let me take this one randomly. Provide /20 because it is shown here in 20. Select that. Now here also you can add another subnet. Click on add new subnet. One more subnet. Private subnet. 2B because I'm going to select AZ2B. Or let me select 2C just to make it show you all the possibility. It's not like that you created public subnet in 2B, private subnet will be in 2B. No, you can select 2C. There's no rule there. Select AZ, provide CIDR /20. Okay, this is how you create subnet. Here you provide your VPC name. Here you select your AZ. Here you provide CIDR, whether it's a private subnet or public subnet. Now you see there is something wrong with the subnet I created. Okay, this 4 subnet I created, there is something wrong with them. What is wrong? Just because I gave the name as public, does it make them public subnet? Just because I gave the name private, does it make them private subnet? What if I give a name semi-public? Now tell me what is the meaning of that? So just because you give a name public or private, it doesn't make it public or private. Okay, so let me tell you, understand this rule. By default, every subnet is a private subnet. This subnet, all these 4 subnet, by default, all these 4 subnets are private subnet. It is your responsibility to convert them into a public subnet. By default, all 4 of them are private. How to convert them to public? Simple. Pay attention, or don't do practical right now. Pay attention here. Select the subnet. Go to action. And here you see edit subnet setting. Go here and you see enable auto assign public IPv4 address. Select this. That's it. You are done. Okay, I will explain you the concept behind it. See, public subnet gives you what? If I create a server in public subnet, I gave public server. Okay, if I create a subnet, if I create a private subnet, if I create a server in private subnet, I get what? I get a private server. I get a private server. Now, public server is what? That have public IP address and private IP address. Sorry, yes. Public server is the one that have both public and private IP. Private server is the one that have only private IP address. All of these subnet by default are private subnet. It is your responsibility to convert them into public. One more time, I'm showing the demo. Select the subnet that you want to make public. Action, edit subnet setting. And here you see enable auto assign public IPv4 address. When you select this option, what happens? Automatically a public IP is assigned to your server that will be created in this subnet automatically. Okay, let me show you the proof. I'll click on save. Now I will show you the proof for what I said. Go to EC2. Now I will create a server. I will create a public server. Launch instance, public server. And the part that we skipped in EC2, now we will see that. So edit this. Here, instead of default, I will select demo VPC. Now I want public server. Tell me which subnet I should select. Of course, I should select either this subnet or this subnet. So I will go with this public subnet 2A. Now it means what? My server will be created in availability zone US is 2A. It will be created in AZ US is 2A. This I did not cover in EC2. But now you understand, right? Everyone? And it's a public subnet. It will have both public IP, it will have private IP as well. Let's create this. Okay. Similarly, I will create private server. Private server. Proceed without key pair. Edit. Select your demo VPC. And here I want private server, so I will select private subnet. Okay. Now you see, if I go down, launch instance. Okay. So I have this public server. Now let's check. Select this. And you see, we have both public IP address and private IP address. Okay. But if I select my private server, pay attention. There is no public IP address. There is no public IP address, only private IP address. Now these two are public subnet and these two are private subnet, right? So it's not the name, it's the setting that is making it public or private. Few services, few resources belongs to AZ Mohammed Shamin, but they can also connect with from resources with different AZ. Base will be in AZ, but few services can connect with different AZ, few services cannot connect with different AZ. For example, your EBS. EBS also belongs to AZ, but it cannot connect with different AZ. But EFS also belongs to AZ, but it can connect with other AZ. So this will be my subnet 1. This will be my subnet 2. This will be my subnet 3. And let's say we have one more spare. This is not the actual subnet. I just want you to imagine a network layer. Okay. Now this common part you see, this part. Okay. This square, this square, this square, this. How many total square we have? 4 here, 4 here, 4 here, 4 here. 16. So you need 16 subnet. In many projects, you will see people don't follow spare tier. They don't use spare tier, although we should have it. Many many tech architects, they modify architecture in the later stages, which is not good. it creates a lot of problem. But if you consider architecture like this, where you have 3 tier and 1 spare tier, and 3 AZ or 3 subnet and 1 extra subnet, spare subnet, then this common part is the actual number of subnet you need. This is the toughest topic, but I guarantee you, for you it will become easy, provided you do your own study as well. So when you, let's say you are working on a web application, the front end part of your web application will be hosted in public server. Okay, so that it can be accessed by everyone over internet, and private part will be that is database will be hosted in private server. Now see, what is the next thing? We created VPC, we created subnet. What is the next thing? Implicit router. But I told you implicit router is implicit. We don't need to create it. It's already there. Okay, so that we don't need to worry about. Now let me do one thing. Let me connect with this public server. Okay, I will connect with it. Okay, we are not able to access this public server using this EC2 Instance Connect option. Why? Why we are not able to access it? Because this feature, no, security group is there. If you check the security group, SSH rule is there. Now, why it is not working? Because see, what I told you, this EC2 Instance Connect feature, this connect with your EC2 from the browser. So in your browser, it will open this window. So obviously, if it is connecting with your EC2 from browser, of course, it is utilizing internet. It is using internet to connect with your server. And by default, I told you, when you create VPC, you will not have internet in that. Okay, you don't have internet in your VPC, right? So what we need to do is that we need to allow internet to flow through our VPC, and that is done using internet gateway only. So what we are going to do, I will go to VPC, and here you will see internet gateway. Okay, so I'm going to create an internet gateway, and it is very simple. If I click on create internet gateway, here it is asking me to provide name. That's it. You just need to provide name and you're done. Okay, so let's say my IGW, you're done. That's all you need to provide. Why? Why it is so simple? Because internet gateway, you can imagine it's like a already pre-made application, which is already created for you. You just need to provide name and use it, and you're done. You don't need to do any configuration. You don't need to do any changes. Just provide the name and it is created for you. It's a gateway which is already configured for you. That's why only name and create internet gateway. You're done. But just because you created internet gateway doesn't mean it will work. No. Why? Because you created internet gateway. Now you need to attach this internet gateway to the VPC. So here you will see it is still not working. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I will go here. So you see, following internet gateway is created. You can now attach it to VPC. Great. I'll select this internet gateway. You see it is detached. This is the default internet gateway that you get with default VPC. That's why the default EC2, so the EC2 that we created in default VPC, we were able to connect with it. Why? Because there was a default VPC. There was a default subnet. There was a default internet gateway. Okay, but when you create your own, you need to enable all of this. So select VPC, go to action. Select internet gateway, go to action, and here you see attach to VPC. And here you see demo VPC. But now let's stop here. Okay, see, there are different ways to study. Okay, a trainer can come and he can teach you everything and you can learn. But there is one way, and this is not written anywhere, this is my observation. There are few ways in which you study from observation. What is that you can observe here? If you remember, when I created subnet, there also it was asking me to select VPC. And I showed you, we can select default VPC and we can create a subnet in that. But here, can we see default VPC? No. only our custom VPC is there. What you can learn from this observation? Why only one VPC is here, and that too our custom VPC? Because between internet gateway and your VPC, there is one-to-one mapping between internet gateway and VPC. Your default VPC already have a internet gateway attached to it. That's why you cannot attach more internet gateway. Okay, your default VPC already have a internet gateway. That's why you cannot attach more. That's simple as that. That's it. So that's why here you see your own VPC. So I'll select this, attach internet gateway. Now let's see, refresh. And it is still not working. Why? Your internet is there, internet gateway is there, but how does your server knows that there is internet gateway? I hope you remember telephone directory and Google Map. So now we need to create route table. And in fact, actually, route table is the thing that you don't need to create. Route table is the only thing that you get by default. Here you see, this is the default route table of your default VPC. This one, default route table of your default VPC. But this one, this is the default route table of your demo VPC. Okay, so route table you get by default. And I'm giving you guys a homework. See, why do we get this by default? Because there is a route that is required. 10.0.0/16 target local. This route is required. Okay, I gave a hint of this earlier in the before break, but I want you guys to take it as a challenge or as a homework. Find out what is the purpose of this route. Everybody understood the assignment? Just read about it. Hardly 10 minutes it will require to find solution. Don't use ChatGPT. Read about it. Google and try to find out the reason why this route is there by default. Just what I said you, just type that in Google and read few 1 or 2 pages on it. Many extra concepts will be clear. The problem statement is you get default route table with your VPC. We did not get internet gateway, we did not get subnet, but we got route table. Why? Because this route is required by default. But why it is required? Find out the reason behind it. Why this route is required? Okay, so what I'm gonna do here. Okay, so here in this default route table, I'm going to add my route. I can create a new route table as well, but I will show you that also. But let me add this route right now. Edit route. And what I will add here, if you want internet, go for my IGW. But here it is asking for CIDR. For internet, what CIDR we have? 0.0.0.0/0. Basically, internet is what? All the IP addresses. So this anywhere will work. All the IP addresses here. This. Okay, this represents internet. And here you see multiple options. Out of this, select your internet gateway. And now it will show you your internet gateway, which is not attached. Select this one. Destination, target. And save changes. Okay. So we selected our internet gateway, this route. And now let's check. There you go, it is working. So there are 3 steps. First is create internet gateway. Second, attach internet gateway to VPC. Third, add route in route table for internet gateway. 3 steps. Okay, so now here that's what we have here. So it is working. But what about your private server? Let's see. And by the way, here if I type ping google.com, you see I'm also getting response. It means internet is working. Okay, now let's see. So let's connect with private server. Click on connect. This instance does not have public IP address, so you cannot connect. Okay, don't worry, we will see this, we'll solve this problem. But I hope you guys are clear till this point. VPC, subnet, public subnet, private subnet, now internet gateway. Okay, now we will stop here. I will not get into NAT gateway directly, but because before that there is something you need to understand. When you create a EC2 server, you always get a firewall around it. That firewall is called as security group. This firewall around your instance is called as security group, right? And but now today we know EC2 is created within subnet. Okay, so this is your subnet. So what I'm telling you, yes, EC2 is created within subnet, and on this subnet there is one more firewall, and on the subnet level there is one more firewall. On the subnet level, there is one more firewall. Okay, now see, the logic is simple. Whenever a new request was coming for your EC2, it was getting blocked at blocked by this firewall. This is the security group. Okay, this is called as instance level firewall because it is at the instance level, and this is NACL. And by NACL I do not mean salt. NACL, network address, network access control list. It's a subnet level firewall because it is at subnet level. So the logic is simple. I was telling you, whenever request comes for EC2, it is getting blocked by this security group firewall. Now we have this firewall as well on the outside. So whenever request coming for your EC2, that request first go through this firewall. Okay, and the evaluation happens here, whether this request is allowed or not. Okay, or evaluation happens here. If this request is allowed, then it will enter, otherwise it will get rejected right here. Then if it is allowed, the request will enter and it will go to your security group firewall, another firewall, so another evaluation will happen here. Again, if this firewall also allows, then it will go to your EC2. Similarly, so this is called as inbound request. This is called as inbound request. Now, when now EC2, from EC2 will also access outside resource. So when a request goes from EC2, this will be an outbound request. And don't ask question, Pratik, evaluation will happen or not. I will get to that. Don't worry. Okay, this will be outbound request. So logic is simple. Okay, again, if you need a SSC example, imagine this is your home. Okay, your home have a door, front door, and this is your apartment. On apartment there is a gate. So security guard will first allow person to enter in the apartment building. Then you have your own door. So 2-level firewall. Okay, so this is your outside gate and this is your home door, front door. Okay, I cannot make it more simple than this. So this is subnet level firewall. This is instance level firewall. Both of them have the same job, is to block unallowed traffic, block the traffic that you don't want. Okay, now see, security group by default, and this will be difficult to understand, so pay attention. We know security group by default blocks everything. Okay, same goes with your subnet level firewall. Okay, security group by default blocks everything. Okay, but what the rule that you add, is allowed. If you add SSH rule, SSH rule will be allowed. If you add NFS rule will be allowed. Okay. So this is block, this is allowed. So can I say by default block is there, but can I say security group can only allow rules, you can only add allow rules. Do you guys agree with this? I think this is correct, because by default there is a block. You cannot add a deny rule. Let me show you. You can access security group from here as well. This is the security group. If I go to randomly this inbound rule, click on edit inbound rule. Here you can add rule. Whatever rule you add, that is allowed by default. But in NACL, here also by default blocks everything. But here you can allow and deny rule. By default it is going to deny, but you can also add explicit deny. Okay, let me show you. If you go to NACL, it also looks the same. For example, this one. Here also inbound rule. Here you see, you can choose whether you want to allow the rule or deny the rule. Now, how many of you guys are confused here? Pratik, if by default NACL also deny, then why there is a need of explicit deny? How many of you guys are confused with this part? It means you are getting the concept. I'll give you simple numbers. Let's say you are creating a web application. Of course, that web application is public. You want to make it public. You want everyone else to access that web application. And by the way, we'll have to, there has been a ritual from last weekend that after 12:30, somehow my Airtel Wi-Fi gets shut down. So it's 12:27 now. I'm getting prepared for that ritual. Hope so today that won't happen. It's very irritating. And trust me, it is happening only with your batch. Before your batch, I told you I teach all the time. It doesn't happen with weekdays morning batch. It doesn't happen with weekend evening batch. It happened only in your batch, nowhere else. Yesterday night I took 3 hours of class. It did not happen there. Only with your batch it is happening. Okay. No. Hope so. Today it won't happen. Now see, here you have, okay, so you have a web application. You want to make your web application live for entire world, right? So obviously in that security group, you will keep this 0.0.0/0. Or let's take simple number. You will allow all the IP, let's say from 1 to 1000. You allowed all the IP. And right now assume, to explain the concept, we are going to assume NACL doesn't exist. Okay, it means explicit deny doesn't exist. We need to assume that. So your web application is live for the entire world. Now what? Now you notice that there are some IP that are trying to hack into your system. Let's say there's an IP 123. This IP is trying to hack into your system. Now how you will block it? Explicit deny doesn't exist. How you will block it? How you will block this one IP? But we allowed everything. You want to make your web application public, so you allowed everything. But then you notice one of the IP is trying to attack. So what you will do? Now you will allow from 1 to 122 and 124 to 1000. Now it will work, because by default what is not allowed is denied. So you will allow only this much. But then you notice along with 123, 456 also trying to launch attack. Now again you will change your rule. You will allow from 1 to 122. Then you will allow from 124 to 455. Then you will allow from 457 to 1000. And you see it is already getting very difficult. Now, if I tell you 2 or 3 more IP, it becomes very difficult to allow this. Now you understand why explicit deny is so important. With explicit deny, now assume NACL exists and it exists. Okay, what you will do, you will allow everything. Okay, and you will deny this 2 IP. That's it. You got 1 more IP, deny that as well. Do you need to change your existing system? No. Now you will say, Pratik, 123 is denied here, 123 is allowed here. Deny will always take priority. Okay, because NACL is going to deny that rule here. So if it is getting denied here, it will never reach to here. You're getting my point, everyone? That's why explicit deny is important. Yeah, it's like it is nothing but blacklisting. But it is used generally in security use cases. In your regular work, you won't really use NACL. You only use security group most of the time. So NACL allows explicit deny. Now, one more thing, and this is also important. So all of this I'm covering, this is important from interview as well as exam point of view. One more important difference. Security group is stateful, while NACL is stateless. Now, what is the meaning of this? So let's say there is a premise. Okay, outside of this premise, there is a security guard. Okay, so when you enter in this premise, you need to showcase your ID to security guard. Okay, and if you are a valid person, if you are an authenticated person, authorized person, you will be allowed to enter. Okay, so evaluation will happen here. And if you are valid, if your ID is valid, you will be allowed to enter. But when you exit, do you think the security guard should ask you, should evaluate you again? Not really, right? Okay. But there are some premises where if you enter, okay, there are some premises where if you enter, you are asked to show your ID and you are allowed to enter. But when you exit, then also you are asked to show your ID. In both the cases, you will have to show your ID. Right? Now let's say, okay, just let's make me this in story format. Here, this security guard, let's say, he will not check you again because he remembers you. Okay, so we can say this security guard is maintaining the state that you are already evaluated. So he will not check you again. Since he is maintaining that state, we can say this security guard is stateful. Okay, and here this security guard doesn't remember you. Let's just say that, okay, just to make it simple. This security guard doesn't remember you. So this security guard is not maintaining the state that you are evaluated. So this security guard we can say is stateless since he is not maintaining the state. Okay. Now, when a request goes to your NACL will do evaluation. When request goes to inbound request goes to security group, it will do evaluation. But when request goes from EC2, there is no evaluation here. Because security guard remembers. Security group is stateful. But here NACL will do evaluation for outbound request as well. Okay. NACL will do evaluation for inbound as well as outbound request. Security group will do evaluation only for inbound requests, not for outbound. Why? Because it maintains the state. This doesn't maintain the state, that's why it needs to do evaluation. That's why security group is stateful NACL is stateless. Security group is a guard that remembers. NACL is the guard that doesn't remember. This is a very important distinction. I hope this is clear for everyone. Again, I cannot make it more simpler than this, right? So this is the reason there is no evaluation here, but there will be a evaluation here. So yeah, here you get NACL and security group. One last rule I want you to understand, and this is not that important. In NACL, you see, we can provide rule number. Okay, so let's say I allow SSH, and here I select allow. I can again add SSH, and this time I can select deny. Okay, and here I can select rule number, let's say anything 300. Now you see, I have SSH allow, I have SSH deny. Which one will take priority? Here the rule with the lower number will take priority. Okay, rule with the lower number will take priority. This is not that important concept, but yes, rule number exists here. Why I told you that here deny will take priority? Because rule is coming first to security group, request is first coming to security group. In security group, request is first coming to NACL. If there is a deny here, it will never reach to security group. But within NACL, if there are two rules, allow and deny, so those are decided based on rule number. Lower the rule number, higher the priority. Okay, so that was the concept of NACL and security group. Now, why I explain this concept? Because we are going to see a good demo. And demo will be, let's assume there is a web application. Okay, so you will host that in a web server. And you want this web application to be available for public, okay, on public internet. So this is my web server. I want this to be a public server. So I will host it where? I will host this in public subnet. Then only I will get public server. So this will be my public subnet. Okay. And similarly, I will have, let's say, another private server in which, let's say, the database is hosted. This will be database server. So obviously you will not make your database public. So this will be private server. And private server you get in private subnet. Okay. Now let's assume this is a banking application. So any person can visit to, let's say, access.com, hdfc.com, and they can see the bank application. So that is public, that is hosted here. But let's say a person wants to check his balance, how much money he have in account. So that information is stored where? That information is stored in database. Okay. So of course you cannot allow anyone to connect with database directly. Okay. You cannot allow anyone to access database directly, right? So request will come to web server, public web server. Okay. From web server, request will securely. So here customer is asking for his balance. So request will secretly, a query will run from web server. A request will go to database and query will run to check balance. Okay. And database will reply back with the result. Okay. So here database will reply with the whatever result or balance. And web server will give that, showcase that result to your customer. Now understand the scenario here. How you will set up this connection? How you will define the fact that web server should get traffic from public internet, but database server should get traffic only from web server coming securely. How that is defined? That is defined using security group. So here you have a security group. This security group of your public server will allow traffic from public internet. This security group of database server will allow traffic only from public server. Okay, this security group allow traffic from public internet. This security group allow traffic only from this web server. So traffic coming from anywhere else, public internet, from anywhere else will be denied by default. So traffic coming from any other place will be denied by default. This is what we are going to implement. So if you try to access this private database server, your access will be denied. But if you try to access this from web server, your access will be allowed. That's what we are going to implement.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers advanced certification in cloud and DevOps in collaboration with IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you will learn a multitude of tools used in the industry such as Azure, DevOps and AWS. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights, so visit the course page link given in the description and take a first step towards a career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
Why it was working with sudo when you type individual command, it doesn't work? Because see, when you give user data to EC2, who is running your command? When you give user data, who is going to run those commands? The EC2 itself. Okay, so do you think if EC2 itself is running this command, do you need to provide sudo? Obviously not. But when you run the command one by one, it is you who is running. And at that time, you need to provide sudo. When you give user data, the server itself is going to run the command. So sudo is not required at that time. That is the difference. Everybody clear with that? Okay, great. Now here you see, we are going to create first of all our demo VPC. You see there is one default VPC is already there, right? Now we are going to create a new VPC. Let me create that. Create VPC. And here you see we need to provide name. So let's say demo VPC. That is going to be my name. And then I need to provide CIDR. Okay. So CIDR, let's say CIDR, I hope everybody is clear with that. CIDR represent range. So I will give this 16. Okay, 16 as a host ID, I will give CIDR. So here we will get 65,536 IP address, which is good. Okay. And this is the maximum you can get with VPC. You cannot go beyond this for VPC. AWS VPC have this range. And then IPv6, I will not select. And we will create our VPC. Now, after VPC, what we need to create? Okay, remember, just like you have region, within region you have AZ, you have VPC, and within VPC you have subnet. So select your VPC here, and now we need to add subnet. Okay, so let's say public subnet. Okay, and this will be in, let's say, AZ 2A. So here I will give 2A. Now what is CIDR? So here also we need to calculate the CIDR. So to calculate that CIDR, we are going to use tool. Okay, so and here you see, here I will give my VPC CIDR. So we did this multiple times in our last session. Okay, and here I will provide how many subnet I want, 2, 4, 8, 16, whatever. And it is going to divide your CIDR range. It is going to divide your VPC CIDR range in that many subnet. Okay, it's going to divide your VPC CIDR in that many subnet range. So you can take any one of this. Let me take this one. And here I will give, what is the host ID here? What is the host ID? Host ID I will take from, I told you, you will get it from here. If I change it to 8, you see host ID is changing. Okay. So let me give it 20. Here I will give 20. Let me add one more subnet and this will be private. Okay, 2A. AZ 2A/20. Okay. Create subnet. Now what is wrong with this subnet? Both the subnets are by default private subnet. It is your responsibility to convert a private subnet into a public subnet. So select the subnet, go to action, edit subnet setting, and here enable auto assign public IPv4 address. Now what is the simple meaning of this? When you select this, what it is going to do, it is simply going to it doesn't actually make your subnet public. Okay, there is, to be honest, if you go into technicalities, there is actually no public or private subnet. Okay, it's just that if you select this one, the server that will be created, that will have public IP address. If you don't select this one, the subnet by default have private IP address, but it will not get public IP address. That is just the difference. Okay, so I'm going to select this one, enable auto assign public IP v4 address, save. Okay, now what we are going to do, 1 second, let me show you the diagram. First of all, let me go here. Let me create internet gateway, because if I create a server right now, I will not be able to access the internet. So I'm going to create internet gateway. And here, let me create a new one. Okay, let's say my IGW, and it is as simple as that. Just create your internet gateway and you're done. Now, once your internet gateway is created, you need to attach it to the VPC. And we saw that there is one-to-one mapping. Okay, there's a one-to-one mapping between your VPC and your internet gateway. Okay, so I selected this VPC. And now after this, so there are 3 steps. First is create internet gateway. Second is attach it to VPC. And third is add a route in route table. So let me go with my route table. And you can select your default route table. Okay, so here I'll select, let's say, this one, my demo VPC. And one more thing, do we get this route table? Do we need to create this route table? No, this is created automatically for you. If you want, you can create your own. Okay, I will show you that also. Don't worry. I will show you how to do that. But this you get by default. So go to the routes and here edit routes. Add route. Here I will give 0.0.0.0/0 because this represent all the IP address, and therefore it represent internet. So, and here I will give my internet gateway. Okay, save changes. Guys, 1 minute. Okay, so we added the route for internet gateway. Now what? We are going to create we are going to do a practical where we will have a web server, okay, and this will be our public server. Okay, this is going to be our public server, and then we will have a database server. This will be our database server. Okay, so there will be a firewall here, and similarly there will be a firewall here. Okay, and I told you NACL also. We covered the theory, but we haven't seen this practical, right? We had time only till theory. Okay, so I'm not going to cover theory again. So what we are going to do, we need to have a web server that will accept traffic from everywhere. But database server should accept traffic only from web server. So for that, let's first of all create security group. Here you don't need to worry about NACL. Okay, most of the time you will be working with security group. NACL you don't need to worry. So what I'm going to do, before I create server, I will first create security group. So let me go here on the left side to security group. Okay, create one. Let's say this will be my web server security group. Okay, this will allow SSH traffic because we don't have real web application. Okay, otherwise if you have real web application, which traffic you will allow? Which rule you will allow, guys? HTTP or HTTPS, correct. But since we don't have a real web application, we will allow SSH traffic from anywhere. Okay, here select your demo VPC because security group is created according to VPC. You cannot attach security group of one VPC to another VPC. Remember that. Okay, like for example, internet gateway you can create. That internet gateway can be attached to any VPC which is available, which doesn't have existing internet gateway. But security group can be attached to a specific VPC. Okay, it can be attached to only server of that VPC. So here, select your demo VPC, right? Then add an inbound rule. In the inbound rule, add, let's say, SSH. Okay, and here I will add anywhere, because we want to allow traffic from anywhere. Okay, so SSH from anywhere. And here I will add a tag, let's say name. Again, web server security group. Okay, so you see this security group which belong to our public server. Of course, this will allow SSH from anywhere, right? I will create this security group. Similarly, I will create one more security group. Let me do that. Create security group. This will be database server security group. Same in description. And here you select your VPC. Now you guys tell me. Okay, let me stop here. Here I will select SSH. SSH from where? Look at this. Tell me, SSH, what should I give here? CIDR range, no. Web server security group? Okay, I think I given this answer also. But see, here can I put the IP address of my server, web server? We can do that. But remember, I haven't created IP address as of, I haven't created the server as of now. That's why I did not create it. But can you give, if you, let's say, your server is created, then can I say if I give my server IP address here, it will work? Right? But why that is not the correct approach? Tomorrow, let's say you set up everything, you set up load balancer, you set up auto scaling group, and this server goes down and a new server is created. Then what about new server? Will that be allowed? No. What if this particular server you stop it and start it again? How many of you guys notice that when you stop and start a server, the IP address changes? Right? So what we are going to do, here you see, you can provide CIDR range as well. But CIDR range, you should not provide. CIDR range involves a lot of different things. Because if you have a specific CIDR range, there you have a web server, there you will have your web server, but you might also have some other server. You don't want to allow them. So what we can do? This is the reason why you will select security group. Okay, we will not provide IP address. We will not provide CIDR. We will allow security group, because can I say whatever number of web server we will have, let's say we have 100 web server. Can I say all of them will have the same security group, web server security group? Do you think that is logically correct? Why no? What do you guys think? If I have 100 web server, can I say all of them will have the same security group? Of course, I'm asking in a way that will make it doubtful, but the answer is yes. All of them will be same. No, it won't be unsecured. If all of them are doing the same job, of course they will have the same rules. You remember auto scaling group? In auto scaling group, we saw launch template. Whatever you provide in launch template, auto scaling group will just create server according to that. So what is the configuration of your one server? You will have exact same configuration for your other server. So why won't they have all the? Why won't all of them will have same security group? Do you guys agree with it now, everyone? In school times, I'll just tell you few things out of our technical content. In school time, as a student or as a child, I used to notice teachers, our lady teachers, they used to ask question in such a way where student will get the answer, whether the answer is yes or whether the answer is no. If she asks the question in a doubtful manner, of course the answer is no. But if she asks question confidently, she's leaning student towards yes, which is the correct answer. I do the same thing, but I do it in opposite way. Okay, so of course I ask the question in a doubtful way, but the answer is yes. And I do this to, because if you are confident in your knowledge, doesn't matter how person is asking the question, your answer shouldn't change. And same happens in interview as well. Anyone here who have changed company frequently, they will tell you this is what, your interview will always doubt your answer, even though your answer is 100% correct. Okay, because, and I'll tell you the reason behind this as well, reason behind this mentality. Because when you are working on a project and you're taking big decision, not as a software engineer, but as a tech lead or as a senior software engineer or as an architect, when you are taking big decision, whether to go with a certain approach or not, whether to go with certain library or not, and the deadlines are near, at that time, if you are suggesting solution, it is the duty of other people to find out in that, and that is a good thing. Okay, and at that time you need to be confident in your skill, because sometimes it happens, and this has happened with me. I have came up with correct solution, but just because I was not 100% sure in that, I was little doubtful, and we did not went ahead with that solution. And later on, we found out that okay, that was the only correct solution. If you are confident in your solution, if you are confident in your skill, it will save everyone's time. Are you understanding what I'm trying to say, or is it going above your head? This is something, real world thing that you face in day to day project. It's not technical, but it is something even more important. Okay, IT people, I'm 100% sure experienced people are at least able to relate with me. Okay, coming back to topic. So yes, all of them will have same security group. And if you go down below here, you can select security group as well. These are all the security groups. So I will select my web server security group. So database security group will allow SSH traffic only from web server security group. Basically, this to this, it will work. Right? So what I'm going to do now, I will just add a name and create security group. So both of our security groups are created. Okay. Now I'm going to go to EC2. Now we will create our server. So let me do that. Let me launch instance. Okay, so first of all, I will launch a public server. Let me give a name, public Amazon Linux to AMI, and then T2 micro. And here I will select key pair. Last time I showed you proceed without key pair, correct? This time let's go with this one. We should, should not forget something. So let me create a new key pair. EC2 VPC key pair. Okay, create this key pair. Okay, so here, not to hurry, please go slow. Okay, I will go slow. All right, so here we are creating public server. We selected a key pair, and here in network setting, I'm going to select my demo VPC, because obviously I want to create a public server in my VPC. And here I will go with public subnet. Okay. Now in security group, select our web server security group. Okay, select the security group that we already created. This will allow traffic from everywhere, right? And that's it. Launch instance. Okay, so that is our public server, and you can select this, and you can see it is getting both public and private IP address. It means it is 100% a public server. Now let us launch a private server. Private server, and here I will select, again I will select key pair. Now see, ideally I should select different key pair. Okay, but I'm going to select the same key pair because it will make this task little difficult. Okay, and it will, if you understand this, it will clear a lot of concept. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to select the same key pair, which is not an ideal thing. I'm telling you, you should have a different key pair, but I'm going to select this one. This will make our task difficult, but it will help you. Okay, that will be better from learning point of view. So I selected the same key pair, and here I will select demo VPC, and here I will select private subnet. Okay, so, and finally in security group, I will select my DB server security group. That's it. This will be our private server, VPC, demo VPC, private subnet. So it's our private server. Launch instance. Okay. Now, I showed you everything while connecting from this side. Again, as I told you, you should always try different approach of demo or practical. Today, we will see from my local machine. Right. So let me, guys, question in Q&A and not now. Let me finish the topic. I hope my screen is visible. Now, what I'm going to do, first of all, I'm going to connect with my public server. Okay, what is the command? SSH-I, then provide your key pair. So my key pair is EC2 VPC kp.pem. Okay, now I need to provide my username EC2-user. Now what? Now public IP address. Here, if you see, private server doesn't have public IP, obviously. So I will select my public server, public IP. Now, after this, and here I will paste this. Okay, enter. Of course, we are going to get error, and the solution you already know. The file, this is the key pair that we just created. It doesn't have enough permission. How to give permission? chmod. Give the permission level, that is 400, and give the key pair. Enter. Provide your password. Okay, so I've given the permission. If I run the same command again, you will see it will work. Just 1 minute, guys. So you see, I'm inside of my public server. Now I want to connect with my private server. So again, I will provide SSH-I. I will provide my key pair. Then I will provide username. Then I will provide IP address of my private server. But do you have your key pair here? No. We don't have our key pair here. So the question is, how to get this key pair in our public server first of all? Key pair is where? Key pair is in my laptop. So obviously I need to first upload it in my public server. See what I'm telling you. This is my laptop. Now in my laptop, when I created this public server, a key pair got downloaded. Okay, a key pair got downloaded. So from my laptop, I ran SSH command. I provided this key pair and I got access to this public server. Okay, from my laptop, I access public server and I got the key, right? So from my public server, if I'm accessing database server, so don't you think key pair of database should be here as well? It should be inside of web server. Is everybody, do you guys agree with this? Yes, correct. Now how to copy this key pair from your public server to local to public server? For this, we are going to use SCP command. For this, we are going to use SCP command. SCP stands for secure copy. Now, SCP stands for secure copy and it is exactly similar to your SSH. How? I'll tell you. See, let me write first of all SSH command to make it simple for you. SSH-I. Then you give your key pair. Then you give your username, @ symbol, and then your IP address of your EC2. Right? Now here also, you are going to do the same thing. Okay, SCP command is -i key pair, username and address. Now here in this command, of course, you are accessing the server, right? So you need to provide your username. And if you are providing username, of course, you need to provide your password as well. Okay, you need to provide your key pair as well. But in SCP command, we want to copy a file from our machine to another machine. So obviously, what else is needed? There is one more thing that we need. We need to provide the location or our file name. Okay, so one more argument is remaining. So what we do here we provide our file location or name, the file that we want to copy. See, the reason why I covered SSH first, because now you see it is so simple to understand SCP, right? So always, these are some of the hack. Always templatize things if you can, right? So what is my command? My SCP command will be SCP -i EC2 VPC kp.pem, right? This is my key pair. Now again this I will give, and my EC2 username, and then my IP address. Now here many people get confused. Why I repeated this? Because obviously guys, this is in our case, the file that we want to upload is nothing but our key pair. That's why key pair is getting repeated. But one of them is key pair and one of them is our file that we want to upload. Now you understand why I selected the same key pair? To make it little bit tough for you to understand. But if you understand this, you are good. Everybody understood this command, SCP command? Is it clear for you? You give IP address so that you can access it. You give IP address so that you can access it. But here we are uploading a file. So there has to be the destination where we want to upload our file. So for example, pwd, I want to upload my file here within this EC2-user folder. So I need to give that folder location here. Give here your target location. Okay, so this is the command I am going to run. So let me do that, and I'll do it slow. So pay attention. So let me come outside of my public server. Right. So I'm in my laptop. The command is scp -i. Okay. Then give your key pair name EC2-VPC key pair. Again, give your file name. In my case, key pair and file is the same thing. So again, I'm repeating it. Now give your username EC2-user, and now give your IP address. So my IP address is this 13.58.254.70. And now give your location. Location is home-EC2-user. And there you go. File name, progress 100%. I think this is the size, and this is the speed and time required. So your file has been uploaded to your public server, right? So what I'm going to do, let's check. SSH, type ls, and there you see you have your file there, right? So my file is uploaded. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, clear all of this. My file is here. So now let's check if our security group, our VPC and everything else till now is set up correctly. We should be able to access private server. But before that, let me just check whether I have internet here or not. Ping google.com. Yes, there you go. Internet is there. Okay, internet is there. Now we are going to access our private server, right? So again, command SSH -i, then give your file name. Okay, sorry, key pair name then give your username EC2-user @ now the IP address of your server. Now in case of private server, we don't have public IP, so give private IP, that is fine. Okay, but I obviously we will always prefer public IP, but if it is not there, private IP, right? Provide that. Let's see, enter, yes, and there you go, you got access to your private IP. Now I'm not going to do this, but you guys can try it out when you do the practical. If you try to access private IP directly from your laptop, will it work? Exact same command, answer is obviously no. Why it will not work? Because security group does not allow from anywhere. Security group does not allow access from anywhere. It allows access only from your public IP. That's why. Now, so let's see whether we have internet here or not in google.com. And there you go. Obviously, you don't have internet. Now, to get the internet here, we need to, what we need to do? Here we need to set up NAT gateway. So let me do that. See, public IP address is lost. Private IP address will be there. And because of this reason, every time you stop and start your server, you are going to get a new IP address, new public IP. Okay, don't worry about this. Let me refresh. You will see a new one. Let it get started. Okay, every time you stop and start your server, it will lose its public IP and you will get a new one. But private IP address is fixed. Now, is it a problem? Not really. Okay, because we saw that load balancer we have. Okay, so what happens in load balancer is that when you have load balancer, okay, at that time, we don't care about the IP of our server. Okay, we don't care about the IP of our server. That doesn't matter, right? What matters is the DNS of your load balancer. So this is not an issue. But what if you are referring to only one server? Can I say in that case your IP is required, needs to be static? Here now it is dynamic. So to make it a static, we have a concept of elastic IP. Here you see elastic IP. Okay, elastic IP is also IP address, and this IP address is given to you by AWS. Okay, this IP address is also given to you by AWS. 1 minute. Okay, so here I'm going to click on allocate elastic IP, and Amazon will give us elastic IP from its pool, right? And this will be your static IP address. Just click on allocate, and here we got a IP address. The speciality of this IP address is that if you attach it to your EC2, then this will be a static or permanent IP address. Okay, if you attach it to your EC2, it will be a static or permanent IP address. Right, so what I'm going to do, I'll click on action and click on associate. So we allocated. Now we are going to associate. Click on associate, and here select your EC2. Associate. Now if you go back, earlier it was 13.59. If you refresh now it is 18.221. If I stop this server, you will see even after stopping, you will not lose this IP because it's a permanent or static now. Yes, it is chargeable. Elastic IP doesn't come under your free tier. It is not available for free. It will charge you extra money. So once you create it, release it immediately. Once you're done with your demo, you see IP is still there. It is stopped. IP is still there. Okay. Refresh. Your IP is still there. Since it is not changing, okay, since it is not changing every time you stop and start it, you're not going to lose the IP address. Okay, since it is not changing every time. So why I covered elastic IP right now? Because NAT gateway needs elastic IP. Internet gateway doesn't need any IP, but NAT gateway needs the elastic IP. And not a normal IP, it needs only elastic IP. That's why I covered this. So what I'm going to do, I will first make this free. I'm going to associate. I'm going to make it free for my NAT gateway. And here you will see now this one will get a new IP. Yes, this is the new one. This is 18.221. Right? So now what I'm going to do? Now let's create NAT gateway. Okay, then we will get access to internet. Click on NAT gateway. Here we are going to create NAT gateway. Now give a name, let's say my NAT gateway. Okay, select subnet. Here you can select any subnet, but tell me ideally which subnet we should have to not get any problem. We should have public IP, public subnet. You remember that brother example? How you guys can say private? Almost everyone is saying private. If your brother is also infected like you, then how he can go out and bring the pizza? It should be public subnet, guys. Because the job of NAT gateway is to bring internet for private server. If NAT gateway itself doesn't get it, then how it will bring the internet? So here I will select public subnet. Okay, here I will select public subnet, connectivity type public, and here it needs elastic IP. So click on this and your elastic IP. That's it. We are done. Okay, the main part of NAT gateway is that it needs elastic IP. Right? So click on create NAT gateway. Now NAT gateway is created. Now next thing. After this, what should we do? Can we get internet now? What do you guys think? No, we are not getting internet. NAT gateway doesn't need to be attached to your VPC. Then what is remaining? Remember, whenever you add a gateway, you need to add the entry of that gateway in the root table. Okay, and here I will give you an option. Either we can go with the same root table that we use for internet gateway, or I can create a new root table. That will be difficult, but that will be better. Shall we create a new one or shall we add in the same one? New, great, good choice. So I'll create a new root table, and this root table will be specific to my private subnet, because my private server is in my private subnet. My private server wants NAT gateway, so here it will be for my private subnet. Select your VPC, demo VPC. That's it. Create root table. Okay. Now in this root table, I will add a root. I'll go to root. I will add a root. If you need internet, that is 0.0.0.0/0, you should go for NAT gateway. Select my NAT gateway. Save changes. Okay, so we added root. Look at this. What we did, if you want internet, go for NAT gateway. For public server, we added the same. If you want internet, go for public server. Go for internet gateway. For private server, if you want internet, go for NAT gateway. Okay. But if you see, it's still not working. Why? Any reason? Do you think there's something wrong here? Just because I gave a name public or private, it doesn't make it public or private. It's just a name. I told you I created private root table because this will be associated with my private subnet. But just because I gave a name private, will it be associated with private subnet? It's just a name. So what we are going to do here, you see subnet association. You need to associate this root table with a particular subnet. Now you understand why I created a new root table. The default root table that you get, that is already associated. Okay, many time few trainers, they don't go with new route table or new stuff, because default stuff is already easy. But now you see here we need to do subnet association. So edit subnet association and select your subnet that you want to associate. I will select private subnet, save association, go back here and check your internet is working. As simple as that. Not as simple, but yeah, it is as simple as that. You see, it is very logical. As soon as I created that association, you see immediately traffic is flowing. You open the gate. Is this clear, everyone? Or shall I repeat it one more time? Okay. If I'm repeating, let me repeat it in another way. So what we did, from laptop, my laptop, I access public server. Okay. But for we access public server, and we also copied key. Okay, using SCP command. Right. In public server, internet is working. Why? Because we already added internet gateway. In private server, your internet, sorry, after this, from public server, we access, from public server, we access private server. Right? Now in private server, internet is not working. In private server, internet is not working. Why? Because it doesn't have public IP, so it cannot go out and get the internet like public server. So for this, what we did, we first of all created internet gateway. Sorry, we created elastic IP. Right? We created elastic IP. Then we created NAT gateway. And for this NAT gateway, I gave this elastic IP. Right? Now, once your NAT gateway is created, like your internet gateway, here we don't need to do attach. We don't need to attach it to VPC. So we created NAT gateway. After that, we added or we created a private route table. Right? Now to make it private, what we need to do? We need to do subnet association with private subnet. Okay. And finally, after this, what is this remaining? Route in route table. Add route for NAT gateway in route table. In our practical, I did this first, then I did this last. Right? That's the only difference. You cannot just give a name private and expect it to be a private route table. What we did a association. I associated my subnet with my private subnet. So I associated my route table with my private subnet. That's it. Okay, great. Now let me cover one last topic from your VPC, and then we will get into then we'll have a Q&A, then we'll go for a break. Now in VPC, up until now, whatever we saw, that was related to one VPC, within one VPC only. We were limited to only for one VPC. But in real world, you might need to connect multiple VPC. In that case, what we can do? So let's say this is your VPC A. Okay. You have VPC B. Right? You have VPC B. Now you need to connect them. So for that, we need something called as VPC peering. We need VPC peering. Okay. VPC peering is again, it's just a component of VPC that allows two different VPC to connect with one another. Right? Now let's say you have one more VPC, VPC C. Now you want to connect VPC B and with VPC C. So again, you need a VPC peering connection. Right? So now both of these VPC will be connected. Now, just because these two VPCs are connected, does it mean VPC A and C is also connected indirectly? No. VPC peering doesn't support transitivity. If you want to connect VPC A with VPC C, you need a separate peering connection between them. VPC does not support transitivity. So for every new VPC you add, you need to add a corresponding peering connection for that particular VPC. Then only they will be connected. Otherwise, they cannot connect. Okay. Yes, and now there's a one-to-one mapping. Now here, this two VPC can be can belong to different regions, belong to different region as well. They can belong to different account as well. Okay, it's not just that these two VPC can be from same region. They can be from same region, but it can be from different region as well. Let me show you. So here I will go to peering connection. I'll create a peering connection here. Here, let me give VPC peering, okay, connection. Right, give a name, and now you see your local VPC. So local VPC is, let's say, it's a VPC that is going to make initiation, is going to initiate things. So this will be a requester. Let's say my default VPC. My default VPC is going to request for a connection. Right? So request will be sent from my default VPC. And let's say it is your account or it is someone else's account. They will get a request for your connection. And only if they allow, then both the VPC or network will be connected. But here, remember one thing, just because you connect to VPC, it doesn't mean one account will get access to another account resource. No, it doesn't mean that. Right? It is not that simple. As we move forward in our course, we will come across another service called as IAM. There you will understand IAM is also required for giving permission. But as of now, just understand this. It is going to send requests and it will only connect to network. And here, select your target VPC. Okay. So here, let's say my demo VPC. So a request will be sent from my default VPC in Ohio to my demo VPC in Ohio in my account. But I can also select another region. Let's say I select Hong Kong region. And here I will provide VPC ID of Hong Kong region. That's it. Here I will provide VPC ID of Hong Kong region. And I will get access to that. Okay, of course, if it is accepted. So I can connect VPC from one region in my account with the VPC in another region in the same account. Okay, I can connect with VPC from my account from one region to the VPC in another region in my account. But it can also be another account as well. Right? For example, here I see this is my account ID. Here you see this is my account ID. Okay. Let's say my client's account ID is this that I want to connect with. This is my client's account ID. That's it. Now here I will select their region. Let's say their VPC is in North Virginia. Here I will provide their VPC ID. In the same fashion, a request will go from your VPC to your client's account VPC. And if they accept, then only both the VPC will be connected. Otherwise, they will not be connected. Okay, in this way, both the VPC will be connected. Let me also show you. Let me just select my account. And here, demo VPC. Create peering connection. Now, if you see, if I go to my VPC peering connection, you see here I got a request. Okay, this is the requester VPC. In my case, both the VPC belong to my own account. But if you provide someone else account ID and you provide their VPC ID, of course, request will be sent to your client. Right? And here you see, you can either accept or reject the request. Again, I'm repeating, just because VPCs are connected, it doesn't mean you will get access to their resources. No, that's a different part that we will study later. We have a dedicated service for that. Is this clear, everyone? Peering connection is not that big part. It's quite simple, but you can accept or reject request. Now both the VPCs are connected. Here you see modify my route table now. So there are few bunch of things you need to do, but we'll see that later. The main part is your IAM. IAM is the dedicated AWS service that handles all the security and permission. So actually we were working with a client that had multiple AWS accounts. Okay. So let's say we were working in their account A. They had this AWS account A. And on this account, we had permission. Right? Here we were working. And to be honest, let me not give you that example. Let me give you my current project example. So we have a producer account. And all of our development, the development of my current project, the data pipeline we are developing, is happening in this producer account. Okay. Here we receive our data. Here we have our ETL job that is processing that data. Okay, doing transformation. And it is loading the result into a database. Okay, so there is a database here in which we are loading all of our result. Now, similar to this, there is a consumer account. There is a consumer account. Right? Now, what we are doing, there is a entity called as user. Okay, as of now, it is in development. It is not completely developed, but there's an entity called as user. The user is going to run queries on this database. But this user, we don't want to allow this user to query this producer database because it is in our development account. So what we are doing for user, we are creating this specific account called as consumer account. On this account, all the analytics, all the reporting, all the visualization will be happening. Okay. So our visualization team, okay, analytics teams is working on this account. But all the processing is happening here. Okay. But they are going to run query on this database. So we are synchronizing this database with this database. And to synchronize this, you need to connect both the account. You need to connect both the VPC. Right? So generally, this VPC peering is not something you are going to do. Okay, it will be already done for you by your client. Okay, your client will never give you access to VPC at this level. Right? So here for this synchronization, we connected both the VPC. If you use Elastic IP to EC2 in public subnet, then what is the use of assigning public IP automatically? Public IP is something that you will be using most of the time, Neeraj. Okay, and we don't assign it. That is assigned automatically. You are going to use it most of the time. That's the use of it. You are not going to use Elastic IP all the time. Elastic IP is required in very specific use case, like NAT gateway. I told you the fact that IP address changes all the time, it is not a problem. Why? Because we don't care about the IP. We have load balancer. The uses, it is used all the time. Only in specific use case, you are going to use Elastic IP. Okay, so just one thing. So you guys saw we deleted NAT gateway. Okay. Now go to Elastic IP and release it as well. Click on action, release it. So you are releasing it back to AWS. AWS allocated to you. Now you are releasing it back to AWS, right? And once you delete your NAT gateway and Elastic IP, now you can directly delete your VPC. Delete VPC and it will delete everything. But if you don't delete NAT gateway, VPC cannot be deleted directly. First, you have to manually delete VPC. Delete NAT gateway. And once that is deleted, then you can delete VPC and it will delete everything inside of it. All the security group that you created, all the public subnet, root table, internet gateway, everything. Whatever that is attached to your VPC, that will be deleted. There you go. Now it won't cost you a lot, much money. See, even if you use a paid service, if you are using it for, let's say for half an hour or 1 hour, it will hardly cost you few cents or few, let's say within $1 it will cost you, and that much you guys can afford from learning point of view. Okay. Now coming back to our ongoing content. Now we are going to get into S3. Okay. S3 is your storage service of AWS, and you can say it's kind of a default storage service. And in this service, we are going to so see, S3 is a kind of a service which is used by everyone. Okay. In future, there is no guarantee whether you will use VPC or not. For example, we don't use VPC in our day-to-day life. I work in data engineering. We don't use VPC, right? Is VPC not used? No. VPC is there. VPC is the basic network infrastructure on top of which everything else happens. Okay. But there are dedicated teams for it. Okay. There are dedicated teams for it. And mostly, let's say when you are working for a client, okay, client will never give you access to VPC. Right? They will have their own dedicated networking or admin team that will set up everything related to VPC. If tomorrow you get some error, you connect with that team. Okay, you will connect with their system admin team, and they are the one that will handle everything, not you. They will never give you access to that. So coming back to this, now this is S3, simple storage service. Now S3 is a storage service, and here you can store infinite amount of data. Okay, it's virtually limitless. Now in S3, see why it is important, because S3 is a kind of service that everyone uses. Whether you are a data engineer, whether you are a database developer, DBA, whether you are a web developer, no matter in which domain of AWS you are working, S3 is used everywhere. S3 and EC2. These two services are used by everyone. So it's very important. Now, here we have a concept of bucket. Okay, see, S3 is a service and you need to upload data. Here you can upload your data, but there has to be some container. So S3 bucket is the container. I create a bucket, it means I'm creating a I'm creating a container. And in this container, in this bucket, we upload our data. But if you look at this here, one thing that you notice, S3 is not specific to any region. S3 is actually a global service. 99% of AWS services are regional services. EC2, VPC, EFS, but not S3. S3 is a global service. That's why you see it is not attached to any region. Okay. Plus, it is a public service. EC2 is a private service. EFS is a private service. Why? Because they are created within a VPC. EC2 and EFS is a private service because they are created within a VPC. That's why they are the private services. But S3 doesn't require VPC. S3 is not created within VPC. It doesn't even need VPC. Okay, so the services that are created within VPC are private services, and services that are created outside of VPC are public services. Okay, so let's quickly see this. I'm going to create a bucket. Okay, so let's provide this bucket name. Let me give a name test bucket. Okay, a name. Now it is asking for region. Now what is this? I just told you S3 is a global service. But now why it is asking region? See, it is asking region because you are creating bucket. Okay, let me write here for you. S3 is a global service. Okay, it means this service is not tied to any specific region. But bucket that you create is regional. Why? Because bucket is container. Bucket is the container. Okay, you upload data in bucket. Tell me now, you guys, when you upload data to bucket, where do you think your data is stored? Behind the scene. Where data is stored? Behind the scene. In physical system, in drives. And where do drive exist? It exists in data center. Where does data center exist? It exists in AZ, and AZ exists in region. Okay, so it is a global service. The service is still global, but your data is ultimately stored in some drive which is in AZ and region, and bucket is the one that is where you upload the data. So that is why bucket is regional. Everybody understood why S3 is global service and why bucket is regional? Is this point clear, everyone? Great. So bucket is regional. All right. Now, bucket is regional. And also a few more things. It allows you to, it's virtually unlimited storage. And it is like your Google Drive. Okay. So after this, let me select bucket, or let me select region Ohio. Okay. Then go down. Now here you see object ownership. You see block public access. All of this. Okay. Let me not cover them right now. Okay. Let me first create a bucket. I'll show you some basic stuff. After that, one by one, we will see all of this feature. Right. So ignore all of this thing right now. We will see them one by one. ACL disable. Block all public access, yes. Okay, and leave everything else to default. We will see them. So let me create a bucket. And there is an error, bucket with the same name already exists. Okay, 1 minute. I have 37 bucket in my account. Let me search test bucket. Test bucket 4th July. Okay, you will see I don't have bucket with this same name. I still got error. Why? Here comes the reason why it is global service. This bucket name is already taken by somebody else in the world. Okay, bucket name needs to be globally unique, and there is a technical reason behind it, and we will see that also. Okay, I will give you the actual technical reason why bucket name needs to be globally unique. Okay, so now make it unique. Let's say today is 19th July, not 19th August. Create bucket, and you see now bucket is created. And if I go inside of this bucket, you see it's very simple to understand. You see create folder option, you see upload option, and I can even drag and drop my file. So let me upload a file from my machine. I'm going to simply drag and drop. Once again. See, drag and drop. I'm uploading my file here. Okay, I'm uploading this image file. Click on upload, close this, and you see our file is there. Now select this file. Now you can download this file. You can open this file. You see, it is so simple. It's very user friendly. You can delete this file. Bunch of other things. So this UI is very intuitive. It's very simple to understand, at least some basic stuff. Now, let's understand this in detail. Okay, this was the basic part. Now let's understand technicalities. Now, first of all, I told you S3 is a public service. It doesn't require VPC. Now, does it mean it is not secure? No, it is very secure. Okay, here security is in some different format. For example, let's say I want to share some file with you. How can I share it? I can upload the file to Google Drive. Okay, I can upload the file to Google Drive and I can share the link of that file with you, URL of that file with you. Similarly, here you see my file is uploaded. If I go to this file, here you see bunch of details, but you see here object URL. Okay, so this is the URL of your object, right? So here bucket is the container and the file that you upload is called as object. And this is the reason why S3 is a object-based storage. S3 is a object-based storage. Okay, S3 is a object-based storage. Now we'll go in depth in that also, don't worry. But you see, this is my object URL. So if I open this URL, you see I'm getting error, access denied. Okay, so what you need to understand, just because there is no VPC, it doesn't mean S3 is not secure. S3 is a public service, but it is very secure. You see, I'm trying to access this object URL and I'm getting error, access denied. But here I'm able to see the image. Why? What is the difference? See, I'll tell you. What happened is, this is my object URL. Okay, and if I go to this URL, when I clicked on open button, okay, let me copy this URL. Okay, and now I don't know whether you can see this or not, but if you look closely, both the URL are quite different. Okay, so both of them are different clearly, right? Now, what is the difference here? This is called as signed URL, right? Here, look at this URL, https bucket name s3.us2.amazonaws.com and then file name. Here, same thing. But after this, you see, there is a lot of extra things we are getting. This is called as AMZ security token. Now we are not going to get into what is AMZ security token. It's an algorithm-based token. So what is happening? Here your object is locked, right? Here also your object is locked, but it is coming with a key. Okay, that is AMZ security token. And since the key is there, and I'm talking about literal key, lock and key. Here also our object, your URL is still locked, but we are also getting this security token. And because of this security token, we are able to access our pre-signed URL. We are able to access our object. Okay, so both our object URL and pre-signed URLs are different. Pre-signed URL already comes with a security token, and because of that, we can access it. But how to generate your own pre-signed URL? And by the way, you guys can understand where we can use this. Let's say I don't want to make my object public. I don't want to make my bucket public. But still, I want to share my data with, let's say, few people. Let's say my manager wants to see this data. I want to share this data with him. But if I share object URL, he will not be able to access it. If I make object and bucket public, then everyone can see it. So what I'm going to do, I will share pre-signed URL with my manager. Then only he can see it. Yes, of course, if somebody share the pre-signed URL with other people, even they will be able to see it. Okay, but the fact is, no, I'm not showing you anything. Now you can see my mouse running. I'm not doing anything. What I'm trying to show you is that whoever have your pre-signed URL, they will be able to see this object. Is everybody clear till this point? Then I will tell you the next concept of pre-signed URL. Okay. Now see, now how to create your own URL, pre-signed URL. Go to your object, click on object action, and here you see share with the pre-signed URL. Click on this. Now you see it is asking for time interval. Okay. So what we can do here, I can provide a time of, let's say, 2 minutes, 2 hours, minute, whatever. Okay, 1 to 720 minutes. That much you can define, or 1 to 12 hours. Let's say I define minutes 2. Now a pre-signed URL will be created with the time bound access. Okay, so URL that will be created now will expire in 2 minutes. Let me show you. Create pre-signed URL, copy this URL, and you will see we can, this is your pre-signed URL, and we are able to access the result. In case you feel like there is some AWS stuff is involved, let me go to incognito mode. And there you go. We can see our data, right? But you will see after 2 minutes, our access to this object will expire. This pre-signed URL will become useless after 2 minutes, right? Let's wait for it. And so this is how, see, now here we can understand. Let me write here for you guys. We can understand there are 2 use cases of pre-signed URL. First use case is share object with limited users without making entire object public. Okay, entire object and bucket public. Okay, so your security is still there, but only those 1 or 2 people will get access that you want. Second, it gives you time bounded access. Okay, after specified time, access to your pre-signed URL will expire. That is fine. Even if someone download, you are giving it so that other can access it. Okay, that you guys need to consider. Okay, you see, somebody got access to this URL, right? Of course, they can download this. Let me see. I think we can save this. Yes, they can download this. But again, that risk is there. But this is one of the way. Now let me refresh. You see, access denied, request has expired, 120 seconds, AMZ security expired, 120 seconds. So you see our access has been expired. That is pre-signed URL. Right? Now, what if I want to actually make my entire object public? Then what? In that case, what to do? See, everybody cleared this with pre-signed URL? It is very similar to, for example, let's say you are watching Netflix, and let's say you just kept your Netflix on like that, and you went to your office or you went for a holiday. And again, after a few days, you come back, it asks you to log in again. Why? Because your session expired. So why? Because that session is time bounded. Similarly, pre-signed URL is time bounded. Or one more example, let's say you have a web series on some OTT platform. Now in that OTT, like for example, I have my own training. Okay, you can find that in the Silicon Academy. So there, I will make, out of my 20 AWS session, I will make my first 2 sessions publicly available. So if people like that, then they can buy my course, right? So tell me, for 18 videos, which URL I will use? I will use object URL. For 2 videos through which I want to attract learners, I will keep their pre-signed URL. Are you understanding real world use cases of it? Pre-signed URL is the URL for object. It is not for entire bucket. It's a object URL, not for entire bucket. Now you see, let me show you. Okay, now how to make the entire object public without using pre-signed URL? See, when we created bucket, here you guys saw this two option, ACL, object ownership, and block all public access. You see this block all public access? This option is going to block all the public incoming requests for your S3. Block all public access means any request coming over internet for your S3 will be blocked. Okay, any request coming from public internet will be blocked if you just select this option, right? This is the reason why S3 is a public service. Still, you cannot access it. So we need to remove this, but my bucket is already created. So here you will see, I'll go to permission and here you see block public access. Edit, I'm going to uncheck this. Save changes, confirm. What is going on? Confirm, no, confirm. Right? Now if I go to this object URL, now you see it is still not working. Okay, it is still not working. Why? So what just happened now is, this is my bucket, this is my object. Okay, so now earlier what was happening? My request was getting rejected here because there was a block on bucket. But now my request is able to bypass this. Now it is reaching to object. So bucket is public now, but your object is not public. Your bucket is public, but your object is not public. So at the object level, your request is getting blocked. At object level, your request is getting blocked. Now how to handle that? Go back to your bucket. Now you see here, go to action and you see make public using ACL. So you can make your object public, but you see this option is not available. Okay, now we need to make this option available. So for that, again go to permission. Here you see object ownership. You need to enable this. Object ownership here, ACL is disabled. You need to enable the ACL. Because if you don't enable the ACL, you cannot make your object public. See, that option is not available. But as soon as I enable ACL, and ACL stands for access control list. If I edit this, if I enable ACL, acknowledge, save changes. Now, as soon as you enable the ACL, you see this option is available now. Click on this, make public using ACL, make public. Now, if you load this URL, now it is working. Okay. Now you don't need pre-signed URL. Your object is public now. Your bucket is public, your object is public. But here also there is a problem. I told you S3 is a virtually unlimited storage. You can upload unlimited amount of objects. Now, if I want to make all of my object public, don't you think I need to do the same thing for every object? I need to select each and every object and make all of them public, right? Do you guys agree with that? That is a problem. The problem right now is that you cannot do the same thing again and again for each and every object. That is a problem. So what is the solution? See, here we have, if you go to permissions, here we have something called as bucket policy. Bucket policy is a shortcut. You can use bucket policy to make your all the objects, everything public. But bucket policy we will not discuss today because bucket policy is a part of IAM. Earlier also I was talking about IAM. So bucket policy we will see in IAM. So bucket policy is a JSON document. Okay. And this will make everything public. And also it can do a lot of things, not just that one use. It can do literally a lot of things. And compared to ACL, bucket policy is something we should always use. ACL is not recommended anymore because ACL is the older approach and it is very limited approach. You cannot do much things with ACL. Okay, you need to select bucket policy. But how to create policy, that we will see in IAM. And it is easy, it's not that difficult. How many of you guys don't know JSON? If enough people knows, then JSON. Okay, guys, do one thing. Prepare JSON. Understand what is JSON. And it is quite simple. You can easily understand. See, understand JSON, it will hardly take half an hour. Everyone, even if you're from non-IT, please understand JSON. JSON will be used a lot towards the end. Right? So please understand JSON. Now, coming back here, you see. Now see, here we have bucket policy. Bucket policy is always better than your normal ACL. But we will see that later. In IAM session, I will show you how you can create your own policy. Because policy is a part of IAM, not S3. Okay, now coming back here. Let me show you. See, first of all, I told you here, S3 is a object-based storage. We know EBS is a block-based storage and EFS is a file system. Now, how S3 is different from them? See, a simple example I will give you. Can you upload data in your Google Drive? And can you store the same data in your local hard disk drive of your laptop? Right? So both Google Drive and hard disk drive is used to store data. Okay. But can you attach Google Drive to your laptop to install operating system? No, right? You cannot attach it to your laptop and install operating system on it. For that, your hard disk drive is used. Okay. So, no, it is not possible as far as I know. So S3 is like that. S3 is like that Google Drive. EBS is like your hard disk drive. Now, what is object-based storage here? See, whatever file you upload in S3 is an object. Now, there are two parts. You have object key and you have object value. Okay, so you see, let me show you a demo. Here, I'm going to create a folder. Let's say folder 1. Create folder. Okay, now in this folder 1, I will upload the same file. Now I will, outside of this, I will create one more folder. That is folder 2. Now in folder 2, I will create one more folder. Folder 3. And in folder 3, I will upload that same file. Okay. So you see, at root level, I have a file and I have two folders. Folder 1, folder 2. In folder 1, I have a file. In folder 2, I have folder 3. And in folder 3, I have a file. So do you guys agree that we have structure like this? S3 bucket. Here, let's say your file. Let's say file.txt. And at the same level, we have folder 1. And at the same level, we have folder 2. Okay. Now in folder 1, we have file.txt. Okay, so we have this. In folder 1, we have file.txt. In folder 2, we have folder 3. Okay. And in folder 3, we have file.txt. How many of you guys think we have such hierarchical structure here? Yes, right? Now, understand this. In reality, we have structure like this. In reality, we have a structure like this. This is the structure we have. Okay. Everything, all the object is at the same level, at the root level. Now, why is this? Why this is called as flat structure? This is hierarchical structure. This is flat structure. Why we have this structure here? Because there is no concept of folder here. In S3, we don't have folder. Okay, here it is clearly written create folder. No, it is not. There is no folder in S3. This is actually a prefix. Is it working like a folder? Why do we use folder? So that you can distinguish your object. You can arrange your object. I can create a video folder, and in that folder, I can upload all video files. I can create image folder. I can upload all image file. Right? So folder is just a here. That is a use of folder. Here, if you look at this, it is also giving you the same benefit, but it is not typical folder. Here it is your prefix. It is something called as prefix. What is prefix? Now, what is prefix? Prefix is something that you add in front. Let me go to this folder. Let me go to this folder, and let me go to this object. Now you see this file. Here you see key. Look at the key. Key is my file name. In folder 1, the file that I uploaded, look at the key. Folder 1/file name. And in folder 2, in folder 3, look at the key. Folder 2/folder 3.file name. And same thing you will see in the URL. Now, object key is not just file name. Object key is prefix plus file name. Object key is prefix plus file name. Okay, object key is prefix plus file name. So this is not a folder, although it looks like folder. This create folder is just there to make it user intuitive, to make it simple for even non-technical person to understand this. But this is not folder. If it were folder, you would have gotten hierarchical structure. But behind the scene, everything is stored in the same level, root level. But of course, Indian, it is working like a folder. You are getting benefits of folder. You can create a video prefix. In that, you can upload all the video file. So this prefix is just a name. It's just a name plus path of your object. Okay. The actual value is this. For example, if you go to this object URL, this binary data you can see, this is the actual object value. This is the actual data. So object value is the actual data of object. So object-based storage means here you can upload object, and this object can be anything. It can be a video file, audio file, PDF, image, CSV, TSV, Python file, C file, C++, Java file, XML, HTML, anything you can upload. Any kind of format you can upload in S3. It is called as object. Few more things about S3. I told you it's virtually unlimited amount of data, but an object that you upload have a maximum size. The maximum size can be 5 terabytes. Now I know this size itself is so big that you might never see an object of this size. But I told you it's virtually unlimited. But now there is a size. There is a size limit. So see, here what you need to understand is you can upload unlimited amount of objects. One object size can be as big as 5 terabyte, which itself is so big that you might never even have an object that big. But you can upload unlimited amount of such object. And even after this, you get a security that your data will never be deleted. Why? I think I covered this concept in the beginning. This is your region. This is your AZ. AZ1, AZ2, AZ3. When you upload data to S3 or bucket, your data is uploaded in any of this AZ. Okay. What S3 will do? S3 will copy your data. S3 will replicate your data in other AZ automatically. S3 will automatically replicate your data in other AZ. without any extra charges. That's why even though one of the AZ goes down, you can still get your data from other AZ. Can you copy data across region? That is also possible, but that is something you have to do. AWS will not do it automatically for you. You have to do it. So you can copy your data across multiple AZ, but across region is also possible. But that you have to do. This is done automatically, and it is done without any charges.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in cloud and DevOps in collaboration with IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you will learn a multitude of tools used in the industry such as Azure, DevOps, and AWS. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights, so visit the course page link given in the description and take a first step towards a career growth in the field of cloud and DevOps.
How an application can be deployed on an architecture or cloud like AWS. So we will not be getting into coding today. What we will be discussing is if we have an application at hand and if we have defined some features that we want, how to enable those features using a cloud infrastructure like AWS. So that is something that we would be going ahead with today. Okay, all right, guys. So let's get started now. So first things first, let's discuss what we are going to do today. So we are basically going to discuss the website architecture on cloud, which probably Netflix will have when they have, deployed their application. So let's get started. So let me just share my screen with you guys. Okay. So guys, what we will be doing today is something, on the lines of this. So what we are going to configure is we are going to have a URL, a URL like this, which every one of you will be able to go to, and you will be able to see the website that we will be deploying on the cloud. Okay. So for example, let's take the example of netflix.com. You will see when you go to netflix.com, you're automatically routed to the Netflix website, right? You do not know where that server is hosted. You do not know, about the nitty-gritties of how it is working, but all you know as a user is if I go to a particular URL, I can see the website on the browser. So similarly, we are also going to do, the same thing today. I told you the output, but I'm going to tell you what goes behind, making an architecture like that possible. What goes behind you going to a URL and then being able to access a server is something that we are going to discuss today. Okay. Now, if you talk about, the cloud architecture at a very high level overview, this is what, what we are going to accomplish today. So from the security point of view, all our web servers, all our databases that we are going to deploy today are going to exist in a network which cannot be accessed, by internet. So this network, this particular rectangle that you see over here, it will not be able to access by the internet. That is, you and me from our computer, we will not be able to access these servers. Okay. Then we are going to create a network which will be accessible by the internet, right? And that is where we are going to have a component like load balancer, right? What does a load balancer do and everything, I'm going to explain you in a while, right? But this is the network architecture that we are going to deploy today. So we are going to have a part of a network which will not be accessed by the internet. We are going to have a part of the network which will be accessed by the internet, and then we are also going to have, a component which is going to be a URL with which we will be able to access our servers. Okay. Now there is a very important thing to understand over here, and that thing to understand is, how basically, uh, you know uh, why security is important when you are dealing with applications which exist on the internet, right? For example, you can have all the security in the world for your application. It could be password encrypted, right? It could have a key pair which can be attached to it, but some way or the other there's always a hack to access some machines, right? So how we as cloud architects, how we as application architects can ensure that something like hacking, something like phishing, something like somebody else taking over your application does not happen when you are dealing with the application which is available to the whole wide world, right? People like you and me, probably we will not be able to understand when something is password encrypted. Like for example, your laptop, if it's password encrypted, people like you and me cannot go ahead and get inside the system. But there are security researchers which exist out there. There are people who are technically so sound that they can actually hack into your system even if you have a password attached to it. Now when you think about it as an architecture's as an architect's mind, the first thing that you might want to solve is not giving access to your system to anybody on the internet. Okay, now what does that mean? So let's say if somebody is able to crack the password of a server, what if I don't give the access of the server to that person itself in the first place? So in that case, he will not have access to the server itself, and he will not be able to crack the password also. Okay. Now, how do you stop someone from accessing a particular computer or a server, right? What if you cut the internet connection to your computer? If someone is trying to hack your computer and that person does not have physical access to your computer, right? How will he hack it? If you cut the internet connection off of your server, how will someone go ahead and hack it? So that is my point over here. So to solve that, or to basically be relevant to what I just said, what we are going to do is all our applications, all the websites, servers that we are going to have, all the databases that we are going to have, we are basically going to deploy it in a network which is not going to have internet access. Okay. So now the next question that you might ask is, then how will we access a network which does not have internet access from outside, right? For example, if you go to netflix.com, you're able to see that website, right? Why are you able to see that website? Because you have, or that website, or the server which is having that website has internet access, correct? So how will we ensure that we do not have access to our servers, but at the same time, if somebody wants content from our servers, we are also able to deliver that on the internet? Is something that we are going to solve using this cloud architecture. Okay. So we are going to have a component which is going to be called as an AWS Elastic Load Balancer. Okay, which is going to be in a network which can be accessed from the internet, and then we are going to have a URL which is going to point to this load balancer, which we are going to have deployed in a network which can be accessed by the internet. Okay, now you might have multiple questions right now. So before we move on to the next slide, I would like to address those questions. But if it is about how will we do it, I will be telling you in a while. But if anything is not clear with respect to what I've just told you, please let me know and I'll be answering all your queries. So Ehsan is saying, so we have to get to both network and also to the server. So no, Ehsan, what I meant was that our website is going to exist on these orange icons that you see. These are nothing but servers that we are going to deploy today. All right. And these servers will be deployed in a network which is not going to have internet access. Okay, I will show you how that is possible using cloud. But these will be basically part of a network which will not have internet access, so that people from the outside are not able to access them, right? And at the same time, when we go to this URL, we would want to access these servers, and this URL will obviously be on the internet, right? So it might sound a little confusing because you guys do not have background on cloud right now, but it will be more clear as we move along. Okay, so everyone has an idea about what we have to accomplish today. So Devashish is saying customers use website by NAT gateway. No, Devashish, that is wrong conceptually what you are saying. In order to use the server, which is second rectangle, Asan is saying, yes. So this second rectangle is basically going to be a network which will not have internet access. So Ganesh is saying difference between cloud and server. So Ganesh, cloud is nothing but the company which has infrastructure on it, which has their own infrastructure, right? When I say infrastructure, they have millions of servers on their side. Now, what you can do is on cloud, you can deploy a server, right? So on cloud, when I say, so let's say AWS has millions of servers with them. Now you tell AWS that I want one server. So that server, you are basically using it on AWS cloud, right? So cloud is nothing but the company who owns millions of servers, right? And you as a customer, what you do is you go to their website and you request for one or two or 100 servers out of those million servers to use. Okay, so that should be the difference between cloud and server. So Venkata Raghunathan has a question: how safe are our projects in AWS? So it depends on Venkat how well you deploy your architecture. If you have a sound knowledge of what you're doing, then I don't think it should be a problem of how safe your projects are on AWS. Vignesh is saying, in general, how many VMs are required on real-time scenario to host a service or website like Netflix? Well, it doesn't depend on the number, Vignesh. For example, let's say you have a 16 GB machine, let's assume, and I have an 8 GB machine, and I'm talking about RAM. So the kind of applications or the kind of concurrent applications that you can run on your machines is obviously more than what I can run on your machine since you have a 16 GB machine, right? So how many VMs are required? It all depends on what is the kind of configuration that they're running on each servers of theirs. Okay, and it also depends on the kind of traffic which is coming on to their server. So let's say their application that they run, for each customer their application needs around 16 to 20 MB of RAM. So in that case you can do the maths that let's say if they have an 8 GB machine, right, and they have let's say around 100,000 users concurrent at every time who are watching the Netflix platform, what is the kind of what are the kind of servers that they would need? Okay. Hari Krishna is saying if there's no network connection, then how we are going to access them? Exactly, Hari Krishna, you are bang on. So there is a way to do that, and I will be explaining it to you how you can do it. Nagaraju is saying not accessible server we are keeping in DMZ cloud or on-prem. So Nagaraju, everything is going to be on cloud. Nothing is going to be on our system or on premise, right? So that is something that we are going to go ahead with today. So Amit is saying when you say not accessible by network, it can still be accessed by LAN. Yes, Amit, it can be accessed within the network, but it will not be able to access from outside the network. That is something that we are going to discuss. So Ayush is saying, can I use this link from any device? Which link, Ayush? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Ashish is saying, do you mean all the servers in the second are in DMZ or inside firewalls? Ashish, everything is going to be on the cloud, right? Everything is going to be inside firewall. So everything that you deploy on cloud has a firewall attached to it, right? But we are not going to control it via firewalls. We are basically going to convert it via, networks. So we're going to understand that how. So Ganesh is saying if they don't have internet connection, how they're going to work. So Ganesh, I'm going to show you in a little while. Okay, so Vijay is saying server down means Vijay, server down basically means that server is not working. That means that is what server down means. So Raju is saying thanks for the introduction. Can we start the lesson? It's 8 p.m. already. So Raju, as soon as the questions stop coming, I will be going to start the class. But it's important to clear everyone's doubt, right? I cannot just go ahead. Devashish is saying which databases big companies like Netflix use. So Devashish, let's hold on to these kind of questions. If there is anything that you want to understand from what I've just told you, please go ahead and ask. If not, we can just take these questions at the end of the session as well. Okay, so Anaga is saying if you want to access these servers from second rectangle, then how can we access? So Anaga, I'll be telling you that in a minute. Ujjwal is saying how can you auto scale? I'll be showing you Ujjwal that also in this session. Ujjwal is saying auto scale on CPU metrics or how we can use business or other metrics. So Ujjwal, it usually is the CPU metrics, but let's hold that question because not everybody will be able to connect to what you're saying. Okay, guys, so if there are no more questions, let's go ahead and start. So what I'll be doing is, first of all, let me go ahead and show you how a network like this is possible, where you do not have internet connection in one part of the network and you have internet connection in the other part of the network. Okay, so first of all, guys, for people who are completely new to cloud, let me give you a brief intro as to what you have to do. So first of all, you have to go to a website called aws.amazon.com. Okay. Now, what is this website? This website is basically a cloud provider. Okay. This AWS is a company which gives you the service of cloud. Okay. Now, what is cloud? Cloud is nothing but it's a company which rents out systems. For example, right now you are watching this session probably on a laptop or a desktop or a mobile. Okay, so let's assume you're watching it on a laptop or desktop. Now that desktop or that laptop is owned by you, right? So now let's say tomorrow you want to launch a website. Now, your system configuration has around 16 GB of RAM, let's assume, and you have around i5 or i7 CPU. So the kind of website that you're launching will be used by a lot of people, obviously. Now, when people use that website, obviously, since it's hosted on your laptop CPU percentage will go up because your laptop now has to process a lot of requests, and soon your laptop will completely be used. It'll have 100% CPU usage, it'll have 100% RAM usage, right? And then you will have to buy another laptop so that you can distribute the traffic which is coming onto your laptops for hosting your website. Okay, but if you have to buy another laptop, that basically means you will have to invest around 60 to 70,000 rupees again, right? And then only you can divide the traffic among the two laptops that you will own. Now the problem over here is, let's say money is not a problem for you. Problem over here is that it will take a day or a two for your laptop to come. Second of all, you will have to manage everything, that you will have to have a 24/7 internet connection working at wherever you're working from, right? You will have to have 24/7 electricity so that your laptop is always charged, it's always working, your internet is also working if electricity is required to the modem, right? So all these things you will have to ensure. And while you're managing all these things, you are actually not able to work on your application itself, right? So that is exactly why a cloud provider was introduced, or a cloud provider as a business was introduced. Now what a cloud provider does is, it says that if you don't have money to buy a server, or if you don't have money to buy a system, what you can do is, I have millions of systems with me. You can ask me for the configuration that you want, and I will give it to you. You don't have to buy it from me. You just have to pay me the rent for using it, right? And that is what the cloud platforms are. So cloud platforms, they give us systems to rent from, right? And you can rent them on a per hour basis, right? And the per hour basis price is as low as 3 or 4 rupees per hour. Okay, so that is how cheap servers are for you when you take it from cloud. Apart from that, cloud also gives you the guarantee of having 24 by 7 uptime, which basically means they will take care of their electricity needs, they will take care of your internet needs, they will take care of ensuring that the hardware is not getting any kind of fault. For example, let's say your laptop, which from which you're hosting the website, right? Tomorrow some short circuit happens in your laptop, and suddenly your website is now down. So these kind of problems will not come if you're using cloud servers, because they guarantee that they will ensure that their hardware is up and running 24/7. So that is why companies use cloud. That is why companies are using cloud platforms for deploying their applications. Why? Because they do not want the headache of buying hardware, maintaining it, ensuring the infrastructure around it, right? So that is what cloud is. Now, having said that, what we are going to do today is, again, we are not going to use my laptop to host a website. I'm going to use a rented server from AWS where I'm going to deploy my website. And we are going to deploy an architecture like this using the cloud resources, using resources which we will be given to us on rent. Nothing is going to be owned by us. Okay. Now, you would have a question over here. All right. So if you are saying that they will charge me on a per hour basis, so if I want to practice this on my system, will I be charged? If I want to go to AWS and I want to deploy, let's say some servers, will I be charged? So not at all. So whatever we will be doing today is not going to cost you at all. So AWS as a cloud platform, it gives you a very good deal for all its new customers. What it says is, when you first sign up on AWS, you get access to a free usage that AWS grants you. So AWS says, if you're launching a server which has 1 GB RAM and 1 core of CPU, then I'm not going to charge you for it. You can launch it for free, right? And we are today going to try and be under that free tier and deploy our application, so that everyone who is there in this session can plan it, can actually run their application, can try it out, whatever you are trying in this session, and understand how cloud usually work without even getting charged for a single rupee. Okay. So this is an introduction to what cloud is, guys. So any questions that you have with respect to what is cloud, you can ask me right now. If not, let's go ahead and then I'll show you how you can use cloud to deploy servers. Any questions? All right. If there are no questions, let's move ahead. So first of all, you'll have to sign up on AWS. I'm going to skip that step. I'm pretty sure everyone knows how to sign up or create an account on a website. Do that. And when you do that, you can then sign up or you can just sign into your AWS management console. Okay, so let me just quickly log in. And when you have signed up on the cloud, this is how your dashboard is going to look like. This is how your dashboard is going to look like. These are all the different kind of services that AWS offers, and we are going to make use of some today to do what we have to do. All right, great. So now that we are on this management console, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to choose a service. So when you want to deploy any kind of server, if you want a machine from AWS, the kind of service that you have to make use of is called Elastic Cloud Compute, right? So the short form of this is EC2. So you will have to make use of a service called EC2. So EC2, you can choose, you can go to all services under compute, you will find the EC2 service. Just click over there. And this is the management console that you will get. Okay. Now my job is to deploy a server. I will do that. But first I need the network that we were talking about, since the past 15-20 minutes. We need the network ready first where we will be deploying our servers. Okay. So the EC2 service is for deploying your servers. Now for getting your network or deploying a network on cloud, there's again a service, and that service is called VPC, which is called Virtual Private Cloud. So we are going to type in VPC, and you will get isolated cloud resources kind of a service over here. Just click over it, and here you can deploy the kind of network that you want. Okay. So now let me brief you about what we are going to do. So first of all, whenever you talk about networks, guys, networks, uh, the word network is can be a very big architecture, but networks have subparts to it as well, which are basically called subnets. So if I have let's say your office network, so you guys must be working in offices, you might be in colleges. So your office will have one network. Then in that one network, you will have, let's say, a network for the HR department. You will have a network separate for the developer department. Then you will have a separate network for, let's say, your leadership team. So everyone will have different access to the different part of the network, and every network will have its own access. Okay. So first of all, let's deploy the big network. Let's deploy a network for our whole application, right? And our whole application, I'm not restricting it to say that this whole network will have internet access or not. This is the overall network that we are deploying right now. And inside this network, then we are going to create subparts where we are going to uh, uh, define the functions that each subpart can have. For example, some parts will have internet access, some parts will not have internet access. So that is something that we are going to do now. Okay. So first, let's go ahead and create a network. For example, let's create a network for your office. So let's call this network as Netflix. Okay. This is where all my resources are going to be. So I'm going to name it as Netflix, and let me give, an address. So everything that you deploy on a network has, an IP address. For example, right now, if you're accessing the internet, your computer has an IP address. Why? Because you are connected to a network which is called internet. Similarly, if you are connected to your office network, you also need to have a separate IP address which will make you recognize on that network. Okay. So now what we're going to specify in this IPv4 CIDR block is the range of IP addresses that I'm going to have. That is, let's say if your computer connects to my network, what is the kind of IP address which will be assigned to you? So let's say I specify over here that anyone who's trying to connect to this network will have an IP address which will look something like, let's say this. So this is the range that I'm specifying over here. So here in this range, so your IP address will always begin with 10.1, and then this number will change according to what your network configuration is. So this is the range that I'm specifying over here, and this range is where my application is going to be deployed in. Okay, so let's click on create. And what you have now done is you have created an office network, or you've created a network for your application. Okay. Now inside this network, I'm going to create subparts. Okay, because some resources I want to give internet access, and some resources I do not want to give internet access. So let's see how we can go ahead and specify that. Okay, so I have created a network called Netflix. Now inside this network, let's create some subparts. So for creating the subparts to a network, what you do is you create subnets. Okay, so I'm going to click on subnets. So let's create some subnets for my Netflix network. So I'll click on create subnet. Let's say what I'm creating right now is for a network which is going to have internet access. So let's call all the networks which will have internet access as public, and all the networks which will not have internet access as private. Okay, so let's call this network as public. And when you're deploying servers in AWS, you can deploy it in many data centers. Okay, so right now what we are dealing with is the Oregon region. So Oregon is basically a place in the US where AWS has many data centers. And how many data centers are there? uh, there are almost 4 data centers that you can choose from. So let's create a public subnet in 2A data center. Okay, and let's call this public subnet as 2A. And this subnet will be deployed obviously inside my main network, which is Netflix. So let me select that, right? And it is going to be deployed in the 2A data center. And let me specify the IP address range, which is going to lie obviously between this particular IP range that I specified earlier. This will be the IP range where I will have, my resources will be assigned the IP address from. Okay, so let me specify it as 10.1.1.0/24. So these numbers that you see /16, they basically denote a range. 20, if I specify something called as /24, that's a smaller part of a range which is /16, right? For example, if I specify, so just assume it like this: if I specify /16, there are going to be around 65,000 IP addresses that I can give using this range. Okay, now when I specify something as small as /24, I will have an IP range of around 256 to 256 servers. Okay, so this is what this number means. So more on this you can actually understand later, because if I try to explain you how IP addresses, how ranges work, it will take a little more time. But and it's easy to understand. You can just Google it out and you will understand it. But for your understanding, I'm telling you that this range is a part of this particular IP range. Okay, and this range we are assigning to our public 2A subnetwork. Okay, so let's create it. And mind you guys, I'm not defining the features of this network yet. I'm just defining that I am creating these inside my main network. Okay, so I just created public 2A, which is basically a part of my Netflix network, and it is deployed in the 2A data center, right? Similarly, let me create one more subnetwork. Let me call it as public 2B. This is going to be a part of the 2B data center. It is going to also have internet access. It is going to be a part of my Netflix. What do you say? It will going to be a part of the Netflix network, right? And the range is going to be 10.1.2.0/24. Okay, let's go ahead and create it. Okay, so now what we have done is we have created two subparts in the data center 2A and in the data center 2B. Now let's go ahead and create private subnets which are not going to have internet access. So let's create them. So let's call this as private 2A. It's going to be part of my Netflix main network. It's going to be a part of the 2A availability zone. And this is going to basically have this IP range. Okay. Now, similarly, let me create a private 2B as well. /24, and let me go ahead and create it. Okay. So, okay, there's a small change over here that I'll have to do. So once you have deployed it, guys, you can verify if it has been deployed in the correct data center or not. For example, private 2A has been deployed in 2A data center. That is great. But when we talk about public 2B, it has again been deployed in 2A data center itself. So what I can do is I can delete it quickly and I can create public 2B once more. Okay, so let me create public 2B, and VPC is going to be my Netflix network. It's going to be part of my 2B network, and this is going to be 10.1.2.0/24. Okay, so now I have private 2A, I have private 2B, I have public 2A, I have public 2B deployed, and these should be now in the respective data centers. If I've named it 2A, it's in 2A. If I've named it 2B, it's in 2B. If it's in 2B, it's in 2B, and 2A is also there in the 2A data center. Great. So I have my network deployed. Now let me go ahead and define their functions. So what I've decided is my public subnets will have internet access and the private will not have internet access. Okay. So what I'm going to do is first I need internet connection to my network. So how can I give internet connection to my network to these public subnets? Let me go ahead and tell you. So for example, if you need a Wi-Fi at your home, or if you need internet at your home, what do? You contact an internet service provider. They basically bring a modem to your home, and then that modem you connect to your Wi-Fi router, and by connecting to your Wi-Fi you're able to use your internet, right? Similarly, if I want to give internet to my network, what I'll have to do is first I will have to go ahead and request for something called as a internet gateway. So let me create an internet gateway. Let me call it as Netflix network internet gateway. Let me create it. Okay, so it has been created, and now you'll see it in a list. So I've created the internet gateway. Now I will attach it to my Netflix network. So here you can see, you can find something called as attach to VPC. Let's click over here. Let's select the VPC that we want to connect to, which is Netflix. Let's select it, and let's click on attach internet gateway. Okay, so my internet gateway is now attached to my network. Okay, but still the resources that are going to be in my network, they will not be able to access it. The reason for that is whenever you deploy a resource in a cloud, it is not directly deployed in the main network that you created. It is always deployed in a sub part of the network, which is basically nothing but the subnets that you created. So the subnets that you have deployed, you have to configure them to connect to this internet gateway. Okay, now internet gateway is part of your network, but your subnets are not knowing about that internet network. So uh, in a simpler way, if I were to tell you, you have Wi-Fi at your home, but you are not connected to your Wi-Fi. So your laptop does not know if it can connect to that Wi-Fi or not. Okay, so what I'll be doing now is I will go ahead to something called as route tables. So route tables basically specify which IP addresses can connect to a particular resource in the network and which IP addresses cannot. Okay, so let me go ahead and show you guys how the route table is basically going to be configured. So right now, there is one route table which is automatically created for your Netflix network. Let's call this route table as the internet route table. So whichever subnets or whichever part of the network are going to be connected to this route table will have internet access. And let's create a route table which is called non-internet route table, right? And let's also deploy it in the Netflix network only. So this route table that I have created over here is going to have all the resources which do not have internet access. Okay. So to this non-internet route table, let's go ahead and attach the subnets which will not have internet. And to this internet route table, let's attach the subnets which are going to have internet. Okay. So first let's attach subnets to the internet route table. We'll click on subnet associations. And here, as you can see, there are no subnets attached to it as of now. We'll click on edit subnet associations and we will attach all the public subnets where we need internet to this route table. Okay. So now the route table have been attached. The subnets have been attached to this route table. And now what you will do is you will specify a route to the internet gateway in this route table. And then what will happen is all the subnets which are connected to this route table will be able to see that internet gateway. Or in other words, whichever laptop is at your home will be able to connect to that Wi-Fi. Okay. So let's click on edit routes. Let's click on add a route. And here, let's say everyone in this network should be able to connect. So when you have to say everyone, you give a destination or IP address like this. Okay. So all the IP addresses which are there in this subnet should be able to connect to my internet gateway, which is this, right? And let's click on save routes. So now what have we done? Let's revise. So we connected two subnets to this route table, which basically I named them to be public subnets. And these public subnets, I have given a property to them that they can connect to the internet by using an internet gateway. Okay. Is everything clear till over here, guys? Any questions that you have? Okay. So Samiran is saying, are you using the free tier account? Yes, Samiran. So this is not a free tier account, Samiran, but all these settings that I'm doing right now, they're all going to be, a part of, what do you say? It is going to be a part of the free tier. So you don't have to worry about it. Whatever I'm doing, you can also do, and you will not be charged whatever you have to do. So Ehsan is saying, even if you are located in a different region in the world, is it still 10.1 IP address? So Ehsan, the network that I've deployed, it's basically deployed in the Oregon region. So this is the region that I'm working on right now. I'm working in the Oregon region. So in Oregon region, the network that I've created, no matter which data center that you connect to, if you are a part of my network, you'll always have 10.1 IP address. So Nagraj is saying public 2B is not a signed availability zone, so I did that. So Raju is saying clear explanation. Okay, great, Raju. Hari Krishna is saying, did the internet rule table got created the moment we had created an internet gateway? No. So Hari Krishna, whenever you create, a network, automatically a default route table is created for you, right? But you can go ahead and create more route tables which can be attached to your network as well. Okay. Ujjwal is saying, how can we connect the public and private subnets? Good, very good question, Ujjwal. I'll tell you in a little while. So Hari Krishna is saying how to know that which CIDA ranges we can use. So you can follow the same formula which I told you, Krishnan. When you specify a subnet, an IP range which is ending with /16, that means you are specifying a range of 65,000 IP addresses. Okay, but when you increase the number, so let's say if you give /24, that means now you have reduced your IP address range. So what I've done is I created an IP range which said 10.1.0.0, where 0 and 0 can be anything, right? And then what I did was, while I was creating the subnets, I replaced the third value in the IP address. So I specified 10.1, and instead of 0, I specified a digit. So that digit is now going to be fixed, and only the zeros can be changed, right? So with that, I specified what ranges are going to be a part of the other subnet that I have deployed. So you can, if this is confusing for you, you can use the same ranges that as I've did, and it should be not a problem for you. Okay. Ujjwal is asking, how can we communicate between the two subnets? Ujjwal, like I said, I'll be explaining in a little while. Shri Ganesh is saying how to put data in subnet. Ganesh, please be with me. I will be explaining in a little while. Ashish is saying, can we limit the number of IP addresses that can connect to public networks? Yes, Ashish, you can do that. So right now what I've done is I've specified 0.0.0/0, which means each and every IP address can connect to the internet. If you want only specific resources to be able to connect to the internet, what you can do is once you have deployed your resources, you will get their IP addresses. Just specify that IP address over here, and only that IP address will then be able to connect to the internet gateway. I hope that answers your question. So Hari Krishna is saying, are these CIDR ranges region specific? So whenever you deploy a network, Hari Krishnan, in AWS cloud, it is always specific to that particular region. So right now I have deployed it in the Oregon region, right? So all these data centers in Oregon region can basically, have resources which are going to be a part of the network that I have created. But let's say I go ahead and I choose, let's say, the Mumbai region, right? So Mumbai region will not be able to deploy a resource in this network. I hope that answers your question. Okay, any other questions, guys? Can we move forward? Any other questions? Okay, if there are no questions, let's move ahead. I hope everyone is on the same page, guys. Anywhere, if you feel something is not clear, let me know. All right. So now that we have one network which is going to have internet with us, and the other network which is not going to have internet with us. Why this does not have any internet? Because I've not specified any connection to the internet gateway, and I will also show it to you in a little while. Now, a very good question which Ujjwal asked me was, let's say I have some resources, in the public subnet, okay, and I have some resources in the private subnet. So how can they communicate with each other, and if yes, how? So let me answer that question for you, Ujjwal. So when you create route tables, automatically, the route table that you have created, it has a rule in it which says all the IP address ranges of that network, they should be able to connect to the local resources which are there as part of that uh, route table, right? What that means is the internet route table, it has two subnets, right? It has public to A and public to B. So when I say that these IP addresses, if anyone is requesting anything from these IP address ranges, right, they should be able to connect to all the resources which are part of the subnets which are connected to this route table. In other words, anyone in this network, through this rule, what I'm defining is anyone in this Netflix network, if they have been assigned an IP address, they can interact with the resource which has been deployed in the public subnet. Okay. Similarly, if you have a look at my non-internet route table, here also I have defined that anyone who is a part of the Netflix network can connect to all the local resources which are going to be there in my private subnet. Okay, so this is what I have specified from my router. Does that answer your question, Ujjwal? Is it clear to Ujjwal and to everyone that all the resources that I'm going to deploy in the Netflix network, they will be able to communicate with each other because they are part of the same network? If I were to give you an example of this, let's say inside your home network, your laptop is connected to your Wi-Fi, right? And your mobile mobile is also connected to your Wi-Fi. So if you want, your mobile and your laptop can communicate with each other even if your Wi-Fi router is not connected to the internet. Okay, if you remove the internet line from your Wi-Fi router, and you will not be able to use the internet, that is for sure. But what will now happen is, if you two devices are connected to the same Wi-Fi router, you will be able to talk to each other. So let's say on your system, you create a shared folder, and you try to access that shared folder from some other laptop which is connected to the same Wi-Fi. You will be able to interact with each other. Okay. Similarly, all the resources which are a part of this network, the Netflix network, they will be able to interact with each other. So Hare Krishna's this means we can access public subnet from private subnet. So Hare Krishna, yes, the resources which are there in the public subnet, I can talk to them, I can do a two-way communication with them, right? But if I want to connect to the internet, I will not be able to do it from the private subnet. Okay. So Ujjwal is saying once repeat. Okay, Ujjwal. So I'm saying that in my route table, I have specified, or this rule is automatically specified, which says anyone who is connected to this IP range, they can talk to all the resources which are there, deployed in the subnets which are associated to your route table. For example, this is the non-internet route table, and this will have the private subnets or private networks connected to it. So anyone from this IP range, where is this IP range? This IP range is nothing but your Netflix network IP range. Anyone from this IP range can connect to uh, your resources which are a part of your private subnets and can talk to them. But only the resources which have these IP address will be able to talk. No other resource. Is this clear? Okay, guys, is this clear to everyone? Right? Are we all clear with what we have done as of now? So we have created a network. We have created some subparts of the network. Those subparts, some parts have internet access, some parts do not have internet access. But irrespective of the fact whether they have internet access or not, they all will be able to talk to each other. Is this clear with everyone? Okay, Hari says yes, he's clear. Thanks, Hari, for the kind words. Others, are we all clear with whatever I've just explained? Please be a little responsive on chat, guys. Otherwise, I will not understand if you guys are actually able to follow me or not. Is everyone clear? Ganesh says he's clear. Thanks, Ganesh. Ashish, yes. Aradhna, yes. Thank you, Aradhna. Nagaraju says local network. Do we need to create any firewall rules? Yes, Nagaraju. So there are some firewall rules that we can create, but we have not got to them as of now. Just let me know if whatever I've explained to you is clear. Praveen says yes. Okay, so thank you all for the confirmation. I can see a lot of you have said yes. Thank you all. Now what I'll be doing is, so I think I've not connected the subnets to my non-internet route table. Let me go ahead and connect. So I'll just click on actions. Sorry, I'll go to subnet associations of my non-internet, and let me connect the private subnets to it. So private 2A and private 2B. Let me connect. Okay, so now I have the two route tables configured, and I have my network configured in the fashion that I've just explained to you guys. And now one final setting that we will have to do is we will go to subnets. Now the resources which can talk to each other on the internet, or which will basically have internet access, they will need a public IP address as well. If they don't have a public IP, be outside from the Netflix network, will not be able to talk to them. Okay, so how do we configure are resources which are being deployed in the public subnet to have a public IP address. This is a small setting that you have to do. So you will be clicking on your public subnet. You will be going to actions. You will have to go to modify auto assign IP settings. Click on enable auto assign public IPv4 address and click on save. So now all the resources which are going to be deployed in public 2A are going to have a public IP address. Public IP address is basically an address which can be reached out from the internet. Okay. All the 10.1 IP address ranges that I specified earlier are basically going to be a part of the local network, that is the Netflix network. But when we talk about the internet is also a network, right? So internet also has its own IP addresses which are given to people when they want to connect to each other, right? So for example, if I am connected to the internet, if I go ahead and see what is my IP address, this is the IP address that I have, right? And this IP address is basically given to me by my internet service provider. So similarly, if I want to deploy a resource on AWS which is connected to the internet and to which I want to connect to, it should have this public IP address. Okay, so that is what we have configured, that all the resources in my public 2A will have a public IP address, and even in public 2B, I will specify that they can have a public IP address. Okay, great. So now all the resources that I'm going to deploy in public 2A and public 2B will have an IP address. And now we can simply go ahead and go to my service EC2, which we talked about earlier, which is going to rent me servers. I will go to that service. And let me deploy some servers now. So what I'll do is I'll click on running instances. And let's click on launch instance. Okay. So the moment you click on launch instance, now let's see what are the kind of options that we see on the screen. So now when you want to rent a server from cloud, the first thing that you need to decide is what is the kind of operating system that you want to run on that server. Okay. So let's say I want to run a Linux server. So let me select Ubuntu. I want to run the Ubuntu operating system on my server. Okay, so I'll select it. And now it will ask me what is the kind of processor, what is the kind of RAM do you want for your server. So here's a list that you can select for. Now, if you want your server to be a part of free tier, you can see this green highlighted text over here which says free tier eligible. Select that. It will give you 1 core CPU and it will give you 1 GB of RAM. Okay, let's go ahead and click on next. Next thing it will ask you is what network do you want to deploy this resource in. So I want to deploy it in my Netflix network, right? And since this is going to be a public uh, instance that I'm deploying, because first what I want to do is I want to configure my server that I'm deploying on AWS, and later I'll shift it to a private network where we will not be able to access it from the internet. Okay, so I am going to deploy it in the public subnet as of now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave everything at default. I'm going to click on next. Now it will ask me what is the kind of space or what is the hard drive space that I want for my server. So when you deploy a Linux server, it has minimal requirements. So a Linux server with 8 GB of RAM will work. 8 GB of storage space will work. So I'll just click on next again. And now this is the place where people were referring to, will it have any firewalls? So when you talk about firewalls, you basically are referring to security groups in AWS. Okay, so my instance will basically, or my servers will be governed by a firewall which is called security group, and I can create a firewall or I can choose an existing firewall as well. So when you create a new network, what happens is automatically there's a firewall which is created, which is basically called the default firewall. So it's called the default VPC security group. Okay. If you select that firewall, what are the kind of things that you can configure over here? Let's see. So first of all, what you can configure is the kind of traffic which is allowed in this firewall. Okay. So right now it says all traffic is allowed. Good. What protocol is allowed? All protocols are allowed. Okay. So we'll have to restrict this firewall in a little while. We'll do that. What port range is allowed? Any port from any traffic is allowed. Okay. And who can connect to this firewall? Only the people who are part of this security group can connect. So this we will have to change, since I want to connect to the server to configure it. So I will have to put my IP address over here in the source. We'll do that in a little while. But for now, this is the firewall that you all were referring to, right? And this is something that we are choosing as default over here. You can create it as well. If you create it, you will again get the same options, but you will have to configure them. Okay, so let's click on review and launch. And now you can just review all the settings that you have done. If everything looks done, you can just click on launch. Now, AWS as a security option, it does not give you a simple password based authentication to your server. What it gives you is a file which you can use to connect to your server. Okay, so that file is basically called a private key file, which you will have to download from over here, right? So I have a file that I already created. It's called Mac Oregon. So I'm going to select that. I already have it on my system. If you don't have it, you're creating it for the first time, you will have to choose create a new key pair. Let me create it since we are doing it over here. Let's specify as Netflix demo. This is the file that I will be using to authenticate to my servers. Once you specify the name, just click on download key pair. This will be downloaded to your system, and then later you can use it to connect to your server. Okay. Now I click on launch instances. And with this, my server has now just been launched. Okay. And I've launched it inside a public subnet. Okay. Now, before I move to the next screen, if there are any questions, I'll be very, obliged to answer them. So let me just check. Balu is saying EC2 is one way of launching VMs. Are there any other way we can launch a Linux instance using AWS services? So Balu, AWS is basically one service which gives you servers. It gives you general purpose servers to launch. But the other services that are there in AWS, they are very specific to the kind of server that they will give you. For example, we are going to make use of a database server today, right, later in this session. So if you want to create a database server, you can create it with EC2 as well, right? You can launch a Linux instance. On that, you can install your server and on your database, right? And then it becomes a database server. But what AWS also gives you the flexibility is that, let's say you do not want to do all this hard work. What you want is a database server itself. So AWS has specialized services in its management console, which basically gives you a server which is pre-configured. And that is about each and every service which is there in AWS, right? So the different kind of methods that you can launch servers, this is the most common method which is used. But let's say you do not want to configure your server yourself, you want AWS to configure it, then there are different services in AWS which you can choose, which will give you specialized servers. It could be a database server, it could be a web server as well, it could be a serverless architecture as well. So everything is given to you, but it will be pre-configured by AWS. So those are the different kind of ways that you can launch servers. Hope that answers your question. Uh, Altaf is saying, are these steps what we have done will be charged? No, Altaf, these will not be charging you if you do this, whatever I've done so far. Okay, so Hari Krishnan is saying the default security group we selected, was it specific to the VPC we created, or is it default for all VPCs? So it is specific for the network that we created, that was Netflix, right? It is not common to all VPCs. Okay, So Nagaraju is saying the free tier you have created, how many days it's free? It's free for 1 year, Nagaraju. But let me give you a limit as well as to how this free tier operates. So every month you have 24 into 30, that is, you have 720 hours in a month, right? So what AWS tells you is you can run a server for 720 hours in a month for free. That means if you launch one server, if you run it for 30 days and you don't never stop it, you will not be charged for anything. But the game changes when you launch two servers. So if you launch two servers, then the number of hours for those servers are counted independently. So 1 hour of those two servers accounts to 2 hours of AWS counting with the 750 hours limit. In other words, if you launch one server in AWS, you can run it for 30 days. If you don't stop it, it will not charge you. If you run two servers in AWS, you can run it straight for 15 days without getting charged. Why 15 days? Because now for your 1 hour, there are two servers which are running, right? And those two servers have the different pricing which is running on them per hour, right? So I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. So if AWS tells you that you can run 750 hours worth of servers in a month, 720 hours worth of servers in a month, right? But it depends on how many servers you run. So if you run 3 servers, then that 15 days time will reduce to 7 days. So it's always a good idea to stop the servers once you're done with them. So if you stop a server, right, in that case, you will not be charged. Right now, the servers are running. So there's also an option to stop them. So the moment you're done with them, just stop it and you will not be charged. So that is how you can be under the free tier. Okay, so Ashish is saying we are able to connect to EC2 via key pair only or other options available. Ashish, by default, you can connect only via key pair, which we downloaded. There's no other option available. Okay. Are there any other questions, guys? Any other question that I can answer for you? Cool. If there are no more questions, let's move ahead. Okay, so now I've just launched a server, right? And this server is now a part of my public subnet, which means this has internet access. So let's see what all things we have available for this server. So let's call this as Ubuntu server. Okay, so this has a public IP address. Great, I can use this IP address to connect to this server, right? It has the private IP. Private IP is basically the IP which is given inside the network. So as you can see, the range is 10.1, which is exactly what we specified, right? It is a part of the 2A data center, which is good. The firewall attached to it is default. So we will have to change the default rules for this firewall. And others you can verify whatever you configured, exactly those configuration you can see for your server over here. Okay. Now what I'll be doing is I will be selecting the security group, which is the default security group. And let me change the settings over here. So first of all, I'll be changing the inbound rules. So the inbound rules of my firewall right now are these. So let me change this. So I click on edit inbound rules. And now, first of all, let me tell the server that only I can connect to it. So I will specify my IP. And as you can see, this is my IP address that has been specified. So only my system will be able to connect to this server. And right now you can see this is the public IP that has been attached to my firewall. Okay. So any kind of traffic from my IP address will be allowed to this server. Okay. So this is the setting that I'm specifying right now. I'll click on save rules. And this setting is done. Now, this will be changed later when we will be deploying our full stack application. But for now, this is the IP range that I have specified. Okay. Now I'll go back to my dashboard, go back to my server. I'll select the server that I want to connect to. So this is the Ubuntu server. So you will notice I have some other servers, EC2 demo, which have been created over here. So this account is used by a lot of people. So you don't have to worry about the other servers which are being launched. Just select the server that you want to use. So in my case, it's Ubuntu. Now I'll be connecting to it. Okay. So this is the IP address that I'll be connecting from. Let's copy it. And now to connect to it, I will make use of my terminal. Okay. Now here is something that will be different, that can be different on your system. What is different on mine? So I am using a Mac operating system. So I have something called as a terminal, right? So this is a bash terminal that I'm going to use to connect to my server. Okay. Now, when you might be on a Linux, sorry, you might be on a Windows system. So in that case, if you want to connect to your server, you will have to basically make use of a software called Putty. Okay. So there's a software called Putty, which will basically make you to connect to your server, right? So what we basically make use of is the SSH protocol to connect to a Linux server. So this tool, the Putty tool, will help you connect to your server using the SSH protocol. So just click on the first link that you see. You can see it says you can download Putty over here. Just click over it. And here you can download, the Putty version. So you have to download the 64-bit version. In case your processor is 64-bit, if you have 32-bit architecture, then you will be selecting the 32-bit version. Okay. Once you download it, there is one more software that you have to download, and that is called Putty Gen. Okay. Download this as well on your system. Now, once you have Putty Gen and Putty downloaded, what you have to do is, you remember the key pair file that you got? This is the PEM file. This is the key pair that you got, and this is only for Windows system that I'm telling you right now, guys. So this PEM file is not compatible with your Putty software. Okay. So what you have to do is you have to convert this PEM file into PPK, and that can be done using this PuttyGen software that you will be downloading. Okay. So how you can use the PuttyGen software? Let me show you some screenshots. So this is how your software is going to look like. You don't have to enter any values in key comment key phrase. So what I'll do is, okay. So this is how your Putty Gen will look like when you open it for the first time. So what you have to do is you have to click on load. Okay, it will open a dialog box. Select the PEM file that you downloaded. Click on OK, and then click on save private key. Okay, what this will do is it will save a PPK format file on your system, and that is basically the file which you will be using now to connect to your server, right? So PEM files are compatible with Linux systems, but PEM files are not compatible with Windows systems when you're using the Putty software. So you have to convert it to PPK. Okay. So with that done, once you have the PPK file, next you will be opening your uh, Putty software. So your Putty software will look something like this. Okay, this is the UI that you will get. So the IP address of your server will go over here in hostname. So this is my Ubuntu server. This IP address will go over here in this dialog box, the hostname. Okay. So once you put the IP address over here, next what you have to do is you have to click on SSH, right? And once you open SSH, you will find something called as auth under it. Click on auth, and then you will get a browse window over here. Okay. So if you click on SSH, you will click on auth, you will get a browse button over here. Click on this browse button, select the PPK file that you downloaded earlier, and then all you have to do is click on open. That's it. So once you click on open, you and I will be on the same user interface as what I'm going to show you as of now. Okay. So this is the only difference that is going to be there while I am doing this demo and while you will be doing this demo. So first step, you have to convert PEM to PPK using the PuttyGen software. Put the PPK file over here in browse section of SSH auth, and then put the IP address over here by going to session, click on session, put the IP address over here, and finally click on open, right? So now a terminal will open just like this. and then I'll tell you what has to be done from there. Okay, so now what I'll be doing is, let me pass in the command. So this is the command that you will be using when you're on Linux. Okay, so people who are there on Linux, first you have to go to the folder uh, which will basically have your PEM file, then pass in this command. So ssh-i basically means the server that you want to connect to. Sorry, the PEM file that you want to connect to. This is the PEM file that I'll be using to connect. And then now people on Putty, you will see a dialog box which will ask you for login as. It will ask you for username. So if you have launched a Linux machine which has Ubuntu operating system, the username would be Ubuntu. Okay, Ubuntu at the rate. Now when you just have to specify Ubuntu, hit enter, you will be logged in. People on Linux, you have to specify username at the rate of IP address of your server and then hit enter. Okay, so it will ask you whether you trust the server. This will also be the same for people who are going to work on Windows. You have to type on yes, hit enter, and Windows people will be able to connect then and there to the server. People on Linux will find this kind of a warning which will say unprotected private key file. Okay, so you will have to pass in a command sudo chmod 500, which are basically going to change the permissions of your file, right? And then just change it with 500, and this should do the trick. Now pass in the same command, and there you go. I have connected to my Ubuntu server on AWS. So people who will be doing it on Windows, you will also see the screen as you are seeing right now on my screen, right? And this is how you connect to a server which is deployed on AWS. Okay, so let me see if we have any questions. So Raju is saying, is it enough if we stop or it has to be terminated? So Raju, if you are working under the free tier, it is enough if you stop the server, you will not be charged. But people who are not under the free tier, you will be charged for the storage. So the hard disk that is there with your server, it is not deleted if you stop the server. So you will be charged for the hard disk. But people in the free tier, your hard disk space also has some limits, which will be basically available under the free tier. So if you're choosing the 8 GB option, I think if you stop even 2 or 3 servers and don't use them, you will not be charged anything. Okay. So Ganesh is saying, why are you using Ubuntu instead of Windows? So Ganesh, when you are working in production systems, right? When you are basically, even if we let's talk about, the session today, which is about deploying an application like Netflix. So all of them, they use Linux systems only when they are deploying applications. And the reason for that is Linux basically takes up a very few amount of resources for the whole operating system that it has to run. And when you compare it to Windows, Windows takes up a lot of resources to run. Okay, because Windows also has a lot of features. So to minimize the cost of the resources that you're using, every company prefers to launch their applications on Linux operating system, and that is exactly what we are also going to do. Surendra is saying, how can we connect to AWS server through local window or Linux command line? So this is exactly what I have done, Surendra, right now. So I have connected my local machine. This is my MacBook. So I have connected my MacBook to the AWS server using the terminal, right? So this terminal, what I have commands I have passed is going to be the same for any Linux operating system that you use out there. For Windows, I've told you you can use putty to connect to your server. So I hope that answers your question. So Ashish is saying, can we create different users that allow to connect to EC2? Yes, Ashish. So if you are sound with Linux, Now that you're connected to this server, you can do anything with this server. It's now yours. If you want to create more users, you can go ahead and do that. You can do anything with this server now. It's up to you. Okay. Nagaraju is saying PEM file is a secure key, our cloud server. Yes, Nagaraju. So the cloud server has given us a PEM file, which is basically a private key. So I don't need any password. If I have this file, only then I will be able to connect to my servers. If I don't have this file, I will not be able to connect to my servers. So it's basically a replacement for having a password, because password generally gets leaked, right? If you are typing in a password, somebody might see what you're typing on the keyboard and they might get to know what your password is. So instead of that, if you have a file through which you're connecting, and given the fact that you are not going to share this file with anyone, nobody else would be able to connect to your server. Okay, so that's why it's a little more secure when you compare it with having a password. Okay, so Mupai is saying security group inbound rules. Can you show once? Yes, Mupai, I'll show you in a little while. Okay, so let me show you the security group rules. Mupai, 1 second. So these are my rules, Mupai. So I have enabled every kind of connection from my MacBook to the server that I've just connected to. Okay, great. Now that we have connected to our server, what I'll do is I will basically make it a web server, and then once our website is ready, we will deploy it in my private subnet, which is not going to have any internet access. Okay, so when you want to create a web server, first thing that you have to do is anything that you want to install on a Linux machine, first you update that machine. Okay, so I'll just type in sudo apt get update. It'll take like a minute to update the machine, or even less than a minute. So it took 10 seconds to update the machine. Now what I'll be doing is, so this is the command that I passed to update the machine, sudo apt get update. Next thing that I'll be doing is I will be installing a web server. So sudo apt get install Apache 2. So this is a web server which is now getting installed. Okay, so I just choose yes. Okay, so web server is now being installed. And after this, we'll do a very cool exercise, guys. So you will be able to see that if I go to the IP address of my server now, so I just type the IP address over here in the browser. You can see I can able to access this page in my browser. Okay, but let me do one thing. Let me give this IP address to you guys, and then you can tell me whether you are able to access them or not. So I'll just put this IP address in the chat. Let me know if you are able to access this IP address. Can everybody go to that IP address and tell me whether they're able to access it or not? So Raj says he's not able to access. Okay, Raj. Others? Hari Krishnan cannot access. Okay. Okay. Can you guys tell me why you are not able to access it? Can anybody tell me? Okay. So Deepthi has given me a right answer. Others? Nagaraju also has given me the right answer. Raj also has given me the right answer. Okay, I think everybody is on the same page. So yes, guys, because in this firewall that is in the security group, I just specified that only my IP address can connect to it. Okay. Now, if I change that, let's see what happens. So I'll just go to the default security group, which is this. I'll change the inbound settings, and okay, I think I'm not in the right security group. 1 second. So let me change these inbound settings, and now let me allow anyone to connect. Now, can you guys confirm if you're able to access your machine or not? I mean, this web page or not in your browser? Okay, Hari can access, great. Nagaraju can access, Altaf can access, great. All right, awesome. So since everyone is able to access now, you can now understand how this firewall basically works. Okay. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is, guys, I'm gonna basically go ahead and define a web page over here. So let me show you how we are going to go ahead and define our web pages. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, uh, this is the architecture that we are going to deploy now. So I will have a separate web page for streaming servers. 1 second. So I will have a separate web page for my video page, and I will have a separate web page for my home page. Now let me show you why we are going to do like this. So let me go ahead and open the website called netflix.com and just see what is the behavior. So if I go to netflix.com, I automatically go ahead and get routed to netflix.com/browse. Okay, and if I select the account that I want to use, it's still the the URL over here. It's netflix.com/browse. So netflix.com/browse is taking me to the homepage of Netflix. I hope everybody is clear here. Okay, now what happens if I play a video? Okay, so let me play this series over here. So now what you can see is the URL changed to netflix.com/watch, and then you have some numbers over here, which probably would be the numbers for your video. Okay, so you have connected to netflix.com/watch. 1 second. You have connected to netflix.com/watch in order to get to this page where it is playing this video. Okay, now let me show you what happens when you play some other video. So I'll again click on back. Let me play some other video. So let me play, let's say, this Space Force. Can you still see? It's still netflix.com/watch, and then you have these numbers which are after this URL. So these numbers basically are referring to the video which is playing on this page, but this page is same all the time. The page is always netflix.com/watch, which is basically referring you to this video player. And then to this video player, what you're doing is you're providing this number, which is basically now going to play the video that you are launching over here. Let's see if we remove the track ID, what happens. Okay, so this is the number which is associated to the video that you are playing, right? And this is the page that you're going to. You're always going to netflix.com/watch. watch. So if you go to netflix.com/watch, you open uh, the video player, and to that video player you tell, okay, so this is the video that I want to play, and that is what is being played over here. So let's see if I just type in watch, what happens. Okay, you can see they have routed me to something else because they do not want me to, you know, just access the web, the video player. So when I go to netflix.com/watch, they basically reroute me to some other URL. But you now understand the working of Netflix. What they do is, if you go to netflix.com/browse, they are routing you to the home page. And if you go to netflix.com/watch, and some video ID if you specify, it will take you to that video which is being played. Okay, so now let's see how we can mimic this architecture on our system. So what I'm going to do is, if I go to netflix.com/home, I will be taken to the home page. And if I go to netflix.com/stream, or let's make it watch. So if netflix.com/watch, if I go to, it will take me to the video player. Okay, so this is something that we are going to configure now, and this we are going to do using the AWS infrastructure. Okay, so before we move on, guys, let me see if we have any questions. Okay, so Ujjwal is saying streaming and web page, can we assign SSL certificate to ELB? Well, Ujjwal, you can do that, but SSL certificates will only, improve the security. So my point is to basically show you how, this particular mechanism is done on AWS. So I'll be showing you that. So he's saying I'm talking about production. So yes, on production you can do that. In production you can, all you have to do is on your server you should have an SSL certificate, which is going to enable HTTPS connections, right? But since if you might already know that SSL certificates are, you have to buy SSL certificates. You cannot just get them like that. So we are not going to make use of SSL certificates today, but we are going to mimic the mechanism that I just showed you. So Devashish is saying, do we need to attach load balancer to Route 53? Yes, Devashish, we are going to do that. Actually, I've not reached that step yet. I'm just still talking about, the URL based routing that we are going to accomplish in some time. Okay. Any other questions, guys? Is everyone clear as to what we have to do? Is everyone crystal clear as to what we will be doing right now? Any questions? Anaga says yes. Thank you, Anaga. Others? Radna says yes. Thank you, Radna. Others? No queries. Thanks, Hari Krishnan. Okay, thank you. All right. So if everybody is clear, let me go ahead and show you how this architecture is basically going to work. So first of all, let's create a home page. Let's create a page that we will be routed to if you go to /home. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, this is my web server where I'm able to go and see this page. Let's change this page to look like a home page. So what I'll do is, so once you have an Apache 2 server which is running, you can go ahead in this path /var/www/html, and this will have a page called index.html. Okay, so this index.html page, if you change this, your HTML will change over here. Okay, so for now, let me first delete this index.html page, and now let's create a new index.html page which says, let's say, welcome to home page. So I will create an HTML page which will, this is a very simple HTML code that I'm writing over here, which will say welcome to the home page. Okay, So this is what I've created. And if I refresh over here, you can see it says welcome to the homepage. And even you guys, if you refresh, you will be able to see this particular web page which says welcome to the homepage. Okay, so Surendra is saying how to minimize streaming. Surendra, I didn't get your question. If you can rephrase your question, I think I can, understand what you're trying to ask. Okay, other guys, now if you go to the IP address that I gave you earlier, you should see this page, welcome to the home page. Now our web page, our web server, our home page is now ready. And now what I'll be doing is I'll be deploying this inside a private subnet. So let's see how we can do that. So for doing this, I will first go to my dashboard. And this is the server that I created. So let me create a copy of this server first. And then that copy, I will deploy it in the private subnet that we created earlier. So I'll just select the server that I created, click on actions. Then you have something called as image. So let's create an image. Image is nothing but it creates a copy of your server which can be deployed multiple times then. So we'll create an image. Let's call this image name as homepage, home, Netflix -home. Let's specify this. Right? Let's click on create image. And now my image is getting created. Okay. And that image will basically have this web server already deployed. Great. So now that it is happening, I think it will take a minute or two to create that image. And you can see that image in the under the image section in AMIs. So if you go to AMIs, you can see that a Netflix home image is being created and it is in the pending state as of now. So I think if we refresh it a couple of times, you can see it will change to available. So let's wait. So while this is happening, let me explain you how the other things are going to work out. So as you must have noticed, right? So if you want to have a home page which is going to be separate, and if you want to have a watch page which is going to be separate, you will be dealing with two servers, right? And if you're dealing with two servers, you obviously will have two IP addresses, right? But as you can see from the behavior of the Netflix website, the URL always remains the same, right? Only the web page is changing. So how do we accomplish that? So we can accomplish it by having a common medium in the middle, which can connect to both my watch page and my home page. Okay, so this resource, which is the elastic load balancer that we're going to deploy in a minute, is going to have a URL which is always going to be the same. And this load balancer we can configure to understand if the URL is /watch or /stream, it is always going to route my request to the streaming servers. Whereas if my request is /home, or let's say just slash, or just no URL at all, in that case it will be routing my request to the home page. So this is possible using the elastic load balancer, right? And this is something that we are going to go ahead and deploy now. Now I think we are ready to now understand how our architecture is going to be deployed. So now what I'm going to do is all my servers, they are going to be a part of my private subnet where I do not have internet access, right? But as we have known from the previous from our previous understanding, we know that everything within our Netflix network will be able to interact with each other. Okay, so in my Netflix network, I have a public subnet, I have a private subnet. So private subnet does not have internet access, public subnet has internet access. So in my public subnet, I'm going to deploy my load balancer, right? In my private subnet, I'm going to deploy all my servers, right? And these servers can only be accessed by the load balancer and nothing else. Okay, nobody else will be able to connect to these servers directly. Only through my load balancer, they will be able to access my servers. And this is a very good architectural practice when we talk about having security for our servers. Why? Because you can control which protocols can you interact with in your load balancer. For example, let's say a hacker wants to go ahead and make use of servers. They want to pass some commands as I did on this terminal. Okay, so if you want your load balancer to restrict that, your load balancer will only allow HTTP traffic. What is HTTP traffic? HTTP traffic is the traffic that you get from your web browser. So only the web browser's traffic will be enabled through your load balancer. If somebody is trying to pass some command, if somebody is trying to connect through some other protocol, it will not be allowed. Okay. And even in that case, your load balancer will only allow some URLs. So only if you type in /home, you will be allowed. If you are typing something else, you will not be routed to my server. That again is a very good security aspect, that if your URL is pointing to netflix.com/home, only then you will be reaching my home server to access that content. You cannot access my content and from any other medium from that particular server. Okay, so this is how you can restrict hackers or restrict attackers from accessing your server, and it's a very good architectural practice to have your architectures deployed like this. Okay, so let me see if we have any questions with respect to whatever I've just explained. So Ehsan is saying, why did you have to create an AMI? So Ehsan, if I did not create an AMI, I will have to go inside, the server which will be there in the private subnet to configure it to have, the required softwares installed and the other software configurations. But I cannot do that obviously because no internet access is given to the resources which are there in the private subnet. So what I'm doing is I'm creating an image which has every bit of the software installed in it, and then I will just deploy that image inside the private subnet. In that case, I do not have to connect to it directly. Okay, so that is why I'm doing it. So Ujjwal is saying, how do we manage the private subnet server? So Ujjwal, we don't have to manage them, right? Because the reason being, we have created an image and we'll be directly deploying it over there now. So we don't have to manage them from our system. But one thing that we can do is something called as a bastion host. So a bastion host is might sound a very big name, but all a bastion host is that it is a proxy server. What is a proxy server? If I want to connect to instances in the private subnet, can somebody tell me how can I access it? Can somebody tell me if I have to connect to a server from my local system to this server which is there in this network, how can I connect to it? Given I have access to my AWS management console, given I can deploy as many resources that I want, is there a way that I can connect to this server for passing a command? Can anybody tell me how we can do that? Okay, so Ganesh is saying which condition the elastic load balancer will allow access to private server. I will show you in a little while, Ganesh. Prasad is saying, are we not using S3 for storing the video or media files? So Prasad, we can do that, but right now we are focusing more on the architecture. So we're not getting into the implementation details. So I hope that answers your question. Ujjwal is saying, is Bastion host the best solution for connecting to your private servers, Ujjwal? Yes. So Devashish is saying, what we put in private subnet exactly, and what is the another port you were telling that restrict to access? So in a private subnet, whatever you see in this rectangle, Devashish, we will be deploying that. So we will be deploying, the servers which will our home page and our streaming page inside our private subnet, right? Our home page and our streaming page will then be able to access it uh, through the load balancer, which will be deployed in the public subnet. So this is the architecture that I explained you. Altaf is saying, I have him having the below issue. If you can suggest, it will be great. Otherwise, please proceed. So it says no. So Altaf is getting an error. Not supported authentication methods available. So Altaf, you have not selected the PPK file in the SSH option of your auth. So select that, then put in the IP address, and then click on open. That should resolve your doubt. Okay. Ujjwal is saying Git or AWS CLI. Okay. So Hari is saying, please repeat the question. I'll do that, Hari. Nagaraju is saying using proxy to connect. Okay. Nagaraju, you're right. Proxy to connect. But how will we do that architecture? How will we create that architecture of connecting it, to the servers which are there deployed in a private subnet? Is something that I'm trying to ask. Mopa is saying allowing a route in the route table, we can connect to the private server. There is an easy way, Mopa, also. So just think on the lines of how your load balancer is accessing your private servers. Just think on those lines, and you will be able to crack the answer. Ramesh is saying NAT gateway, not no Ramesh, not NAT gateway. Okay, so can anybody guess it? Okay, so Parveen is saying first connect public network server, from that server connect to private network. Okay, so Parveen has given me the right answer. So what I'll have to do, guys, is this rectangle over here is my public subnet, right? So what I'll do is I'll deploy a server over here, which will have internet access. I will connect to this server from my system using SSH. Now, once I'm inside this server obviously can access every resource which is a part of the Netflix network, right? So using this server, I will then SSH into the private servers that I have in the private subnet. Is everyone clear with what I have just told you? Any doubts in what I've told you? I will deploy a EC2 server over here in the public subnet. That subnet will have, that EC2 server will have access to all the servers which are there in the network, right? Even if it's private or public. So then what I will do is once I'm inside this server which is there in the public subnet, I will SSH to the server which is there in the private subnet. Does that make sense? Is everyone clear? So Altaf says yes. Okay. Hari says yes. Ganesh says no. Okay, Ganesh. So you can tell me what is not clear. I'll be happy to answer. Surendra says yes. Raj says yes. Anaga, Ramesh. Thank you for the confirmation, guys. So Ganesh, let me repeat it for you. So this rectangle over here is my public subnet. Is this clear? Ujjwal and Amit are also saying repeat. I'm gonna repeat it, guys, for you. So this rectangle is my public subnet. Is this clear to you? Okay. Okay, great. So Devashish is saying, but why we need to do this? Public will be exposed to hacker. So Devashish, we are going to do this just to configure. So somebody asked a question. If I have to configure my servers, if I have to do some maintenance on my private servers, how will I do it? So I will deploy a temporary server in the public network. I will connect to it, and through that I will connect to my private server. So this is just for maintenance, right? And only for that reason I will be deploying that server, nothing else. So Nagaraju says someone hacked Netflix public server, they may get access to the other server. You're right, Nagaraju. But like I said, it is only temporary. When I have to do some maintenance on my private servers, I'll be doing this. Other than that, I'll not be doing it. Okay. All right. So, okay, let me get back to what I was explaining. So this is my public subnet. Everyone understands this. And this rectangle is my private subnet. Okay. So this rectangle has internet access. This rectangle does not have internet access. This is the rectangle where my private servers are going to be deployed. And this is the rectangle where I'm going to have a public server deployed, which in this case, I've also deployed a Ubuntu server. So I've deployed it inside a public subnet. Okay. Now, do you guys agree that whatever I'm going to deploy in this rectangle or this subnet is going to have access to resources which will be deployed in this rectangle, which is the private subnet? Does everyone agree with that? Okay, Nagaraju says yes, Hari says yes. Ganesh, do you agree with that? Ujjwal, Amit? Okay, everyone has said yes. Amit, I'm waiting for you. Okay, Amit says not sure. So Amit, as I said earlier, we are inside one network, and the Netflix network that we created, right? That is the big network that we created. Inside that big network, we created small networks which were public and private. Public had internet access, private did not have internet access. Okay, so all these resources which are a part of the big network, which is Netflix, all the resources can talk to each other. Is that correct or not? Do you agree with that, Amit, or not? Okay, Amit says yes. All right. So now because they can talk to each other, now imagine this rectangle is my private subnet. Okay. And this rectangle is my public subnet. And what is the difference that I told you between the two is the public subnet has internet access. The private subnet, it does not have internet access. Okay. So if I connect to a server which is there in my public subnet, right? Because I'll be able to connect to it. Why? Because it has internet access. If I connect to a server in the public subnet, I can then connect my private server through this public server, right? If I connect to this Ubuntu server on my terminal like this, and then in this server which is there in the public subnet, if I enter the SSH command again, and I enter the IP address this time, the private IP address of the private server which is deployed in the private subnet, will I be not be able to connect to it? Okay, so Amit says yes. So Amit, that is exactly what I'm trying to tell. If I have a private machine which is deployed in this private subnet, if I have to connect it from my machine, what I'll be doing is I'll be launching a machine in the public subnet, and through that I will be connecting to it. Okay, it'll be more clear to you when I do it in the terminal. So Devashish is saying, do you mean to say in real-time scenario we do not have any public machine? They use only private machines? Yes, Devashish. So every big MNC, right, which are dealing with uh, a product which is accessed by millions of people, every day, right? And if they are following the right security best practices, none of their servers will be exposed on the internet. It will always be inside a private subnet. So that is what I am trying to tell you. Okay. All right. So coming back. now we have our homepage image ready, right? Now let's create an image for our streaming server as well. So what I'll do is, again, let's create one more image from this server itself. Let's again go back to this directory. Let's change the index.html, and this time let's say welcome to the streaming page. Save it. Okay, and now if you go to this IP address, you will see it will now say welcome to the streaming page. Okay, and now let's create an image out of this as well. So again, we'll go to EC2. So in our Ubuntu image, we'll go to image, we'll go to create image, and let's call this image name as Netflix stream. Okay, so now the image will be created for that as well. Now what I'll do is I will go ahead and launch my home page in my private subnet. Let's see how we can do that. So I click on launch instance, and I will choose my AMIs over here. I'll not choose any operating system now. I'll just choose my AMIs. And now I will choose the Netflix home image, which I created earlier. Let's select it. I want to launch it in the free tier server. Everything is going to be the same that we did earlier. Just that now I will be selecting a private subnet which I'll be deploying it in. So I'll be choosing the private 2A network. Let's deploy it over here. And this is our home page that we're deploying. Security group, we will select again the default security group. And we're going to restrict it. Don't worry about that. We're going to restrict that security group. And let's choose the same key pair that we used earlier, Netflix demo. Acknowledge that we have it and click on launch instances. So this is now getting launched in US West 2A. It's going to be launched in the 2A data center. This is basically now called Netflix-home. This is the home server that you have launched, home page that you have launched, and it will take a little while. And as you can see, it is now running. Now, if you have a look at the settings of this server, you will see that it will not have a public IP address. Right? Why? Because we deployed it inside a private network, right? But it will have a private IP address. But this private IP address can only be reached out within the network. It cannot be reached out from outside of the network. Remember this, okay? So this is the IP address that we will be connecting through from our public instance, which is nothing but this instance that we connected to earlier. All right. Okay, so we have launched our home page. Now let's go back. Let's see if our streaming page is ready. So even streaming page is now ready. Let's launch this as well. So I'll just select the streaming image, click on action, click on launch. This is another way of launching it, right? This is the server that I want to launch. I want to launch it under the free tier. It will be deployed in the Netflix network. And this time I'm going to deploy it in private 2B data center. Okay. Everything else going to be the same. Security group, I'll select the default one, click on review and launch it, select the same key pair that I selected earlier, acknowledge that I have it, click on launch instances, and with this my streaming page has also been launched. Okay, great. So now I have two servers which are now deployed inside private subnets, and as you can see, I do not have a public IP address over here. Okay, and hence I will not be able to access them from the internet. These are not having any internet access, and I will prove it to you in a little while. Okay, so I have the home page which is now running. I have the stream page which is now running. I have let's name it as proxy server. So I have a proxy server which is running in the public subnet, which has internet. Now what I'll do is, using this proxy server, I will be connecting to this home page and the stream page server. So let's see how we can do that. So first we need to copy the PEM file that we have on this proxy server. So let's copy it. So the way you can copy it is, use a command called SCP, which is called secure copy. So first you will have to authenticate yourself using, the proxy server's PEM file. Then you will have to specify the file that you want to copy. So the file name is again this PEM file I want to copy, right? Where do I want to copy it? I want to copy it on the proxy server, which is this IP address. And I want to copy it in this particular file location, which is /home/ubuntu. Hit enter. Since I specified sudo, it is asking me for my computer's password. Specified that. And now the file has been copied successfully. So now if I SSH into my server again,